So hey guys, welcome back to the Anime What Ifs channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was trained by Hashirama after Wave to Earth. If you guys enjoy this what if, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Thud. 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 Kaka-sensei can help me, then no one can. Mumbled a short, spiky blonde boy wearing an orange and blue track suit as he threw punches towards a wooden stump, keeping his punches at even speeds. Thud. 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 All because Sasuke is an Uchiha and has a bloodline. Who cares, he's just another orphan with fancy eyes, screamed the blonde-haired boy as he threw a punch that had cracked the piece of wood in front of him before slowly turning to his side and sliding down the wood towards the ground covered in grass. Why? Why is it only me who has nobody? Why is it always Naruto Uzumaki who gets the short stick? Why only me? Cried Naruto a bit as he wiped the tears away from his eyes as he huddled against the tree. Sniff. Maybe if I win the exams, Kakashi-sensei will train me, said Naruto to himself, reigniting his spirit. Jumping to his feet, Naruto began to stretch. Yeah. That's it. Maybe if I win the exams, Kakashi-sensei will train me more than Sasuke, thought Naruto as he was getting into position to run. Gurgle. Naruto's sweat dropped while he looked at his stomach. The thing acted like it had a mind of its own. Ah, damn it. I'm hungry, but I can't stop training, said Naruto to himself as he started to think of different options. He could just quickly run over to Ichiraku's and then run back. Or he could just ignore his stomach and continue training. After all, he had a month to train starting tomorrow. Naruto looked down. If only he could be in two places at once. At that moment, a magical light bulb appeared over Naruto's head. Naruto slammed a clenched fist into his other opened hand. Yes. Kage Bunshin. How could I forget that? Screamed Naruto as he placed his hands into the seal to summon his favorite technique. Well, second, a sexy technique was just brilliant. Poof. Soon the small clearing was filled with hundreds of Narutos. Naruto looked around himself before sighing. Ever since the Forest of Death and touched him in the stomach, he hasn't been able to use his chakra any good. Okay, everyone but one clone dispel please, said Naruto as he rubbed his forehead with his hand. Poof. Soon there was only one clone that was in a saluting position. Sir, yes sir, said the clone, looking like an Anbu does when talking to the Hokage. Naruto grinned. Clone Naruto. This is an important mission. You must get me 10 miso ramens and pronto. Failure will result in my stomach exploding and we will never taste ramen again, said Naruto as he pointed at his clone, which had a look of fear. Sir, yes sir, screamed the clone as he dashed away, leaving Naruto all by himself in the clearing. Naruto looked at the dust cloud the clone had left and scratched his head. How was the clone going to pay for the ramen? Oh well, he will see when the clone comes back. Naruto looked back at his training ground. He had found the place before the graduation exam and hung out here from time to time. It was a massive clearing that held heaps of trees around it along with a decent-sized waterfall at the edge of the clearing. Naruto started to go back into his running position, mentally counting down from 3, 2, 1, go, screamed Naruto from within his own conscience as he forced his body to move as fast as he could, which was pretty fast for a genin. He seemed to be just at an experienced genin's speed, which was just under a rookie chunin's. Come on Naruto! You can go faster! You can do better! Screamed Naruto as he tried to force his muscles more and continued running, which actually made him go slightly faster. This continued for a few minutes before Naruto suddenly tripped and grabbed his head. Ouch! What the hell was that? Said Naruto, starting off in a loud voice which slowly had become quiet as he slowly started to forget about his newly scraped knee and slowly remembered him rushing to Ichiraku's before giving him a bowl for free as he forgot his money, and then him rushing out of Ichiraku's and then barreling into a crate full of kunai and then popping. Naruto started to panic and look himself over before realizing something. He didn't do that. That was his clone. Did he? Did he just remember what his clone did? I thought that Kage Bunshin was only a physical clone. I need to read the rest of the technique information, mumbled Naruto to himself as he only looked at how to make the technique and not what it did. Well, except for making clones that could hit people. I'll just ask Gigi now instead, said Naruto as he left his special clearing towards the Hokage tower on the other side of the village. 3 hours later. I should have just run here, muttered Naruto as it was now late evening. He walked up the stairs towards the Kage tower. Looking up towards the top, he saw his Gigi. But before Naruto could call out to him, he disappeared. Well, looks like it was time for Operation FS. Well, it looks like I will need a forbidden scroll after all, said Naruto as he sighed a bit. Continuing his walk, he went towards his objective. Walking around to the back of the Hokage tower, Naruto's sweat dropped. The construction setup was still there which he had used to sneak in the first time, and so was the same window at the very top. Gigi was definitely too old to be Hokage if he lets his ninja forget the windows. Naruto saw the ledge that he had to grab and saw the ramp still there. Naruto once again got into a running position before sprinting up the ramp and launching him up and grabbing the ledge. Twisting his body around a bit, he saw the next platform he had to land on. Placing his feet on the rocky surface, he pushed against it while jumping towards the platform to make sure he didn't underjump it. Tucking into a ball position, Naruto rolled against the platform before coming to a stop right in the middle of the platform. Standing up, Naruto looked at the window that was right next to him. Poking his head in and moving it left and right, Naruto slowly entered the building, making sure to avoid the chattering of other shinobi within the building. Walking up to the Hokage's office, Naruto sent a hand inside of his orange jacket and pulled a key that he had. The key was special as it was a direct copy of the key his Gigi had, even down to the squiggly lines that adorn it. Placing the key into the keyhole, he slowly twisted it and quietly opened the door, quickly shutting it as quietly as he could. He quietly moved across the room towards a massive bookcase that held a lot of village secrets. Naruto, with the key in hand, opened the bottom drawer and saw a keyhole near the back, doing what he had done to the door. Naruto quietly twisted the key once he placed it inside the keyhole. Clink! Taking the key out, he watched as a hidden drawer appeared from the back of the bookcase. Inside was the forbidden scroll along with 3 scrolls with his name on it. While he knew that this was a new hiding place of the forbidden scroll, he was shocked that there were 3 scrolls addressed to him. Shrugging, he grabbed the 3 scrolls and placed them in his orange jacket. Grabbing the forbidden scroll, he quickly opened it up and fully read what the Kage Bunshin did. He was amazed that he didn't read this when he could have. His Kage Bunshin could be used for training. Well, for anything other than physical training. In the scroll it said that the technique was created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, for spying technique, as you could send a Kage Bunshin to scout out an area before going in yourself. The reason this was a good espionage technique was because of the memory share, which lets the user gain all the memories from him when they are dispelled. Although Naruto wouldn't have come to the training conclusion if he hadn't read that it could also be used for training and studying. Naruto was giddy. He could actually one-up Sasuke. Sure, while the team could copy any ninjentai, he couldn't actually learn the ins and outs of the technique. He could learn anything in a matter of hours. While Naruto was in his inner monologue, he hadn't read the caution section. Yes. I'm going to be the best ever Hokage, said Naruto as he jumped up to his feet, scratching the back of his right hand which had drawn blood. Gah! Said Naruto as he dropped the forbidden scroll and threw his hand wildly, spraying blood over the Hokage's portraits due to the shock of being cut. Naruto caught his right hand in a tight grip as he watched the blood he threw on the Hokage's start to disappear. Well, all the Hokages except for Gigi's. Poof! Thud, thud, thud. Naruto looked at the 3 scrolls that had popped out of the now clean portraits. Looking down towards the scrolls, he saw that they were each meant for someone who had their blood. But how did he get the scrolls then? He was sure he wasn't Senju or Namake's. So, how did he open the secret portraits? Leaning down towards the scrolls, he quickly placed the 3 scrolls into his jacket. Quickly gazing at some of the recorded techniques, he got interested in a few of them. The first was the Rasengan, which the steps made it easy to understand. However, if it was in the forbidden scroll, it must be hard to learn. Another one was the Haraishin no. However, it commented how you needed a high knowledge of to even try to think of how to create a similar technique to the Haraishin, as the steps weren't written down. The next one was called Edo Tensei, and it revived dead shinobi for a little bit if the user had some of their blood for the summoning, and if there was a body for them to inhabit. Those were the only ones who actually interested him. Sure, the infinite darkness sounded cool, but since people said he had bad chakra control, he couldn't use it to save his life. Seeing as how he got what he wanted, Naruto pulled out a notepad that he always carried with him for pranking ideas. Quickly flipping pages of the little notebook, which was nearly full, he wrote down the steps to the Rasengan, Haraishin, and Edo Tensei. Okay, Naruto, almost there. Just got to place the scroll back and get out of here, said Naruto to himself, as he could feel his heartbeat going full pelt as he placed the forbidden scroll back into its place and locked the secret cupboard. Standing up, Naruto quickly wiped the blood off his Gigi's portrait and used his key to open the door slowly and walked out quietly. Closing the door behind him, Naruto moved throughout the building towards the open window. Climbing through the window, Naruto slowly walked across the platform and jumped to the ledge before dropping down to the ramp, which he slid from. Naruto gripped his heart as he finally got out of the building, not alerting any ninja within. Thank Kami that Gigi took his Anbu with him, or I would have been caught instantly, said Naruto to himself as he started to walk towards the steps that would lead him to. Hour later. Ah, god damn it, those steps take forever to climb, muttered Naruto to himself as he was walking with his hands behind his head as he was walking towards his apartment. Maybe he should just go to sleep at his training ground? He did have a makeshift house there, and if he was always there he would be able to train day in and day out, agreeing that would be the best idea. Naruto headed towards his apartment to leave a note for his Gigi to find later on. Naruto's apartment. Opening his door with his key, Naruto turned on the lights and walked through his small apartment and walked into his room. Looking for his travel bag, he quickly opened it and pushed in some of his jumpsuits and some ramen preserves. Going under the bed, he pulled out a loose floorboard that held some of his hidden supplies. In the small hidden compartment were blood pills, chakra pills, and food pills. Each was self-explanatory. Blood pills make your body produce more blood so that if you start bleeding badly you could survive a little longer than normal, although it puts a huge stress on your body later on. The chakra pills replenish your chakra, however each time you take it, it increases the fatigue you will feel and the chakra exhaustion when you stop taking the pills after each time you run out of chakra. The food pills just fill you up for a few hours, although it doesn't give you the nutrition that regular food gives. Next to the supply of pills was his hidden money box, which held hundreds of thousands of yen, which he had saved up from since his young years. Along with the box of money was his fox mask. He didn't know why he had chosen that mask as a child, but it just seemed right at the time. Picking up the mask, he held it to his face and walked towards the bathroom and looked himself in the mirror. He tried to hide it, but it looked right on him for some reason. Throwing his fox Anbu mask into his travel bag, he went back under the floorboard and grabbed his large supply of medical equipment, which was sealed in a scroll. He threw it into the bag as well. The reason for this is when Naruto was smaller, he used to patch up animals he found in the forests around or in, which eventually led him to learning some medical things for both animals and humans. It was kind of a hobby of Naruto's. Seeing as he was done moving his items, he closed the bag before standing up and walking towards his apartment's entrance. Turning off the light as he walked past, he closed the door behind him and locked it. Naruto started to walk towards the training grounds, making the passing ninjas think that he was going to train at one of the regular training grounds. Walking past all the training grounds, he started to sprint towards his secret place. With an hour of sprinting, Naruto finally reached his secret training ground. Well, I might as well sleep now as it's becoming dark, said Naruto as he looked towards the sky, which had just started to show some stars above. 8 hours later. Yawn. Why did I have to wake myself up so early? Groaned Naruto as he fell off his hand-made hammock hidden within the cave behind the waterfall. Naruto looked at himself and shuffled his jacket a little and felt all the scrolls he still had on him. Well, it's a good time to read them, I guess, Naruto thought as he walked around the ice-cold waterfall. Walking towards the center of the clearing, Naruto placed all the scrolls in front of him in 2 piles. The ones on his left were the ones that fell from the Hokage's portraits, while the ones on the right were the ones which were with the forbidden scroll. Naruto scratched his head with his right hand, wondering which one he should open first. Well, the Hokages were his heroes, and he could always read the other ones after, so grabbing the 3 Hokage scrolls, Naruto tried to open them, only for them not to budge. What? But these fell from the floor when my blood. Oh right, I might need my blood to open it, said Naruto as he slapped his forehead for forgetting. But before doing that, Naruto placed his hands into the Kage Bunshin hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. After the shout, multiple puffs of smoke could be heard. Naruto looked at his small army of 200 clones with a nod. Okay guys, everyone go on to tree walking training, okay? Kaka-sensei told me that my chakra control is the worst, so we should work on that for now, said Naruto. He watched his clones nod before going towards a separate tree and began the tree walking exercise. Naruto then looked back at the scrolls with his heart pounding within his chest. Slowly bringing his right hand up towards his mouth, he sent some chakra into his canine tooth and bit his thumb. He quickly drizzled the scrolls in his blood before the wound healed itself. Suddenly 3 poofs sounded off, and what appeared shocked Naruto to his core. The 3 dead Hokage, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, and Hashirama's brother Tobirama Senju, and finally his personal favorite out of all the Hokages, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. 3 living legends stood in front of Naruto, and he could not believe it. Before his mind popped up and thought of something, a ghost screamed at Naruto as he dived into the lake head first, which brought a sweat drop from the 4th Hokage for some reason. The Kages looked at each other before looking at the scrolls on the ground, and was shocked that all 3 of them appeared. Especially Minato, as he was sure that if his scroll was used, Naruto would only be able to use his. He wasn't expecting him to be able to summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage. But that means that Naruto was related to the first 2 Kage. While Minato was in his inner monologue, Tobirama was getting annoyed with his direct family member hiding from them in the lake. So he used his water manipulation to summon a water whip and dragged Naruto out of the lake. Naruto was shitting himself now. He was certain they were ghosts. Even if they weren't able to see through or if they were able to use ninjutsu, Naruto soon found himself suspended off the ground by the second Hokage's water whip. Hashirama, who had been quiet since being summoned, smiled at Naruto and gave a little wave. "Hi there, I guess since you were able to summon me, Tobirama, and who are you?" asked Hashirama with a question mark above his head as he looked at Minato, who looked shocked for a bit before scratching his head in embarrassment. "Oh right, never met. My name Minato Namake's fourth Hokage," said Minato as he turned his back to Hashirama and Tobirama, showing his to them both, along with Naruto who was having a fanboy moment. Who cares if they were ghosts? That was one cool pose. Hashirama seemed to nod before he realized something. "Okay, if you're the fourth Hokage and you're dead, then who is the fifth?" asked Hashirama with his head tilted a bit, while Tobirama simply raised an eyebrow, also wondering who. Minato scratched his head as he actually didn't know, however he was saved by Naruto. "Gigi's the Hokage," said to Naruto with his arms folded as he was still suspended midair and upside down. Hashirama looked at Naruto and asked who this Gigi was. Naruto looked confused at how Hashirama didn't know who Gigi was. But then again he forgot that not everyone knew that he could be the third Hokage granddad. "Oh, he's the third Hokage, and even though he's an old man he's still cool," said Naruto as he was slightly starting to feel all the blood going to his head and giving him a headache. Looking towards the second Hokage, Naruto asked him to let him down, which the second Hokage thought of for a bit, before reluctantly letting the boy go, only to watch as Naruto fell head first into the ground. "Oh! What the hell was that for Databeo?" said Naruto, letting his verbal tick pop up by accident. For some strange reason the fourth Hokage smiled at his verbal tick. Tobirama looked at Naruto for a bit before turning to his brother. "He's from your side of the family," said Tobirama, making Hashirama laugh along with Minato. Naruto just watched as two of the three Kage laughed a bit before getting annoyed. "Hey, can you please tell me how you are alive?" asked Naruto as he pointed towards the Kages, who nodded their heads. Hashirama stepped forward as he began to explain. "Okay, so as you see, you managed to release us three from the three scrolls in front of you, which means you are related to us, either by your father or your mother," said Hashirama as he stepped back and watched as Tobirama moved forward. "In a basic sense you are a blood family. As such we had created these scrolls for our family if they needed help in any situation, so why did you summon us?" asked Tobirama as he watched Naruto scratch his head a bit. "Well, I kind of accidentally found these scrolls when I went to see what the Kage Bunshin really did," said Naruto, grinning a bit before seeing shock appear on the second Hokage's face. Tobirama moved forward along with the other Kages, which made Naruto somewhat have some fear wash over him. Tobirama looked him dead in the eye. "Why would you need to know what the Kage Bunshin does? You shouldn't be able to even attempt it with your currently low levels of chakra and lack of control," said Tobirama as he saw Naruto look at him confused before pointing at the general direction of his clones. When the previous Hokage saw the amount of clones there were, they panicked. "Naruto, dispel your clones 1 at 8. Tobirama was cut off by the sounds of hundreds of poofs. All the Kage looked at Naruto expecting to be on the floor dead from all the strain of the Kage Bunshins exploding at the same time and Naruto experiencing their collective memories. Naruto just stared at the three Kage with his head tilted. He didn't feel anything other than a better sense of control over his chakra, which for some reason made him more relaxed instead of more hyper. "What?" asked Naruto as he looked at the shocked faces of all the Kage in front of him. "How?" mumbled Tobirama as he watched Naruto stand like he wasn't affected by the strain of the Kage Bunshins. Hashirama simply grinned. If Naruto was able to survive that, and not feel a thing, he could be the next Kami no Shinobi in a few years. Minato smiled proudly. His son was as tough as diamonds if he could survive that. And it didn't bother him. Tobirama soon got over his shock. "Well, it seems that training you for the next month will be quite entertaining," said Tobirama with a grin stretching across his face, which was mirrored by the other Kage. Naruto suddenly felt like he was walking into hell. Chapter 2. Faster, Naruto! Screamed Minato as he threw his Hiraishin kunai towards Naruto, who was running on nothing but fumes. It has been 10 days since Naruto's training had begun and the Kages were impressed at Naruto's learning rate even without the clones helping him with nearly everything. When the Kages first began training Naruto, they noticed that he didn't have any survivor skills. They found this out when they sent him to get some food for himself, as they were nothing but upgraded Kage Bunshin as Naruto learned after their first meeting. The Kages waited for half an hour before finding Naruto battling 3 grizzly bears that were a few miles out from their location. How did Naruto get a few miles away while looking for food? They will never know. When Tobirama had asked Naruto who taught him all he knew, the small child had instantly fallen silent, and only murmured his answers. When the Kages heard his answers, the first 2 Hokage only felt sympathy towards the child, However, the fourth Hokage went to his knees and hugged the boy and silently cried. When Naruto asked why he was crying, Minato explained to him about him being Naruto's father, and about how his wife should have been there to look after him, unless she was also dead. All through the night Naruto wept as the three Kage watched him overcome his grief and sadness of the chance of never meeting his mother, although at least he met his father. Kinda. On the second day of training, Tobirama had made Naruto summon as many clones as he could as the day before, only to be able to summon 50 Kage Bunshins when using the same amount of chakra he had used the previous day. That day's experience gave Naruto something else to work on along with everything else he was training in. Flashback 9 days ago. Gaara. Why can't I summon how many clones I want? I know my control was heaps better than yesterday. Even if it was only like 15 minutes worth of chakra control, said Naruto loudly as he continued trying to summon 200 clones like the day before. But no matter what, he wasn't able to summon over 100 clones at max. While Naruto was continuously trying to resummon 200 clones, Tobirama was sitting in a relaxed stance and was feeling out Naruto's chakra for any anomaly that was preventing him from using his chakra properly. Tobirama sensed how Naruto's chakra would emerge from his stomach and noticed something. His chakra was being scrambled from his core. Standing up, Tobirama called Hashirama and Minato towards him and Naruto, who had taken to sitting down onto the ground after another failed attempt. Tobirama looked at Naruto for a bit before lifting his jacket and shirt up, exposing his stomach to the three Kages. For Hashirama, he had no clue what he was looking at. Sure, his wife Mito had taught him some sealing, but he had always fallen asleep during her lectures. For Tobirama, it was an ingenious seal that would disrupt a person's chakra and if they were would block them from accessing their tailed beast's energy. However, since it was new to Tobirama, it would take him a while to learn the counter seal for it. However, for Minato it was simple. Moving his hand towards Naruto's stomach, he placed his hand on the 5-pronged seal and slowly twisted the seal open. However, Minato noticed a seal behind the 5-pronged seal. And if he was correct, it was a bloodline blocking seal, used when a child gains an ability that no one wants them to know about. The only ones who knew that technique were the clan heads and the Hokage. Probably Danzo as well. Naruto, I am going to unseal your chakra and another seal that shouldn't be on you, okay? Said Minato, looking straight at Naruto's eyes, who gave him a nod in return. With all the assurance he needed, he quickly spun his hand counterclockwise and broke both seals that had taken place on Naruto's stomach. After making sure that the Kyuubi seal was not harmed, he went to the other Kages. Naruto just watched as he could feel his chakra getting back to normal, along with noticing that his whisker marks disappeared from his face while looking at a puddle next to him. He watched as the Kages all sent glances at him through most of their conversation. Deciding to relax a bit, Naruto laid down and closed his eyes, only to be able to somehow see the three Kages in a sort of mind map. While he was looking through his mind map, he watched as the Kage moved towards him before they held something out to him. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a blank piece of paper being held above him. Turning his eyes to the Kage, Hashirama started to explain. Okay, Naruto. The paper in front of your face is called chakra paper. Chakra paper comes from trees that are fed chakra over a prolonged amount of time, and can identify someone's chakra type when the person inserts their own chakra into the paper. So all we need you to do is send some chakra into the paper and see your elements, said Hashirama as he watched as Naruto took the paper out of his hand. The Kages watched in anticipation as Naruto used a bit of his chakra and placed it within the special paper. Soon the paper split into three separate pieces. The first piece was completely covered in water. The second piece had turned into pure dirt, and the third piece was zapping the entire paper and making it close up into a ball. The Kage just watched as Naruto had 4 elements: wind, water, earth, and lightning. But before any of them could tell Naruto what his elements were, the water and earth pieces slipped through Naruto's fingers and fell to the ground, where they merged into a small plant. This Hashirama just jumped with joy. He finally had someone to pass his teachings on to. However, he could only do it for 30 days. Present, Naruto, you can do better, said Minato as he teleported around the clearing and threw more kunai at Naruto, as he was also dodging small water dragons and wood dragons. Naruto looked at all his teachers with evil eyes as he continued to dodge all the attacks his sensei had thrown at him. Naruto had looked back at how this training helped him. Hashirama, Minato, and Tobirama had made his clones train in elemental manipulation for all his elements, which was around 50 clones per group. Then Hashirama's medical training, which Naruto enjoyed very much. Tobirama's chakra control training, which had him soaked to the bone as he had to do waterfall climbing while carrying the 3 previous Kage on his back, which annoyed the hell out of him. Then his Toisan's taijutsu training, which actually fit him. Then there were lessons between Tobirama and Minato, along with a slight insight into space-time ninjutsu, his now new favorite subject. Because of those training sessions, he had been able to rise from solid genin to mid-chunin in skills. Experience? About mid-genin, this brought his overall stats to about high genin. Naruto watched as he continued to dodge all his sensei's attacks, and slowly a grin formed on his face. He would kick Neji's ass. Chunin Exam Finals Stadium. Everyone there for the exams was buzzing. Chunin exams were held every 6 months in each hidden village so that the Kages could show off their up-and-coming shinobi to future employers and future enemies. The third Hokage gave a sigh. It had been 1 whole month since he had seen Naruto Uzumaki, and he was getting worried. He had arranged for Jiraiya to meet him and train him for the Chunin exams when he heard that Kakashi was training the Uchiha, but alas Jiraiya didn't want to, and now Naruto probably stood no chance. Hiruzen looked up and saw that everyone was getting restless. He would need to start the Chunin exams soon or people would become angry, and it would affect badly. Looking towards the contestants he saw that there were only 6 in total standing there. The 3 genin missing were Naruto, Sasuke and Dosu from Sound. If Sasuke was to come late people would force him into giving the Uchiha more time to appear, but if Naruto was late by even a nanosecond he would be disqualified. Hiruzen sighed. It looked like Naruto wouldn't be able to try to gain the position of Chunin. Walking towards the edge of the balcony and putting a face on as he noticed the Kazekage enter the Kage booth with his 2 guards, he called out towards the fans. The Chunin exams will now begin, screamed Hiruzen as he watched the crowd go wild from his proclamation. Walking back a bit, he sat down on his chair waiting for the fights. Soon the protector of the Chunin exams walked in front of the group of genin. The man had shoulder-length hair which hung around his face and brown eyes. The most noticeable thing was that he wore his forehead protector like a bandana and he had it in his mouth. His clothing was just the general uniform. Genma lazily looked around before nodding to himself. All genin except for Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga go to the waiting area, said as he watched most of the genin walk off except for Neji. Neji had black hair that was tied up into a loose ponytail which had reached mid-back. Neji wore a black forehead protector that he wore snugly over his forehead. He wore a khaki shirt, under which he wore a dull blue shirt with mesh armor underneath it, dark brown shorts, and blue shinobi sandals. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. Neji stood with his arms crossed for a few seconds before smirking. The fool Naruto probably ran or died during the month break. Genma looked around and couldn't see the blonde boy anywhere, so with a sigh he went to call Neji the winner. Winner due to disqualification, Neji was cut off when a kunai landed in front of him. Moving his eyes into the direction of where the kunai had come from, he had noticed a lone figure standing on top of the cage box. The figure looked like an Anbu mask. The figure wore the standard uniform, although without the Chunin flak jacket, as he noticed it hadn't held the Uzumaki emblem on the back. But what I noticed about the Anbu mask was which animal it represented. He knew from some colleagues that no one would even think of wearing that type of mask. It was a fox mask. Soon the figure free fell from the cage box roof and landed in a slight crouch with nearly without any sound coming from the impact. Genma looked at the man for a bit before noticing the blonde hair. Then he grinned. "Are you Naruto Uzumaki?" asked Genma as he watched as the now named Naruto tilted his head a bit. "What gave me away?" asked Naruto as he removed his mask and secured it to his hip via belt. Genma just looked at the kid and smirked. Walking back towards the center of the arena he stood in between the 2 genin. Raising his hand up, he looked at both sides and then brought his hand down. Chapter 3. Both contestants looked at each other, not moving a muscle as a light wind ruffled their hair, even when their fight was started. Naruto looked at Neji with nothing but a blank face as he moved his arms up to his chest and wrapped them up, confusing Neji before he shrugged it off and began to give his opponent some verbal abuse. "You know changing your clothes won't do anything dead last. Fate has chosen me to win this fight. After all, who would support a worthless nobody peasant?" said Neji as he smirked, waiting for Naruto's outburst. However, it was only silence, before Naruto spoke a few words. "At least I'm not a slave," said Naruto in a whisper that somehow reached everyone's ears, especially Neji's, who had started to see blood. "What did you say, peasant?" muttered Neji as he clenched and unclenched his hands as he formed them into tight fists before releasing them and repeating the process. Naruto looked at him straight in his eyes before saying the words he had not spoken just moments ago. "At least I'm not a slave," said Naruto in a louder voice as he watched Neji tense his legs, before sprinting at him, only to fall down to his knees while holding his stomach. Seems his attack worked. Walking up to Neji he quickly sent some strikes to his shoulders and back before standing back a little and admiring his work. Neji couldn't believe what had happened. He started to run, only to feel his head swim along with his stomach feeling like someone was piercing it with a kunai. Next thing he knew was Naruto stopping his arms from moving along with his legs. Looking up towards Naruto, he gnashed his teeth as he stared into Naruto's eyes. How did you beat me?" asked Neji as the medic rushed towards his location ready to pick him up and take him towards the medical booth near the genin stand. Naruto just looked at him for a moment, before turning towards the genin stand, leaving Neji clueless about how he was defeated. Neji just looked at Naruto's back with anger. How dare this peasant do this to him? Trying to get up, Neji then felt all the muscles of his arms rip. "Eh!" screamed Neji as he fell back onto the floor with his head down, showing he was completely knocked out. The crowd was silent as Naruto walked back towards the stand. Before Ayam stood up from the stand and screamed, "Yes, Naruto-kun! We made over 1,000,000 yen!" screamed Ayam as she and her father had bet on Naruto winning, and with the odds at 1.5 Neji and 1,000 Naruto, anyone who picked Naruto to win would have quite a bit of cash to spend. Naruto stopped walking and looked towards Ayam, and gave a grin and thumbs up, before continuing towards the genin box. Kage booth. The third Hokage stared in shock. His unofficial grandson defeated the Hyuga prodigy in 30 seconds. All without moving his body once until Neji suddenly fell over and was in pain. How did Naruto do that? The Kazekage was in a similar state of wondering. He had not noticed anything before or after the Hyuga fell. The Kazekage turned towards the Hokage with his eyes narrowing. "What did the blonde child do, Hokage Dano?" asked the Kazekage with genuine curiosity. The third Hokage just looked at the arena for a bit before shaking his head a bit. "I do not know, Kazekage Dano. I simply do not know," replied the Hokage as he watched Neji Hyuga being carried away towards the medical box. Genin area. As Naruto walked up towards the participants' booth, he saw many look at him in shock, which Naruto understood why, as it was very unlikely that a dead last would beat a prodigy in only 30 seconds. Getting rid of his blank face and replacing it with a grin and wave, he greeted his friend. Comrades. Another thing his teachers taught. Friends are people who like to be around you for you, and not because they look at you and get an ego boost from your graduation position, along with actually hanging out with you for no other reason other than to hang out. Comrades were people you knew better than most, but had not become friends with them. When Naruto looked at it like that, he remembered all the times Kiba, Ino, Sakura not just Sakura, and Sasuke had walked up to him, just to give him insults. "Hey everyone, how's it going?" asked Naruto as he walked over towards the balcony and started to lean against it. Now everyone in the participant area was shocked. Naruto Uzumaki didn't scream in greeting, and wasn't acting like he was 30 days ago. Shikamaru just looked at Naruto closely with a thoughtful gaze for a bit, before shrugging it off as it being too troublesome to figure out why Naruto was like that. Arena. Ginma just shook his head at the very short fight. He did notice something off about the wind, but it was probably just his imagination. "Okay, will the participants Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara of the Sand please step forward?" said with a loud voice to get over the talking of the crowd, only for the crowd to start to cheer very loudly as they waited for Sasuke. 30 seconds later I looked towards the Hokage on what to do as Sasuke did not appear. Kage booth. Well, it seems that Sasuke inherited Kakashi's lateness. "It seems he will be disqualified," muttered the Hokage as he began walking towards the balcony to announce Sasuke's forfeit. However, the Kazekage thought otherwise. "Wait, Hokage Dano, many people turned up to watch Sasuke Uchiha and my son Gaara to fight. Maybe you could give them more time?" asked the Kazekage in a polite tone, which the Hokage began to think about. While unfair to other competitors, it would at least give the audience something to wait on. "Fine, I will move his match to the last one before disqualifying him," said the Hokage as he stood at the edge of the balcony. "Civilians and all, Sasuke Uchiha's match and Gaara of the Sand will be moved into the last fight of the first round," said the Hokage, getting cheers of joy from the entire crowd. As he walked back and sat down, he could hear a voice yelling in the distance. It seemed like Naruto did still act like himself. Participant booth. "Damn it, Jiji. Why are you letting that ass have more of a benefit?" screamed Naruto up towards the cage booth while shaking his fist at the area he knew his Jiji was, only to get everyone in the crowd stare at him. "What? That ass gets everything handed to him. Not my fault, I speak the truth," said Naruto as he crossed his arms and became quiet again. Arena. Ginma was smirking, although he would have been laughing if he wasn't the protector of the fight. Naruto sure could make nearly anything laughable. Ginma looked towards the genin booth and called out the two next competitors. "Will Shikamaru, Nara and Temari of the Sand please come forth?" pointing towards the center only to hear someone surrender. Genin booth. "I surrender," said Shikamaru as he shook his head, muttering troublesome. There was no way he would be able to defeat a wind user without the field being damaged, or without the right equipment. Naruto just nodded his head. Shikamaru's clan was strategists, and if it didn't look like he could win, the best choice was to surrender. Although he was going to push Shikamaru in, that would be endangering a comrade, something Naruto would never do. Arena. Ginma started to laugh a bit. It seemed like Sasuke's time was running out. Shrugging, called out the next two competitors, only to hear one of them surrender. Genin booth. "Yes, I keep changing what the name of the participants both is, sorry. I surrender," said Kankuro, as he couldn't show the crow off until the invasion. Arena. Genma was busting his gut. All the fights were short. And the only one to fight was Naruto and Neji. But Naruto didn't even move until the end of that. Seemed like Sasuke wouldn't get to fight. Cagebooth, the Kazekage was seething. Now there was no choice but to disqualify Sasuke. Damn you Kakashi and your lateness, thought the Kazekage as he looked at the Hokage moving towards the balcony. The Hokage was grinning slightly. It seemed that Sasuke was going to be disqualified. Due to Sasuke not appearing, he is now disqualified. Now on to the next match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara of the Sand. However, since the Sasuke and Gaara fight never happened, we will allow a 5-minute break for placing bets, said the Hokage as he walked back towards his chair and sat down with his hands covering his grin. Genin booth. Naruto was excited. He was going to fight and actually test his skills against Gaara. Unless he falls like Neji did. Ha ha ha, this is going to be fun, said Naruto as he started to hop on the balls of his feet in preparation of his entrance. Before he stopped jumping and took a breath to calm down. And like a switch, Naruto's face became blank. As he heard the 5 minutes be over, he jumped onto the field. Arena. Genma looked at the two ninja as they stared at each other with blank faces and in their ready stances. Genma nodded to himself, ready to step in if Gaara attempted to kill Naruto. Raising his hand up, he looked at both competitors for a bit, before throwing his hand down and jumping away. Fight. Naruto looked at Gaara for a bit, before noticing his attack had hit, but it didn't work. That meant that Gaara either had an immune system that could purge him of nearly anything, or he was like he was. Looks like if things get out of hand he will have to use his gift, or seals. Naruto leaned forward slightly before tensing his muscles. Feeding a slight amount of chakra to his body, he dashed. Slam! Naruto stood where Gaara previously stood with his fist in a punching position. Following the direction of his fist, it led to a large hole in the side of the arena. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, searching for Gaara's chakra signature and seeing how it was flowing. It was flowing rapidly. He was angry. Naruto opened his eyes once again and dashed back towards his original starting position. He watched as Gaara moved out of the hole in the wall and stared at him with anger, before smiling maniacally towards Naruto. Yes. You will prove my existence, said Gaara loud enough so that the crowd could hear him. Naruto just stared at the redhead in front of him. He was however he had to make sure, as there have been bloodlines for nearly every element. Naruto placed his hands behind his back and unsealed 2 kunai with seal markings written on them, which he grabbed one for each hand. Looking at Gaara, he watched as he sent sand tentacles towards him. He could see each movement of the tentacle. However, it was a lot harder than seeing a human body that had 2 arms and legs. Dashing to the left, Naruto jumped over 2 tentacles that were aiming for his stomach. He then jumped on top of a single tentacle and ran along it towards Gaara. Gaara, seeing what he was doing, immediately stopped the sand tentacle before sending all his tentacles right at Naruto, who just jumped on them while gaining a bit closer to Gaara. Naruto, seeing how he was close enough, jumped up towards the sky, blending him in with the sun's shine. Ceiling, 2-point barrier. Throwing the 2 kunai at Gaara's left and right, he watched as the kunai glowed before having a blue barrier appear around him. Gaara tried to move. He tried to fight the barrier but could only feel himself getting weaker. When Naruto landed, he quickly went through a few hand signs. Sealing, 5 elemental seals, screamed Naruto as he charged forward, making sure his barrier ran out of chakra just before he touched it. Naruto watched as his barrier disappeared right when his fingers were a centimeter from it. Seeing how the barrier fell, Naruto pushed his legs a bit harder and rammed his fingers at Gaara's stomach. Even if he didn't hit Gaara's seal, it would knock him out and block him from his chakra. Naruto watched as Gaara looked at him in shock as he flew towards the arena wall once again, as Naruto used too much strength when he thrusted his hand on Gaara's stomach. BOM. The familiar smashing of a wall was heard by all. Genma, who had decided to check on Gaara's condition slowly, pried the young redhead out of the arena wall. Putting 2 fingers towards his neck to check for a pulse, he was delighted to find Gaara still alive and simply knocked out. The winner is Naruto. Uzuma Gemma was cut off from the sound of the Kage booth exploding, along with nearly everyone in the crowd falling asleep, while the sand shinobi started to attack every leaf shinobi there. Throughout the whole fight, Naruto could make out 3 words. We're under attack. Chapter 4. Naruto watched as ninjas sprang into action without thinking and started to fight the Suna and the Sound ninjas that had mysteriously appeared once the invasion started. Naruto watched as Temari and her brother Kankuro grabbed Gaara and left towards the village's forests. BOM. Looking up, he saw a purplish barrier arise from out of nowhere. Deciding to get a better view, Naruto sprang off the ground and bounced from wall to wall as he reached the purple barrier. A 4-flame formation if he was correct. Naruto looked at the 4 shinobi holding the barrier. The first one he had seen was a rather fat one. He had orange eyes, and 3 tufts of orange hair on his head and a mohawk of sorts that ran down the middle and 2 similar styled tufts of hair at the side. He wore a sleeveless tunic with the symbol of the Sound 4 on the hem, along with black arm warmers, a pair of black, three-quarter-length pants that stopped just below his knees. Along with this, he wore sandals with leg warmers, covered by bandages, a purple robe belt around his waist, and a necklace that consisted of circular pieces separating long, metallic pieces. The next person he saw was a girl. The most distinctive feature was her long, untamed, red hair. She also wore a black hat with bandaged sides, and she wore a tan tunic, much like the other members of the sound group, with black shorts and standard black shinobi sandals. Then came the sight of a man with 6 arms. The man was a light brown-skinned shinobi with black, shaggy hair, and black eyes. He wore a black, sleeveless top and shorts, over which he wore a tunic that bore the symbol of a circle, and a purple rope belt around his waist. He also wore the forehead protector of his village along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals and bandages around his legs. The next person Naruto saw was a man with 2 heads, although one of them seemed to be asleep. The man had straight, dark gray hair with long bangs that covered an eye. From what he could see, the man wore a green shade of lipstick, and had dark markings around his eyes, giving him an androgynous appearance. He wore brown tunics with long black wristbands, black skin-tight shorts, and purple ropes tied around his waist. He also wore a dark red, beaded necklace around his neck and a giant scroll behind his back. Naruto turned his attention to what was inside the barrier, and his eyes widened in shock. There was his Neji fighting Hashirama and Tobirama along with Orochimaru. Naruto had to get in there. He couldn't let his granddad and all but blood fight his senseis. Naruto dashed towards the barrier, ignoring the redhead woman commenting on him being dumb and an idiot. Naruto went through hand signs, sealing, temporal distortion. When Naruto placed his glowing yellow hand on the barrier, he watched as the barrier opened itself up so that it would fit his body, along with someone slightly taller than him. Dashing through the barrier, he ignored the swearing of the redhead girl along with gaping ninjas who had looked to see what he had done. Naruto watched as he moved towards the battle, his Neji fighting off his senseis. Naruto looked towards Hashirama as he was preparing his chakra for a Mokuton attack. He had to act quickly. Pumping chakra into his body, Naruto dashed straight towards his sensei before a blue fire lit up in his hand. Sealing, restriction of the Shinigami. Naruto thrusted his hand into Hashirama's armor as he barreled through the corpse, cutting it in two and sending bits of tiny paper like cells into the air. As Hashirama's body dropped, he quickly sent Naruto a grin before falling face first into the ground. Which wasn't a great view for a fight. Naruto landed on a branch that his sensei created with would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees, which allows the user to summon trees anywhere. This included but not limited to roofs, ocean, walls, metal and many other objects. Naruto snapped his head to the side as he felt a punch to his jaw, sending him through multiple trees and branches. Landing with half his body encased by a tree's base, he looked up to where he was previously standing and had come across Tobirama, his sensei. Forcing himself up, Naruto moved to stand on a single branch before creating 10 Kage Bunshins. Naruto looked towards his clones before pointing towards the direction his Neji was. Help Neji, okay? From what I heard, Orochimaru is a sneaky bastard that can get himself out of nearly anything, said Naruto as he turned back to his sensei, who was simply watching him with a smile. The clones nodded, before dashing towards the Hokage's position. Naruto stared at his sensei with a blank face as his eyes traveled to his surrounding area, preparing to fight his sensei. Tobirama looked at Naruto with a grin. While he couldn't control his body, he could still talk and show emotions. Naruto, I know that my and Hashirama's scrolls, along with Minato's, had been destroyed due to the time seal placed on it, but even though it's only been 10 days since you and my clone had trained, I can tell that you are doing very well. However, you didn't notice me place on you. So I'm sorry, but you are now dead, said Tobirama with his face marrying a frown as he watched Naruto grab his head and fall to the ground with blood pooling out of his head through his ears and closed eyes. And you don't know when it was a Kage Bunshin in my place, replied Naruto with his hand now shoved through Tobirama's back along with his other hand placing the sealing, restriction of the Shinigami on him. Ripping his hand out from Tobirama's back, he watched as Tobirama fell forward onto the roof tiles that the large amount of trees didn't cover. Naruto looked at his sensei's down form and gave a small smile, before dashing off to his Jiji's battle as he felt 6 of the 9 he had sent to help his Jiji, as he had used one to trick Tobirama, although it was probably Tobirama making his body not react to him switching with a clone. I'll be seeing ya, sensei, muttering to Naruto as he leaves the clearing, not noticing the smile Tobirama had held on his face. Orochimaru and Hiruzen battle. The third Hokage was huffing. He was keeping even with his student Orochimaru, however his aging body will eventually fail him. Hiruzen dodged the incoming snake barrage that Orochimaru sent towards him. He watched as a Naruto clone kicked a stray snake away from him before being dispelled by Orochimaru, who had jumped towards him and sent a neck-snapping kick. Even though Hiruzen knew that it was only a clone of Naruto, seeing his unofficial grandson's neck snap towards you would slightly scare you. Hiruzen quickly spun his adamantine staff in a 360-degree spin, knocking all the other snakes Orochimaru had sent towards him after once again killing another Naruto clone, this time with his Kusanagi blade. Orochimaru grinned as he sliced through the few Naruto clones that had appeared to help Hiruzen. But he did note that the Kage Bunshins did not disappear after he sent Tobirama to kill Naruto. Did Naruto take to hiding? Well, it shouldn't take much longer for Tobirama to kill him. Orochimaru chuckled as he pointed his katana, the Kusanagi blade, at his sensei, manga version of sword. The Kusanagi blade had a standard katana shape. It had black cloth surrounding the handle with white diamonds running along the sides of it. The guard was just a plain gold circle. The actual blade of the Kusanagi was black with a white edge running along the bottom of the blade. Hiruzen. Time to die, said Orochimaru as he dashed towards his sensei with his sword forward, only to get a snapping kick to the back of his head, which sent him flying towards the barrier, only to be saved by one of his snakes he had summoned mid-fight. Orochimaru looked to see who had attacked him and looked shocked. There stood Naruto Uzumaki, his green jacket ripped beyond repair along with his black long sleeve, having multiple tears running throughout it. Sorry, Orochimaru. But I won't let you kill the Hokage, said Naruto as he started to build up chakra within his coils, as a shinobi of. It's my duty to protect the great will of fire. I learnt that from my senseis. And I will be damned if I let their teachings be wasted upon me, said Naruto as he activated his technique. Flash step, shouted Naruto as he disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon Orochimaru felt a blinding pain in his ribs as he was sent flying from one end of the purple flames formation to the other. However, this time he actually hit the barrier. Ah! Screamed Orochimaru as he bounced off of the barrier, showing his now burnt left arm, which had begun to bleed as Orochimaru's arm peeled. Orochimaru looked for Naruto, only to see him on the ground holding his stomach, along with his sensei guarding him. Hiruzen moved as soon as he saw Naruto fall to his knees and grab his stomach. Naruto, my boy, are you okay? Asked Hiruzen as he kept his eyes on Orochimaru, who had started to look towards them. Naruto huffed, and he tried to draw chakra out of Hashirama's trees. He knew that his technique, which was just an upgraded Shunshin, had not been tested in the field. But he didn't think that the effects would be this bad. He hadn't taken into account the uneven flooring, which had forced him to change direction several times within his single flash step. Yeah. I'm fine. Just going to have to gather some chakra. You wouldn't have a chakra pill on you? Asked Naruto as he watched his Gigi drop a single pill onto a tile in front of him. Nodding gratefully towards his Gigi, he swallowed the pill and instantly felt his chakra start to return. He was definitely going to get put into the hospital for chakra exhaustion. Standing up, Naruto quickly flared his chakra to start healing his minor wounds at a faster rate as he already had Kyuubi's chakra healing him. Naruto looked towards Orochimaru, noticing something that he didn't notice before while he was gathering some chakra. The Kusanagi wasn't in Orochimaru's hand. Naruto heard a swish behind him and widened his eyes. The Kusanagi blade was flying towards his Gigi. Naruto jumped forward and pushed him out of the way, surprising the Hokage as he watched Naruto get the Kusanagi pulled through him. Hiruzen watched as Naruto passed out from the pain of having a sword go through his left shoulder. Orochimaru grew even more pissed. He was aiming for his sensei, but the brat had pushed him out of the way and instead gotten himself stabbed. Orochimaru watched as Hiruzen suddenly started to cough blood out from his mouth. It seemed the Kusanagi blade's poison was finally taking its effect. Hiruzen covered his mouth with a hand as he coughed out blood, which some of it landed on Naruto's face. He was going to die without medical treatment. And if he died, Orochimaru could kill Naruto afterwards. He knew what he was going to do. Looking towards his student, Hiruzen hardened his eyes as he started to go through a chain of hand signs. Looking fiercely towards Orochimaru's eyes, Hiruzen had flashbacks of how his student started and how he had ended, and could only become more determined as he watched through all of the innocent people being used as guinea pigs by him. Orochimaru, too long have I let you live. As my final act of Hokage, I will kill you. By taking you to hell with me, shouted Hiruzen towards the end of his speech as he finished his hand signs. Orochimaru, who had noticed that used those hand signs, widened his eyes in fear. Throwing the Kusanagi blade towards Hiruzen before he completed he watched as had deflected the katana before dispersing due to limited chakra. Dead demon consuming seal, shouted Hiruzen as the specter of the Shinigami started to appear, before feeling someone swapping places with him using the replacement technique. Hiruzen looked towards the Shinigami he had summoned and widened his eyes when he saw the specter's hand being placed through Naruto's stomach. The Shinigami was a translucent giant specter with a demonic visage. It was much larger than an average human, possessing long, shaggy white hair, from which two red horns protrude, and dark grayish blue-colored skin. It is draped in large white garments, and carries a set of prayer beads. The Shinigami also had a tanto in its mouth. The Shinigami stared at Naruto with squinted eyes. "Why have you summoned me, human?" asked the Shinigami as he looked towards the blonde child in front of him. He did look familiar though. Naruto looked ahead as he stared into Orochimaru's eyes. "I want to seal Orochimaru into you," said Naruto as he watched the figure look towards Orochimaru and squint a bit harder before opening his eyes back to normal. "Ah yes. The one who avoids me by transferring bodies," muttered the Shinigami. Naruto quickly formed his hands into a certain hand sign, which made the remaining Naruto clones paralyze Orochimaru with multiple seals that he made the clones prepare during his and Hiruzen battle against Orochimaru. Naruto looked towards the Shinigami before nodding. He watched as the Shinigami's ghostly hand shot through him and strayed at Orochimaru as he was attempting to move only to fail. As the ghostly hand grabbed Orochimaru and started to pull his spirit out, Orochimaru decided to become a bastard. "I will not die here!" screamed Orochimaru as he made his discarded Kusanagi blade once again sail towards Naruto, who had only widened his eyes before feeling the blade punch right through his right lung. Naruto coughed out blood from his mouth as his lungs started to fill with blood. Naruto tried to focus on Orochimaru as he used his chakra to pull his being out from him using the Shinigami's hand. However, he couldn't even see Orochimaru now. All he could see was a white blur ahead of him with a blue blur connecting him, and the white being, which he knew was Orochimaru. "Come on, Naruto. You can do this," shouted Naruto to himself, as he forced his chakra to pull whatever he had latched onto. Only to feel his control slip, and instead of pulling out Orochimaru's head, chest and arms, he only managed to pull the arms off him. As the Shinigami went to cut Naruto's soul in half and eat it, he felt something off. Before grinning a bit before disappearing, while leaving Naruto's soul intact, although nobody knew that as Naruto just simply fell towards the ground. Orochimaru was livid when he tried to surge chakra to his body. He hadn't felt his arms. All he felt was an unholy pain where his arms were. He then realized what had happened. He lost his ability to use chakra in his arms. He lost his arms. He lost the one thing that mattered to him. His jutsus. Orochimaru was about to have Naruto's head before he felt the chakra surge coming a few feet from him. Turning his head, he was shocked to see what he did. He saw his sensei with nothing but a pure blank expression, although he now had brown pigments going across from his forehead and down the middle of his nose. Hiruzen just looked at Orochimaru's arms as they slowly started to turn purple. Hiruzen slowly turned his eyes towards Orochimaru, who had instantly called the shinobi holding the barrier to help him escape. However, he didn't see Hiruzen smash his face into the ground. Hiruzen looked at his student with nothing for a few moments, before a raging hatred appeared across his features. "I was weak, Orochimaru. I was weak for letting you live because you were my favorite student. I had turned a blind eye at your experiments, and looked at what it had cost me later down the road. It cost me my village's people, my likely family, and my UN official grandson," screamed Hiruzen as he stomped on Orochimaru's back. Hearing a crunch from his ex-student's back, he continued to snap his spine with multiple stomps, before he started to feel the effects from the Kusanagi again. Orochimaru quickly went through some hand signs, ignoring his excruciating pain as it only grew with each second. Finishing his hand signs, he watched as his sound form dropped the barrier around him and Hiruzen before teleporting to him with a shunshin and quickly reverse summoning him and them back to his village. The Anbu stationed around the field instantly tried to give chase to Orochimaru and his ninjas before seeing them disappear. Refocusing on their efforts, they quickly grabbed the Hokage by the arms, only to hear him speak. "Grab Naruto Uzumaki's body. If he is somehow still alive, bring him to the Anbu hospital," said the Hokage as he stared towards Naruto's unmoving body for a few seconds before being shunshined towards his personal hospital room that had the best medics in the village working there. One of the few Anbu there walked towards Naruto's still body before placing a hand on his chest trying to see if he was indeed dead. Do bump. Do bump. Do bump. The Anbu reared his hand back in shock. Naruto Uzumaki was still alive. The Anbu quickly looked towards two colleges of his. "Bird Snake. Pick up Naruto Uzumaki and take him towards the Anbu hospital. He is in critical danger right now, his heartbeat very weak, but still there," said the Tiger Anbu as he pointed towards Naruto's prone body, only to hear someone within the group mutter out how they shouldn't save the demon and just let him die. Tiger turned to the operative and stared at him for a few seconds, before smashing a knee into his gut and knocking him out. Tiger turned back towards the group of Anbu. "Go!" screamed the Tiger as he watched them start to move. In the arena, in the middle of the arena, there was a puff of smoke. "Yo, are we on it?" Kakashi stopped as he noticed that no one was there. Blinking to himself, he must have gone a day early or something. Turning towards Sasuke with an eye smile, he pointed his thumbs up. Well, Sasuke, looks like we have more time to train. With that, Kakashi grabbed Sasuke by the shoulder before shining back towards his secret training ground. Chapter 5. Hospital. Where am I? Thought of Naruto, as he slowly opened his eyes and instantly covered them due to the brightness. Allowing his eyes to adjust to the brightness within the room, he slowly sat up and looked around, only to come to the conclusion that he was in the general hospital. Again, when Naruto tried to stand up, he felt a shock run through his system and a massive pain in his shoulder. Looking down towards his right shoulder, Naruto just stared blankly at the wrappings around his entire chest and stomach. Thinking back to his injuries, he remembered himself taking the Kusanagi through both the stomach and the right lung while helping his Gigi in battle. His Gigi. He passed out before he could help. Although he felt something was different within him. Grabbing the edge of his bed, Naruto started to push himself onto his 2 feet. Letting go of the bed, he started to slowly walk towards his hospital room door. Reaching out with his right hand, he grabbed the doorknob before slowly twisting it open as his wrist was sore for some odd reason. Sticking his head out, Naruto looked both directions before slowly walking out of his room. When he was younger, if he was caught sneaking out of the hospital, he would have many ninjas throw him back in there under Hokage's orders. It sucked because it was boring in the hospital. Walking down the long walkway, Naruto took a second to look out of the nearby window and watched shining with just a bit of rubble here and there, although the gates around were pretty damaged. Turning his head back towards the walkway, he used the wall next to him to support him as he walked through the hallway. Closing his eyes for a moment, Naruto started to sense chakra signatures spread all around the village. Locking onto the largest chakra signature, he opened his eyes and started to walk forward only to see a ninja appear in front of him with a shunshin. The ninja was obviously a woman as her body was amazingly shaped. The most distinguishing feature of the Anbu woman was her long purple hair. The Anbu with a Nico mask looked at Naruto for a bit, before placing a hand on his shoulder and shunshin him towards the Hokage tower. Hokage office. Hiruzen watched as a poof of smoke and leaves appeared in the middle of his office. Once the leaves and smoke cleared, there stood Naruto Uzumaki and Anbu Nico. Hiruzen looked towards Naruto's state of dress, which was just the regular hospital gown that was administered to all patients. He chuckled to himself that Naruto hadn't noticed his dress yet. What the hell? Screamed Naruto as he looked down at himself to see a hospital gown on him. Anbu Nico's shoulders were moving slightly up and down, giving off that she was laughing slightly. Hiruzen grinned before nodding towards Nico, giving her the order to go back into position. With a replying nod, she jumped into one of the darkened corners and disappeared. Well, she just sat there. Hiruzen stood up while holding his right hip slightly as he walked towards Naruto. When he reached Naruto, he wrapped him up in a hug, which Naruto returned. When the hug stopped, Hiruzen clicked his fingers and a replica of Naruto's new clothes appeared, along with his old jumpsuits. Hiruzen looked towards all the ceilings and nodded, making the 4 Anbu there appear. He then looked back towards Naruto and smiled. Your choice, he said as he went to wait outside the office. Naruto got what he meant. He could become a ninja. Or be like he used to be. A clown. It wasn't that hard of a choice. Naruto walked towards his carefully folded replica of his clothes from the Chunin exam's final. Quickly putting on his black long-sleeve shirt and baggy pants, he looked for the jacket but noticed it wasn't there. Along with his fox mask. Walking outside, he saw his Gigi smile a proud smile at him, and also got 4 nods from the Anbu of his choice. Naruto nodded back towards the Anbu and looked at his Gigi seriously. Where's my jacket and fox mask? Asked Naruto as he watched the Hokage raise his eyebrow at him for that question, as he wasn't expecting Naruto to ask about his fox mask. Hiruzen looked towards one of the Anbu and made a few hand signs behind his back. With a nod from the Anbu, he quickly disappeared to do what his Hokage had told him. Looking back at Naruto, Hiruzen grinned. I don't know Naruto, but would you like to come with me to the council room? Asked the Hokage. Getting a shrug from Naruto, they both began to walk towards the council room, with the Hokage noticing Naruto's slow but easier walk. It seemed that Naruto was healing while walking. As Hiruzen and Naruto were walking, the Hokage turned towards Naruto with a small smile. So, how was training with 3 Kage? Asked Hiruzen casually as he saw Naruto widen his eyes to maximum proportion and quickly turn his head towards his Gigi. How asked Naruto as he noticed that his Gigi wasn't angry at all even though he kinda took some things. I saw through the crystal ball of your training at times. Good job, by the way. Maybe in a few years you could actually gain the title of Hokage, said Hiruzen as he and Naruto walked towards the council room. Naruto looked towards Hiruzen before shagging his now not painfully bad shoulders and upper body. So you know that I stole my parents' scrolls along with going through the forbidden scroll again, right? Said Naruto as he kept looking forward, not noticing his Gigi widen his eyes similar to how Naruto had a few moments ago. Hiruzen was gaping. He thought that Naruto only managed to accidentally get the 3 Kages to help him, and that was a shock. He thought that only Minato's scroll would appear if Naruto swiped blood onto the pictures, and now he finds out that Naruto had taken his parents' scrolls and looked through the forbidden scroll again. How did he do that? Finally reaching the council room, Naruto and Hiruzen walked through the door going to the Hokage podium. Hiruzen looked at Naruto for a bit, deciding if he should do what he was going to do. Finally deciding, he looked towards Naruto and grinned. Naruto sits at the Uzumaki clan seat, said Hiruzen, making all the council members look at him in shock. Naruto looked to the seat that was in between the Nara clan head and the Hyuga clan head. Walking towards the seat, he sat himself down, ignoring the mutterings around him, although he made the seat a little bigger using his Mokutan, so that he would be able to properly see. Hiruzen nodded towards Naruto, who in turn gave him a thumbs up. Hiruzen looked towards the room and started. We are here today to discuss promotions for a few genin who had gone above and beyond what was expected of them. So the names are Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburame and Naruto Uzumaki, said Hiruzen. As he tried to start the voting, he was interrupted by a civilian council member. What about Uchiha-sama and my daughter? They deserves the promotion, screamed a banshee or a woman with pink hair and green eyes, similar to Sakura. Naruto was holding his ears as well as most of the other shinobi, although Naruto had the worst of it as their heightened sense picked up on the sound. Hiruzen's eyes started to twitch before he began to sigh. And why should I promote Sasuke, Uchiha and Sakura? Asked Hiruzen, only to regret asking as the woman opened her mouth once again. Because Sasuke is and Uchiha, and we need him and the Sharingan back. And my daughter because she defeated a clan child, shouted the copy of Sakura as she slammed her fist down onto the table. Just before Hiruzen could reply, Naruto moved his hand up. Could I place a volume control seal on her? My ears are bleeding along with hers, said Naruto as he tilted his head to the left and spilled some blood onto the Hyuga head, which in turn looked at him in hate. Hiruzen looked towards and indeed saw that the Inuzuka clan head was indeed bleeding out of her ears from Hikari's voice. Nodding, he saw Naruto disappear and slap a seal on the back of Hikari, and then reappear back in his seat. What did you do to me? The demon said to Hikari as she attempted to scream, only to find that she couldn't. At that moment, everyone in the council started to worship Naruto without him knowing, before getting over it. Hiruzen then answered Hikari's previous question. Sasuke doesn't deserve the position as he hadn't even turned up for the Chunin exams and Sakura had drawn against the clan child. But that also wouldn't have given her the position of Chunin as Chunin needed tact, skill and leadership, said Hiruzen. Okay, now Shikamaru Nara all four? 3/4 of the council raised their hands as they had heard he managed to lead a small group of genin to help minimize damage around the academy and prevented the fall of a medical team who were passing by under attack. Next on the agenda in Shino Aburame, said Hiruzen as he watched 1/4 of the council put their hands up. It was known that Shino also helped with Shikamaru, just not as much, although most of the medical team did continue living due to a very smart bug clone squad, which was made out to be the medical team. Hiruzen then nodded towards Naruto, and finally Naruto Uzumaki said to Hiruzen as he watched both the shinobi and civilian side of the council didn't raise their hand at all. Naruto looked at them with a little bit of wonder, before shrugging. There was always field promotion or other methods. Hiruzen raised his eyebrow at everyone keeping their hands down for Naruto's promotion, wondering why he voiced his concern. And why shouldn't Naruto get promoted? Asked Hiruzen as he watched the Hyuga head stand up. From all his previous records, he was nothing but a prankster and the dead last of his generation. Now, while I had indeed seen his Chunin exams fights, they were obviously staged as not even I could defeat Neji that fast. Hiruzen tilted his head before looking towards Shikakunara. The man stood up and gave a sigh. Naruto Uzumaki's personality and characteristics don't show a competent leader at all, and he does not show any ounce of tactics, which could get his team killed, said Shikaku. Hiruzen started to think about how Naruto not only saved them, but indirectly took out their opponents, and saved him from dying at the hands of his senseis and student. Naruto sighed, looking like his personality that Tobirama had pointed out was definitely going to haunt him later on in life. Stupid sensei knowing everything. Hiruzen then looked towards his ceiling and nodded. He watched as a figure landed straight into the middle of the room. Anbu Tiger, should Naruto Uzumaki gain the promotion of Chunin? Asked Hiruzen as he watched the tiger get ready to talk. Yes, he should. He not only battled and defeated 2 opponents with ease, he also breached a flame formation barrier, which should have burnt anyone to a crisp at contact, and he then helped the Hokage battle weakened versions of Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama. Then helped Sandaime-sama with Orochimaru and even took 2 sword stabs from Orochimaru to help Sandaime-sama. Personally, I would just have him join Anbu, said Tiger, as he felt his Anbu commander dragon shake his head in agreement. Gasps were heard throughout the council room. Naruto Uzumaki as an Anbu? What's next? Is the Sandaime actually accepted? The Sandaime actually thought about it for a moment before calling the Anbu commander out. Dragon, come out and state whether or not should Naruto Uzumaki join the Anbu Corps, said Hiruzen as he watched his Anbu commander appear within a moment's notice. The Dragon Anbu was silent for a few moments before speaking. I think that Naruto Uzumaki should be implemented into Anbu. His skills are quite high compared to how he was 31 days ago, which brings me to wonder what he did. However, I recommend he join Anbu, said the dragon-masked man as he then looked towards his Hokage. Naruto was just absorbing it all in. He might get recommended for Anbu. He might be given training for the best of the best. Hiruzen started to think. Anbu wasn't the best for a child, but he knew Naruto would pull through. However, there was the thing about Naruto now being the center of attention after the whole Chunin exams. Maybe. Yeah, that could work. As he was about to speak, the Hyuga head stood up and slammed his hands down onto the table. This is ludicrous, shouted as he looked towards his right, looking straight at Naruto with his active, aren't you taking his personality and mission reports in? He was a problem in everything, and his skills against the two previous Kage and Orochimaru? Preposterous. It would be impossible for someone of his caliber to be that good, said Hayashi as he sat back down, ignoring the Hokage sending him a slight glare. Turning back to Naruto, he grinned. From now on I will promote Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 6. Special Anbu, said the Sandaime Hokage as he stared into his council. Have you finally lost the plot? Gigi, there's no such thing, asked Naruto as he stared at his Gigi with a tilt of his head as he saw his Gigi start to twitch his eye. The Sandaime watched as some of his council started to talk about him behind their hands. The sad part was that it was the shinobi who were doing it. Sighing to himself, he started to explain. I had thought of the idea just now, Naruto, so no, I am not losing the plot as you said. Special Anbu is a rank that would give you both regular shinobi benefits and some Anbu benefits. The benefits would be higher access to missions, better pay, and higher entrance to the shinobi library along with being able to train in Anbu facilities. Your duties, however, will be split between being a regular shinobi and part-time Anbu, understand? Asked Hiruzen as he watched Naruto's face go through several different emotions. The first was shock, then joy, then excitement, then realization, then slight sadness, before it morphed into acceptance, before turning to confusion again. There's a shinobi library? Asked Naruto, only to make the clan heads mentally agree with themselves that Naruto wasn't fit to become a higher rank than Genin. The Hokage nodded with a slight grin. The shinobi library never gained much attention or people, due to it being a library, and so the only ones who really went there were those who were stuck on something and Chunins who wanted to know some things about the previous exams. Naruto nodded, remembering to check the library out, before staring back at the Hokage with his shining eyes that were brimming with determination. I accept. And I swear as Naruto Uzumaki, as a ninja of, I will not let anything happen while it is under my watch, said Naruto as he placed a closed fist onto his chest, right where his heart was. Hiruzen nodded before closing the meeting. Naruto's apartment. So bored now. Maybe a game of shogi would do. Nah, when I versus a clone it doesn't work out as it always ends with a draw as they were the same person. Maybe some more practice. Yeah, that sounded good, thought Naruto as he opened his fridge and grabbed a sack of mixed berries that he had found in the forest. Shutting his fridge door and walking towards his living room with a mouth full of mixed berries, Naruto went towards a small table/cupboard and opened the third drawer, which was the lowest one, and pulled out a scroll labeled Studies, Advanced Volume 1 to 10. The book was all about how to start creating/planning your own. Currently Naruto was only in the first chapter, although most people would call Naruto a master after seeing how he was able to use 1. Beat Gaara and 2. Breaking through a flame barrier. He was only a beginner who had finished the beginner book and used his created chakra density to make seals appear anywhere he wanted. Naruto sent some chakra into the scroll and watched as the first volume of the book appeared. Holding the book in his hands, Naruto created 5 Kage Bunshins. Poof, sir, said the Kage Bunshins loudly as they each held their book in a salute. Naruto just had a small sweat drop down the side of his head. Sometimes we're too much like his old self. How did anyone put up with him? Okay, so you are all going to read Volume 1 while I go and start doing some training. Maybe I might even check the library. So remember Dispel when you are able to memorize the entire book. I can still only do this with 5 clones, but I'm sure I will be able to finish the other volumes in a week or 2, so get cracking, said Naruto as he walked towards his front door and opened it just enough for him to walk through. Shutting the door behind him, he looked down to see a box along with some sort of map. Placing the map aside, he opened the box and came to a sight. His fox mask. Exactly colored like his old one, white base with red markings and a black nose. Under his fox mask there was his Anbu uniform along with his Chunin jacket. Slipping on his jacket, He picked up the map before jumping to the roof right across from him. Looking down towards the map, he saw that the map led towards an abandoned sector of the village, which hadn't recovered from Kyuubi's attack, which luckily was at the edge of the village, so no one really needed to go there. Reading the map more carefully, he noticed a few words at the bottom of the scroll. Don't get caught. Don't get caught. Anbu, that must be it. The letter was probably directions to Anbu HQ, but they might have changed it so that it was a recruitment test. Naruto looked towards the abandoned sector and grinned. Well, Anbu. Game on, said Naruto before jumping towards the abandoned section of the village. Council room. What? Shouted Kakashi as he looked at the Hokage and the council. He had just found out that he had missed an invasion and that Naruto would no longer be a part of Team 7, due to getting a special promotion. Kakashi was in shock right now. He thought that the Chunin exams would go for at least 3 hours, but apparently Naruto had defeated Neji so quickly and everyone else had simply surrendered. But what about Sasuke? You all know that he would have won his match, said Kakashi, trying to have his most successful student turn into a Chunin so that he could have Sasuke as an apprentice, as he thought Naruto's promotion was just something the Hokage told Naruto to keep him happy. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi with a disappointed stare. Here he was trying to get Sasuke promoted and was ignoring Naruto and his other student, Kakashi. At the end of the discussion, Sasuke Uchiha will not get promoted. This council meeting is dismissed. Secret training area, flash step. Throughout the clearing there were multiple flashes of gold before it finally stopped in the middle of the clearing. Huff. 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 Okay. So making chakra into a physical form is taxing. While the actual travel isn't all that much. Maybe I could make a seal that condenses air molecules so that I don't have to huff, huff, summon chakra into a dense physical layer under my feet each time. In the air, muttered Naruto to himself as he was trying to finish his flash step and make it more reliable instead of just a few steps. Lying on the ground, Naruto opened his Chunin vest and grabbed the Anbu HQ map and looked at it. It was simple and straight to the point. Get to the objective without being caught. And he had a time limit of 5 days. How did he miss the time limit? Naruto moved the scroll into the grass beside him as he looked towards the clear blue sky, letting all his chakra flow through him. Shutting his eyes, Naruto focused on the life around him, feeling each and every living thing within the forest and river. Suddenly, Naruto felt something else among the creatures around him. It felt pure like nature itself. The energy was floating all around him, and even under him. Drawing the energy, he felt peace overcome his senses. Before snapping out of it when he opened his eyes to see a small fox jump on his stomach, scratching the little fella behind the ears, he watched as it yipped at him, before running off towards the forest. Naruto then thought back to the feeling he felt, the peace he felt when he absorbed some of the energy. Was that what peace would feel like? Would everyone have a chance to feel like that sometime in their life? Could that feeling be shared by everyone? Naruto held on to the feeling he had felt for a few moments before standing up and grabbing his scroll. If peace truly felt like that, then everyone should be able to feel it, thought Naruto as he started to walk towards the abandoned section of. An hour later we find Naruto standing just before the abandoned area. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt chakra signatures in front of him by a few meters. Naruto moved his chakra around for a bit before releasing a breath and opening his eyes. Then he disappeared, shocking the hidden Anbu as they saw nothing but a flash before he disappeared. When Naruto reappeared, he had landed on top of a small building. Moving his hand towards the wall to his right, he started to send chakra pulses through the stone wall. He could have used his sensory abilities, but it required him to focus and remain still as it is not trained enough. Sure, he could use it to sense a mile radius, but he hadn't had any training that lets him use it subconsciously and on the run. Feeling through the wall to Anbu, who had seemed to shuffle slightly when he sent the chakra pulse. He knew that they could instantly teleport to the HQ and report that he was here since the test had started when he entered. Naruto came to one conclusion: to knock them out. Now Naruto wasn't stupid anymore. He knew that if he fought two Anbu head-on he would be killed or defeated almost instantly. So Naruto decided to use a new technique he had created called phase, which, like the title of the name, allows him to phase through any solid object. However, this would alert any sensor Anbu within the area if he took too long. However, due to his chakra blanketing a good 50 or so meters, it would take them a while to find him. Naruto started to send chakra through his body, and then started to make his chakra move faster and faster within himself. Reaching an extremely high chakra velocity, Naruto made all that chakra come to the surface. If people saw Naruto now, they would only see his general shape as his body was vibrating at an astonishing rate. Naruto walked towards the wall, before simply passing through. The way this technique works is by vibrating himself so that he could go through any surface as long as he was vibrating at his current rate. Tobirama had said that it was due to the phenomenon called quantum tunneling. A side effect from vibrating his body fast was the fact that he could also move at an insane speed, although that depleted his chakra at a very fast rate. The most he could run with the speed he gained from the technique was 5 seconds. Although he managed to travel to all the other major villages. But when he had returned, he passed out for a few days. Naruto looked at the two Anbu, who had not noticed him behind them, as he was now pure kinetic energy for the next few seconds as he stopped pumping chakra into himself to keep his vibration. Moving his hands, he sent the two Anbu into the ground as he hit every pressure point and paralyzing point in their backs, although they should be up in a few minutes. Naruto looked at his body as it stopped vibrating at an insane rate. Forcing chakra around his body, he started to calm his raging heart. Another side effect from the vibrations, he could gain a heart attack at any moment while vibrating at that speed. However, he would have been dead if not for Kyuubi's chakra strengthening his heart when he was younger, along with keeping it from exploding. This goes the same for any organ or limb he had. Puffing out some air, Naruto leaned against the wall to his left and sent another chakra pulse that ran throughout the entire abandoned part of Ping. He felt something within a hidden building a few feet under the current house he occupied. Naruto looked at himself for a second, before once again forcing his chakra into vibrating at an insane rate. He felt his reserves plummet rapidly as he stopped and pushed his chakra through his body. Naruto knew that if he kept going at this vibration speed, he would pass out. Naruto forced his feet to start to penetrate the ground below him, and as if like magic, he started to phase through the ground. Naruto watched as he went through a few floors and finally landed on a metallic platform, closing his eyes and spreading his senses. He quickly noted that there was a single signature right in front of him. Opening his eyes, he widened them in shock when he came face to face with a yellow gas cloud. Thud. Naruto's body fell down hard against the metallic floor. The man in front of Naruto's body was none other than the dragon, the Anbu commander. Dragon stared at Naruto's prone body for a few seconds, before clicking his fingers, summoning two Anbu. Nico and the tiger appeared, and saluted. "Sir," said both Anbu as they looked towards their commander. Dragon looked at them for a moment, before staring back at Naruto's prone body. "How did he do?" asked the commander as he looked towards his two Anbu with a tilt of his head. Nico stepped forward. "He did very well. For a likely recruit. He had only set off 2 out of the original 200 silent alarms and only alerted the two Anbu who were knocked out, so overall he did this almost perfectly," replied Nico as she looked towards Naruto's still prone body, with some thoughts running through her head. The commander nodded before walking away. "Bring him to his next test," said the dragon, before walking away towards his office. Nico and Tiger nodded to each other before grabbing Naruto's body and shining to Naruto's next test. Chapter 7. Thud, 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 slink, slink, thud. The screams could be heard from room to room. The one who was screaming was someone subjected to the worst torture subjected to anyone. Anbu interrogation chamber. Ha. 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 Is that the best you got? Asked Naruto as he had his hands tied behind a chair, along with his feet. He had multiple chakra-suppressing seals placed on him as well. Looking at his appearance, you could see the rips that littered his clothes and skin. His long-sleeved black shirt had large amounts of cuts running along it, while his Chunin jacket was more of a rag. His headband had stuck firmly on his head, not even a slight cut on it, but that was due to Naruto trying to avoid anything that came near it. It was a gift after all. And finally his pants. They were about to fall off from him. The Anbu was vicious. Naruto was staring at the Anbu woman in front of him. The only thing he could deduce was that she had long black hair that reached her mid-back and that she wore a blank Anbu mask along with her skin being an Uchiha pale color. She had been interrogating him for the past 6 hours. He would have cracked if he couldn't escape the pain and shackles, although he noticed that when he healed from one set of attacks, the next ones were that much weaker each time, until he could barely feel the hits delivered by the woman in front of him. The woman could only stare in shock behind her mask. She had done every torture technique that Anbu were taught, some of which could kill the victim. For example, there was one where the Anbu places a liquid on a torture weapon, and when it hits it makes that part of the body weakened and sensitive to any strike that a fist could easily go through their entire chest and kill them, either by having a fist through their body, or due to a heart attack because of all the pain the person would receive. The Anbu looked down towards Naruto's now shorts and grinned. She knew how to break him. Walking around the table with her right hand slightly scraping the table that had separated them, she placed her right hand on Naruto's inner thigh, bringing him to a shiver. The Anbu leaned forward toward his ear and started to talk. "Oh Naruto-kun. We don't need to keep torturing you. So if you tell me where the Hokage's forbidden scroll is, I will give you a reward," said the Anbu saucily as she started to rub her hand around Naruto's package, until she felt it touching her hand. The Anbu looked towards Naruto's now fallen pants and saw a sight of Naruto's package standing at full attention. The Anbu woman looked at the package for a bit before a stray thought went into her as she looked at Naruto's 8-inch penis. I could just have him tell me midsex, thought the Anbu, before wrapping her right hand around it and started to stroke it. The Anbu leaned back towards Naruto's ear as he was shutting his eyes and being silent. Or you could tell me while we are together, said the Anbu as she went to her knees and used her left hand to take away her mask and show a woman at around the age of 23 to 25 with black eyes, matching her long black hair. She also had small cute lips which were rose red with lipstick, which at this moment were stretched into a small grin as she moved her face close to his package. Lemon, all kids who don't know what sex is or have seen it look away and come back when there is another black line like this again. Also, to any girls/women reading this, don't hate me. It's an Anbu recruitment thing, and in a world of ninjas where the expected living age is around 30 to 50 max, you don't hate. The woman looked at Naruto as she parted her lips and moved her tongue past her slightly parted lips. She then put her tongue at the base of Naruto's dick, and slowly moved up towards his head and then wrapped her tongue around his head and slowly brought her head towards it, and engulfed the head, all while keeping her black eyes onto Naruto's blue eyes, which had snapped open when she placed her mouth around his dick's head. Swirling her tongue around a bit, and taking all the flavor Naruto's dick had, the Anbu woman moved her head down and started to take more of Naruto's dick into her mouth. Naruto was in a state of bliss. He had never felt this good in his life, even when he had a ramen for a year voucher or when he became a ninja. This feeling was impossible to describe. He then felt the Anbu woman take his dick into her throat and started to deep throat him. Ha! Oh God! Fuck you! I won't break! Said Naruto as he felt something come out of his dick that had made him sigh in relief and pleasure. The Anbu woman tasted Naruto's cum as it went down her throat. And at that moment, she didn't care about getting information out of Naruto. All she was concerned about was getting his dick into her honey pot, which shouldn't be hard seeing as she was now dripping wet, as seen by the dampness that married her baggy Anbu pants. Standing up, the Anbu woman looked at Naruto with a small smile, before using her tongue to lick up some sperm that had drizzled onto her lips. Naruto's dick shot back up like lightning seeing the woman do that, and he couldn't admit to himself that if he died right now, he would be absolutely fine with it. The Anbu grinned before speaking once again. The name is Mai and I'm going to give you a treat for passing the torture part of you test, although I might have been carried away as it was only meant to last for an hour, said Mai as she then grabbed her grey Anbu armor and took it off, soon followed by her long black sleeve shirt, which had released the pillows of life, which were bound by bandages. Naruto watched with his dick stuck firmly in place as the woman unwrapped her bindings, before eventually her breasts bounced out of their used to be restraints. Her breasts were a solid C-cup, not that Naruto knew that, and were as pale as her body and face, although her nipples were a rose-red color, just like her red lips. Naruto watched as she smiled at him in lust as she placed her hands under her breasts, and lifted them up a bit before letting them drop and bounce a few times. Naruto watched as they bounced and permanently recorded them bouncing in his head. Mai moved forward and placed her breasts right in front of Naruto's face. Suck on them, please, begged Mai as she swayed her breasts in front of Naruto's face. It was too much for Naruto, so he dug right into temptation. He started to suck the right nipple while swirling his tongue around the breast. He could taste the little bud and it was amazing. It tasted like strawberries and smelt like roses once again. The woman was gasping. How was Naruto this good? She didn't know. She grabbed the back of Naruto's head and pushed his face deeper into her breast, which Naruto ignored for sucking her right nipple. After a few moments Naruto switched sides and did the same process of sucking, twirling and swishing on her nipple. Mai couldn't take it anymore. She needed his dick and stat. She moved her breasts away inadvertently making Naruto cry slightly at not being able to taste those fluffy goodies. Naruto Uzumaki. You are going to pleasure me now, got it, said Mai as she released his binds and moved all the torture equipment off the table, before placing herself on it and spreading her legs out wide. Naruto just stared at the woman's lower part. It was completely clean, not an ounce of hair was seen. Naruto looked at the liquid dripping out of her snatch and decided to taste it. Moving his head forward, Naruto stuck out his tongue and went up to the liquid pouring out of the Mai. Placing his tongue at the bottom of the liquid, I moved his head and tongue up and collected all the sweet nectar that tasted exactly like her nipples, only to a more delicious type of strawberry. Ah, moaned Mai as she reached for Naruto's head and pushed him into her pussy as he was not lapping up the juices at a fast pace. A few moments later Mai let loose a scream and came all over Naruto's face, which he swiped off with his finger before sucking the cum on his finger. Mai was gasping. That was the best orgasm she had ever had, and that was just oral. The actual sex would be mind-boggling. Mai looked at Naruto as he was swiping and licking her juices up and smiled, before twisting herself so that she was on her hands and knees with her ass in the air. Naruto saw the position Main was in and just stared as her ass was shaking from side to side. Mai moved her head down so that she could see Naruto's face and grinned. "Well, I'm waiting," said Mai as she slowed her shaking hips slightly, only to make it that much alluring to Naruto. Naruto climbed onto the table and looked at the dripping snatch and his dick. His heart was pumping, his blood racing, his mind buzzing. He couldn't take it anymore and slowly plunged into the woman, who was moaning into the feeling. Naruto just felt like he was getting a hug that was so intense it started to shake him. He slowly pushed more of his length inside the woman, who was moaning like she was in heat. He kept going until he hit something. Realizing what it was, Naruto snapped his head towards the woman, who smiled slightly and nodded. "No one could last that long against my torture techniques. So here is your reward," said Mai as he shoved herself backwards and made Naruto's dick pierce her barrier and stayed inside of her for a few seconds, allowing Mai to calm down and then place her face to the cold metal table. Even though her face was on the metal table, she managed to mumble Naruto to start moving. Naruto nodded to himself. Before moving back and forth at a slow rate, he also moved his penis around while moving in and out of the woman before him. He heard the woman's groans of pleasure, and it made him quicken his pace almost instantly. Naruto could feel everything inside the woman as he started to rapidly screw the woman's brains out, while making sure it was pleasurable for her. Mai was induced into an orgasmic haze as she could only keep her ass in the air as Naruto screwed it. She never knew that sex was this good, otherwise she would have lost her virginity a long time ago. Naruto pounded into Mai's vagina and could feel something rise within him. "Mai-chan. I am gonna come soon," said Naruto as he increased his pace, and soon if anyone walked in, they would see nothing but a blur between Naruto and Mai's connected places. "Me to Naruto-kun. Let's do it together. Don't worry about it, kid. I took a pill this morning," said Mai as she started to participate by throwing her body backwards, which in turn shoved Naruto's dick further into her. The two were panting like mad for the next few minutes and soon, their session ended. HHHH. Both moaned as they came at the exact same time. Naruto fell on top of Mai and moved her slightly so that her head was on his chest while still being connected at the hip. Even though Mai was taller and older, she just sighed happily before falling asleep. Lemon and hope it was okay for my first lemon. As Naruto was about to fall asleep, the door opened and in came Nico and Tiger. They just stared at him. Naruto looked at him and Mai and laughed a little bit before scratching his head with his left arm. "So do I pass this test?" asked Naruto as he looked at the two Anbu, with the tiger nodding before blood broke through his mask and sent him flying out of the room. Nico, however, just stood there staring at him for a few seconds before nodding before walking away and into the camera recording room and came out with a disc before leaving. Naruto looked at the direction the two Anbu went and shrugged, before taking off his chakra restrictions and cuddling with Mai. "Well, that was fun though, Naruto," before he went to sleep. Chapter 8. Nah. Is this going to be a regular occurrence here? Asked Naruto as he woke up in the middle of an arena surrounded by Anbu. Pushing himself up, Naruto looked towards the dragon-masked Anbu, who was in the center of the arena. "You, Naruto Uzumaki, will be facing off two new recruited Anbu and seeing how well you do against them. If you done well, I will tell you your new position and role. Fail and you're out, and your memory will be erased about this place," said the dragon Anbu as he walked away from the center of the arena, while clicking his fingers again to summon the two Anbu. With a poof of smoke, the two Anbu appeared. Naruto looked at both Anbu, who had supported the same mask, although their appearance was also similar, apart from the one on the left had blonde hair and the one on the right had brown hair. Dragon looked at the three of them. "Fight," said Dragon as he watched both Anbu spring into action. Naruto watched as they dashed towards him. Moving a hand to his back, he summoned a kunai and dashed backwards, creating some space between him and the two Anbu while dashing Naruto through his kunai towards them. However, it missed both of them. Because of his kunai throw, he wasn't paying attention when they threw shurikens towards him. Naruto watched as most of the shurikens flew by him. Thinking it was luck, he hadn't noticed the wires around the kunai handles until he was trapped against the arena wall. Naruto gasped as the wire dug into his skin. He could feel some blood oozing out of some of the places the wires attached. Naruto watched as the two Anbu grabbed a kunai out of their holsters on their thigh and placed the blades towards his neck. "Do you surrender?" asked the blonde-haired one, only to get kicked in the back of his head. The black-haired one soon followed. Standing in front of Naruto was a Kage Bunshin he had changed into a kunai when he was training with the Kage. They used the replacement technique to swap himself with his boss, and then poofed away. Naruto watched as both Anbu dashed towards him as he was in between them both. Naruto started to vibrate his chakra and was centimeters distance apart. Naruto moved the chakra into his body as watched as the two Anbu clashed with each other's kunai where his stomach was, quickly smashing both across the face while they were in mid-shock at him being intangible. He quickly summoned two Kage Bunshins to place restraint seals on them. Deactivating his intangibility technique, he went on one knee as he drew his breath and after wasting a large chunk of his reserves from only a few seconds, but it showed that Naruto was getting better as he didn't lose all his chakra in those few seconds. Thud. 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 3 sounds appeared around Naruto in a circular formation. Looking up and around, Naruto watched as 3 blanker mask Anbu appeared and started to go through hand signs. Fire style. Fireball. 3 flaming balls flew at Naruto from the mouths of the 3 Anbu. Naruto watched as the fireballs came closer and closer. Sucking in air, he used the Shun Shin no to quickly appear behind each of the Anbu and place a seal on them before Shun shining towards one end of the arena. Naruto watched as the 3 Anbu looked on in shock before they fell. Who wouldn't? He just used the Shun Shin no at a level that not even Shursui Uchiha could. His Shun Shin was at a speed above Shursui's, which was impossible to track to even those of the Sharingan and others. So it would come to a shock when he simply appeared and reappeared and the Anbu falling to the ground. Although his Shunshin wasn't as fast as his flash step or the Hiraishin, it was good enough to be on par with someone with a swift release. Ha! 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 That the best you got? Asked Naruto as he watched 5 more Anbu appear. He just had to say the same thing he said to Mai. But if you think about it, he did get the best possible option there ever was. Naruto looked towards the 5 Anbu, going through hand seals and sighed. Damn Anbu and making him show techniques. Naruto started to vibrate his chakra at a decently placed speed and watched as the Anbu finished their hand signs. Wind release, Gale Palm. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Water release, Water Spear. Lightning release, False Darkness. Earth release, Mud Dragon. Naruto watched as the techniques moved closer and closer towards his position. Quickly he sent chakra to the top of his skin and disappeared. BOOM. The 5 attacks rattled the entire arena as all the attacks connected to something, although no one could see due to the rubble releasing a dust cloud in the area that Naruto inhabited. The Anbu who was in the middle of the 5 nodded to his teammates before hearing a thud behind him. When he looked back, he saw the water user drop to the floor, soon followed by the lightning user. Move! Shouted the Anbu as he and the surviving Anbu jumped towards the other end of the arena, all in a circle formation with a small gap in between them. Can you see anything? Asked the fire user as he looked all around him and couldn't even sense an ounce of chakra coming from his direction. When he heard no reply, he slowly turned around and saw that both the wind and earth user were smashed into the ground. How did he not hear that? He didn't know. Feeling a tap to his shoulder, he slowly moved his head and saw nothing. Before Naruto first emerged a few centimeters off the Anbu's face. Crack! Anbu's mask shattered as he was sent flying into the wall as Naruto's form started to become visible again. Naruto stood there before looking towards the dragon Anbu, who nodded at him. Soon Nico appeared and grabbed his shoulder, and with a puff the 2 of them were gone. Anbu commander desk. When Naruto appeared, he quickly took a seat as his chakra reserves took a massive hit from his 2 most taxing techniques, which he still hasn't named yet. Naruto watched as the dragon Anbu appeared an instant after he sat down on one of the seats in front of the Anbu commander's desk. The commander watched him through his mask for a few moments before pushing 2 canisters. One held ink and the other held nothing. Put chakra into the ink and then cut yourself to fill this canister with your blood, and then once again place your chakra into the blood, said the Anbu commander as he leaned back into his seat, waiting for Naruto to do as he was told. Seeing how the commander gave him clear instructions and how this was probably a small test itself, he quickly used some wind manipulation to slice open his palm and let the blood drip into the canister. Once the blood canister was filled at a decent amount, he placed his now healed palm over the blood and sent chakra into the blood, which changed its color into a deeper red. Moving his hand towards the ink, he repeated the process of adding chakra into it. When he saw that the ink glowed blue, he watched as the commander of Anbu grabbed an empty ink bottle and placed both his blood and ink together, and started to mix together to form a very deep, almost black red. He then put the ink bottle on a small circle on the edge of his desk. Naruto watched as the bottle of blood and ink got wrapped by multiple seals before they went away, leaving the bloody ink. The commander looked at Naruto and indicated towards his shoulder, knowing the process. Naruto took off his long-sleeved black shirt and Chunin jacket and aimed his arm towards the Anbu commander, who in turn smashed the ink on his arm, shattering the ink casing. Naruto bit his lip as he felt the bloody ink move its way around his shoulder before actually setting right on the middle of his shoulder. Naruto watched as the ink started to form into the Anbu symbols and could feel the ink and blood become a permanent part of him, most likely the seal's purpose. Soon the symbol on his arm settled down and glowed slightly for a few moments before dying back down. The dragon commander had not taken his eyes away from Naruto during the whole process. He just wanted to make sure, even after the extended tests he placed upon Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome to the Anbu Corps, muttered the dragon as he placed his hand forward, waiting for Naruto to shake his own hand. Instead, Naruto went on one knee and lowered his head down a bit. Thank you, sir, said Naruto as he kept his head slightly down, making sure to be as respectful as he could towards his new commander. Dragon nodded towards Naruto as he did the normal procedure that Anbu does when they are being talked to unless stated otherwise. Naruto Uzumaki, you will specialize in espionage and demolitions/heavy hitter. From now on I will have you become a part of Nico's team when you are in Anbu duty. Is that understood? Asked the dragon as he stared through his mask eye holes into Naruto's eyes. Naruto nodded as he accepted that he could very well fit into the espionage business along with demolitions/heavy hitter. Dragon then nodded to a wall full with Anbu masks with different animals. Take your pick, said the commander as he watched Naruto move towards the wall, before walking away. Naruto looked back at the commander before grabbing his fox mask and slipping it onto his face. I think you know who I choose, sir, said Naruto as he looked towards his commander, who had tilted his head. Why? Why do you choose the fox? Asked the commander, eager to hear Naruto's reasoning. Why would I deny who I am? Asked Naruto, getting a nod of respect from the Anbu commander in front of him and a hand on his shoulder from the purple-haired Nico. Very true. You are excused until requested by said dragon, getting a nod from Naruto before he disappeared. Dragon then looked towards Nico. Along with Naruto joining your squad, Mai will also join to cover all bases. Dismissed, said the commander as he watched the Nico Anbu leave the area. Nico walked through the corridors of the Anbu HQ and had a single stray thought. How will you shape the world? Naruto Uzumaki thought Nico as she continued walking towards her quarters. Chapter 9. Fire style, fireball, water style, water wall, lightning style, lightning shot, earth release, golem hand, wind release, wind sphere, boom 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 boom. Every villager was looking for the sound that was shaking the entire village. All through the morning sounds of explosions were running through the village. At first it had caused a panic, but with a few words from the Hokage, everything had come down. Naruto training field. Naruto was sparring against 300 clones of himself in a no-holds-barred fight. There was flying everywhere along with kunai, shurikens, and even the odd demon wind shuriken. Naruto himself was limiting himself to his own fists and defense. He had been fighting his clones for the better part of 5 hours and had to remake his clones nearly each and every hour, as he always defeated them. However, whenever he summoned them again, he added more chakra towards his clones and they always got better with each wave and round. Gaara! Shouted Naruto as he slammed the final clone's head into the ground and poofed him out of existence. Naruto moved his arm away from the ground, before falling onto his back. For the better part of the 5 hours it was him using everything he had against clones that went through 5 levels, as he had only enough chakra for the 5 waves. They were in this order: Academy level, Graduate Academy level, Genin level, High Genin level, Low Chunin level. Naruto was smart enough not to just make clones that were on his level and fight against 300 of them. Sure, he could probably defeat 100, but they would be able to overrun him, and the only reason why he would somewhat defeat some of them would be because he knows what he would do, and thus what the clone would do. Naruto looked up towards the sky as he watched the clouds float on by. It had been 3 days since his Anbu trials and he actually got a look on what a real Anbu skill is around. He was invited to see Nico and Tiger battle each other with first blood wins. He saw how they used their environment and landscape to their advantage, and how they used their skills to make quick tactics. However, Nico won when she used her blade. Apparently, she was a Kenjutsu master, the only one in the village, seeing as how their dead Chunin exams protector was the other Kenjutsu master there. Ping! Naruto turned his head towards the waterfall and lake. He felt someone enter his barrier and the chakra source was going closer towards him at a walking rate. Getting into crouching position, Naruto quickly jumped behind the waterfall and into his hidden cave as he felt the chakra signature come closer. Hearing a ruffling in the bushes, Naruto waited with his breath slow and steady, ready for an attack. What came out of the bushes was a monkey. Just an average-sized brown monkey. Naruto's sweat dropped as the monkey just waited in the middle of the clearing, as if waiting for something. Naruto walked around the waterfall and into the clearing as he wanted to go, and lie back down since it was a false alarm. You do know that I'm right here, right? Asked a voice next to Naruto. Naruto tilted his head to see the monkey standing next to his head. Naruto blinked at it for a few seconds before tilting his head back into its laying position, thinking he just heard something else. Why do you still ignore me? Asked the voice next to his head. Naruto once again tilted his head and saw the monkey just looking at him with its eyes focused on him. Naruto stared at the monkey for a few more moments before once again tilting his head back into its original place. Yep, he was definitely losing his sanity. Smack. I have been waiting for your reply for the past 5 minutes. And yet each time you look at me you ignore me. Why the Hokage likes you I have no clue, said the brown monkey as it stomped its feet next to Naruto's face. Naruto just stared at the monkey that was throwing a temper tantrum next to his head. Wait, hold up. Did that monkey just talk? Ayahawahaha! Screamed Naruto as he quickly stood up and kicked the monkey away from him and into the forest as hard as he could. Naruto watched as the talking monkey flew a few thousand feet a second before turning into a star when it went far enough past the forest. Naruto looked around his clearing, seeing how the animals in the area just looked at him for a bit, before walking away or flying away, although he could hear animals laughing in their native tongue if he had to guess. Okay, and take a nap and forget about evening training. Maybe go in for a bit, said Naruto to himself as he laid down and made himself comfortable, before falling asleep while having the mental image of a red-haired woman pop up in his head as he slept. Hokage office. Then the blonde asshole kicked me as hard as he could out of his clearing and out of the goddamn fire country, screamed a voice as it was jumping around the Hokage's room. That voice belonged to the monkey that Naruto just pelted away a few minutes ago. Hiruzen sighed a bit, trying to mask his laughter through his sigh as he heard the story of why Naruto hadn't appeared with his monkey summon. Another man in the room, however, hadn't tried to hide his laugh. Hiruzen turned his head towards his companion and scowled slightly in a friendly tone. Jiraiya, shut up already and go get Naruto, said Hiruzen as he watched the man named Jiraiya stop laughing, although he was still giggling a bit. Jiraiya was a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair that was tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes, and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji 4 oil on his forehead protector. He also had a face wart on the left side of his nose. Jiraiya also wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, wooden sandals, a red sleeveless haori, with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. Jiraiya just shook his head. Nah, I'll just send a toad to get him. The little monkey probably scared him, said Jiraiya as he summoned a small toad with the same instructions that Hiruzen had given to his monkey summon. Hiruzen and Jiraiya watched as the toad left along with Hiruzen's monkey summon. Both teacher and student sat there in silence, until Jiraiya pulled out his notes, and Hiruzen pulled out his all-seeing crystal ball. Giggling could be heard from that office if anyone walked by. Naruto's clearing. Naruto just stared blankly at the 2 creatures in front of him. The one on his left was a toad, and the one on his right was the monkey he had kicked half an hour ago. So you understand now? Asked the small toad as he watched Naruto slowly stand up. He didn't see Naruto move before both he and the monkey were sent flying. What the fuck is this shit? Said Naruto as he walked towards the river and sat down and drank some water. Feeling movement besides him, he watched as a fox laid down next to him and started to drink some water. Naruto looked the fox in the eye for a few seconds. You wouldn't be able to talk, would you? Asked Naruto as he stared at the fox with a narrowed eyelid. His response was the fox giving a very big smile at him before darting away. Naruto looked at the spot the fox occupied a few moments ago before standing up and walking out of his clearing. Yep, nope, not dealing with it. I know for a fact foxes can't grin or smirk that wide. Definitely someone in a henge, thought Naruto as he walked towards as he needed to talk to people before he started to think that the trees could talk. We can. Naruto looked towards a tree that for some reason looked like it was somehow grinning at him. Naruto just stared at the tree before moving his chakra rapidly, and in a very large frenzy, and quickly disappeared in a flash of gold. Throughout the clearing all the animals could be heard laughing as a small black crow hopped out of the tree that seemed like it spoke. Ichirakas, oh Ramen, how could I have forgotten you? You too, I am an old man, Ichiraka, said Naruto, as he ate his chicken chili ramen with a fiery passion. I am and Ichiraka just watched as Naruto ate his ramen at an incredible rate, even for him before he disappeared for the Chunin exams and the week after it. I am moved up to Naruto and poked Naruto in the stomach, only to feel rock-hard pecs hidden behind his new dress code. I am blinked before smiling a bit. Wow, Naruto! Who knew you had all that muscle on ya? Have you holding out on me, grinned I am as she looked at Naruto, who had looked at her with a raised eyebrow and a noodle handing out of his mouth. Why would I try showing my muscles to my older sis? Are you into incest or something? Asked Naruto as he grinned at Ayam, who was sputtering at Naruto's comeback. Ichiraka was laughing loudly as he was creating some ramen for the other customers in the stand, who had also taken to laughing at Ayam. Ayam left with a huff and went into the kitchen with a slight, but friendly glare at Naruto, who in turn just grinned even larger. Everyone in the stand was having a blast. They were just expecting it to be a boring lunch until Naruto appeared in the ramen stand, then the drama popped up. While Naruto was laughing with the other customers, who had taken the step forward to talk to him, he missed Ayam walking out and started talking towards a group of kunoichi. I'm serious. He actually felt like a pure rock, mumbled Ayam as she talked to a few kunoichi who had been curious whether or not Naruto was actually muscly or not. One of the kunoichi decided to go see for herself. She stood up and walked towards Naruto's seat and pushed through some other customers that decided to hang out with Naruto for a bit as he was making everyone there laugh. Naruto didn't see it coming, so the kunoichi walked up to him and grabbed the bottom of his shirt and lifted it up to his neck, showing his rock-hard abs and chest, along with each defined muscle hidden beneath his shirt. Ai! He does have a rock-hard body. Oh my god! Look at what he was hiding behind his orange monstrosity. He's mine! No, mine! Naruto didn't need to know what happened next as he used his shunshin to disappear from the group of girls, who had instantly locked onto his position. Naruto watched as they got ready to follow him. Naruto looked at them for a moment before saying a few words that made them move. Oh fuck me. Wrong choice of words. Naruto started to run away with chakra helping his muscles move as he dashed through the rooftops of many buildings as he tried to escape from his slowly growing chasers. How the hell did Sasuke get through this? Was it his emo-ness? Thought Naruto as he stopped and placed his hands in his pants pockets and stared aimlessly out towards the Hokage monument. Once again, wrong action. OMG, look at him. He looks so cool. I will heal his hurt heart. No, I will. No, me. Naruto stared at the group of girls as they slowly grew in numbers. He felt like he was going to cry any moment. Hey, did you notice that he's taller now? Oh yeah. He looks like he is like 16 or something, I know, right? He looks amazing. Naruto looked down at himself and thought for a moment. He hadn't realized that he had grown since the month break at all. Looking at his body some more, he would have guessed he was around 5'8". Haha, fuck you Sasuke, you short fucker. Naruto got back to his train of thought when he noticed the group of girls started to move forward slightly. Naruto quickly pumped a massive amount of his chakra into his legs and dashed away, seeing someone below. Naruto grinned darkly before coming up with his plan. Hey, look who's down there, and in need of loving, said Naruto loudly as he pointed towards the street below him and the following girls. Below on the streets, for Sasuke Uchiha it was a good day. He had to eat some tomatoes, not talk to Sakura, walk around with people worshipping, not talk to Sakura, didn't talk to the dope, not talk to Sakura, and finally got some decent training in from Kakashi. Did he mention that he hadn't talked to Sakura? Ah yes, a good day indeed. Hey, look who's down there, and in need of some love, screamed a voice above him. Looking up, all the color of Sasuke's face drained away, leaving an Orochimaru kind of pale on Sasuke's skin. All he could see was hordes of kunoichi jumping down from the rooftops all around him. However, through the mass of fangirls, Sasuke was able to see who had staged his demise. His clue was blonde spiky hair. Naruto. With a mighty cry, Sasuke started to run for his life and virginity. Naruto screamed Sasuke as he was sprinting away from that area. However, he then heard something worse than all his fangirls put together. Sasuke Kun! Shouted a pair of blonde and pink-haired girls as they started to chase after Sasuke along with his other fangirls. Rooftop. Naruto moved a hand to cover his heart as he looked towards the direction of Sasuke and his fangirls. Sasuke Uchiha was the man who saved my life today. About time the asshole paid me back for half the shit I did for him, said Naruto as he went towards the Hokage tower to see his Gigi. Chapter 10. Hokage Room. Naruto stood in front of his Gigi as he watched the two now-known summons growl at him from the corner of the room, while the white-haired man named Jiraiya stood on the opposite wall hiding his giggles from the summons. Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a smile. After the summon's second failure to retrieve Naruto, he had sent a Kage Bunshin towards Naruto's home away from home and brought him up to speed on what summons were and how the summoning worked, although he was sure that he'd forgotten something when explaining summoning to Naruto. Naruto looked towards the two summons and gave a peace hand sign, before turning back to his Gigi who had needed him for an important message. Although if it was that important, wouldn't he summon his Anbu form? Hiruzen looked towards Naruto for a moment or two, before grinning a bit more. He knew how Naruto was going to act after this. Hiruzen then placed his Hokage face on and spoke in a tone that sounded godly and out of this world. Naruto Uzumaki, you are to travel with Jiraiya the Toad Sage to find the next successor to the Hokage seat. That person is known as Tsunade Senju. You are to find her and bring her back to the village, said Hiruzen as he stared at Naruto, only to see that he raised his eyebrow at him. So, do you want a drunk and a horrible gambler to become Hokage? Are you trying to make our economy shit? Asked Naruto, only to watch as Hiruzen widened his eyes. How could he forget Tsunade's tendencies? Hiruzen coughed in his hand, trying to hide his sigh at realizing that Tsunade would be a bad choice to be Hokage without the proper training. Thought Hiruzen as he thought of a new plan. Okay Naruto, new plan. You and Jiraiya are to bring her back to be trained into being Hokage, said Hiruzen, as he watched both Naruto and Jiraiya nod their heads in understanding. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with the corner of his eye. Meet at the North Gates in 2 hours, said Jiraiya as he jumped out of the window towards the bathhouses. Naruto looked at where Jiraiya stood and shrugged. He wanted to try the summoning technique his Gigi taught him. Looking towards his Gigi, Naruto gave the peace sign before shining away. Hiruzen sighed a bit before smiling and looked up towards the ceiling. Naruto, you will do amazing things. Konoha North Gate 2 hours later. Naruto sat on a tree as he swung his leg backwards and forwards as he waited for Jiraiya to appear. Naruto thought back on how he got his summon. It was interesting to say. And he would have to ask his Gigi about why he forgot to mention that he needed to have a blood contract with the desired animal they wanted, or they would end up meeting the most connected animal to themselves. His experience was interesting to say the least. Naruto looked up as he watched a flying star collide with the hard concrete. Naruto watched as the flying star was really his new traveling companion. Walking up towards Jiraiya, Naruto picked up a stick and started to poke him with it. This lasted for a few minutes before Naruto eventually got annoyed enough and decided to wake him up with a lightning zap. Placing his hands on Jiraiya's chest, he started to vibrate his chakra while also changing it into lighting nature chakra. ZAP. Aha, motherfucker of the great sage. What the fuck did that to me? Screamed Jiraiya as he jumped a few meters into the air, as he felt his body start twitching in every direction after he landed on his feet. Naruto just grinned a bit, before poking Jiraiya on the shoulder. Shouldn't we go now? Asked Naruto as he pointed towards the sun, indicating the time. Jiraiya nodded since he and Naruto might as well start their journey to find the next Hokage. Forest 3 hours later, Naruto and Jiraiya walked in silence as they headed towards the nearest town to gather some supplies and get a place to sleep. During the 3 hours it was nothing but silence as Naruto didn't see the point in talking and Jiraiya had no clue on how to start a conversation with the kid. Naruto sent chakra into his eyes to be able to see a village just a few miles out from their position within the forest. Naruto didn't know why he had decided to send chakra into his eyes one day after the Chunin exams, but when he did, he managed to notice slight changes when he sent chakra into his eyes. For one, they would give him an extended eyesight and two, it gave him a slightly slower perception of movement around him. But even though it was slight, Naruto could easily see the benefit from it. While Naruto was checking the town a few miles out from his current position, he suddenly felt two chakra signatures traveling towards both him and Jiraiya at a very fast rate. He also noticed that one of them had similar chakra reserves to that of Jiraiya, while the other one had high Anbu, low Kage amounts. However, he noticed that they stopped a few kilometers out from their position. Looking towards Jiraiya, he went through some Anbu hand signs and watched as the man gained a look of shock, before nodding as they walked towards the town at a slightly faster rate. Town 1 hour later. Finally. Now I can go and lay down, muttered Naruto, trying to make the two followers think that actually was what he was going to do as he wanted them to be as relaxed as possible. Looking towards Jiraiya, or well where he was, he noticed that he had left a trail of dust floating where he once was, although there was a note. Hey Naruto, I'm going to scout the area, I'll go pick a room. Oh baby, that's a nice ass you got there. And those tits. Whoops, I thought I was holding my notebook. Go get a room for us, okay? Naruto looked at the note for a second before chucking it into a bin as he walked towards a hotel. Jiraiya had forgotten to give him any money, so he was going to pamper himself, even if it's just for a few minutes, as he felt the two signatures follow him, and not Jiraiya. Walking up to the counter, Naruto flashed a smile and pulled 160 yen out of his pocket. The woman in front of the counter was blushing slightly as she took in his features. Hi WWH, what can I do for you? Asked the counter girl as she was stuttering as Naruto walked towards her. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I was wondering if I could rent a room out for a day or two, said Naruto as he handed her the money required to rent a room out. The woman nodded with a slight blush still marrying her face as she walked towards the back aiming to get a room key for Naruto. While Naruto was waiting, he noticed that the two chakra signatures were stationary outside of the wall, and were handing them by using chakra to hold them onto the wall. Holding out his hand to get the key, Naruto sent the girl behind the counter a quick wink and left. The woman had a large blush on her face as he left as she couldn't help but squeal in joy that someone like him had done that. It was the best shift ever. As Naruto was walking towards his room, he looked down towards the key number and looked up. Spotting his room, he went towards his door. However, just before he got to his door, he tripped. While Naruto was falling, he quickly used his door as a support frame to hold him up. Naruto gave a quick sigh that no one was watching and quickly went into the room, ignoring a slight snickering he thought he heard down the hall. Naruto went towards his bed and sat down against it and looked towards the door. He could feel them just outside of the door. So Naruto started to move his chakra to vibrate at an insane rate and waited for the two signatures to appear. Knock, 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 ah! Screamed a voice. Naruto grinned. Showtime. Pushing his chakra to the top of his muscles, Naruto dashed forward and through the trees, grabbing the two signatures by the throat and making them go through the walls before eventually through the entire building, which had sent the two men and Naruto flying back into the forest that was just a few meters away from the edge of town. Clearing. As Naruto was holding the two signatures, he saw the ground coming and decided to cushion his fall. Moving the two chakra signatures in front of him, he awaited the impact. Boom! Dust flew as the two men got smashed against the floor. Naruto quickly jumped off the two men and landed on the other side of the clearing. He knew that they were still alive and he could tell that they were way above an average in level. This would be tough. Naruto started to draw in some of the nature energy that his summon had explained to him. He really didn't know that he could have turned himself to stone before, so now he was taking more precautions with nature energy. As Naruto felt the slight bit of natural energy replenishing his chakra, he watched as the two signatures stood up. However, the shorter one of the pair had an arm wrapped around his eyes, with blood going down his face from what Naruto could see. Naruto felt his chakra reserves go slightly above half and started to vibrate his chakra, ready to disappear at a moment's notice. However, he hadn't needed to as the two shinobi just up and left. Naruto closed his eyes and started to follow the chakra signature of the two. He could feel them going north, towards Iwa and Suna. Opening his eyes again, Naruto was about to walk out of the clearing, when his old teammate showed up. Sasuke looked around the clearing with hatred. He knew Itachi was here. He knew that he had gone after Naruto as he heard a Chunin proclaim that Itachi was after Naruto Uzumaki, his teammate, who was ditching all their training sessions and missions. Looking around the clearing more, Sasuke finally found someone in the empty clearing. It was Naruto. But how would Naruto still be there? Itachi was after him? How could anyone survive meeting Itachi unless he lets you? Naruto asked Sasuke as he walked towards his teammate, noticing his new change of clothing, which looked similar to a Chunin. He didn't. Not before him. Naruto stared at Sasuke as he walked towards him for a few moments before nodding. He had no idea why Sasuke had come to him, although that would explain the smaller chakra signature that was at the edge of his chakra sensor range while walking/moving. Naruto waved at Sasuke as Sasuke walked closer to him. "Yo," Sasuke said to Naruto as he watched Sasuke run at him at low Chunin speeds. "Naruto, did you see a man with short black hair?" asked Sasuke, wanting to know the truth whether or not Naruto was getting chased by Itachi. Naruto tilted his head a little. That did seem like one of the people who he had just smashed through a wall or two. "Yeah." "Why?" asked Naruto, only to see Sasuke activate his Sharingan. "How are you alive?" asked Sasuke looking into Naruto's eyes with his double tomo in both eyes. Naruto blinked before he shrugged. "I am a lot more stronger since the Chunin exams. However, even I knew that I couldn't fight the dude with black hair and his friend in an actual fist fight, so I decided to blind whoever was there using a flash seal, which I placed on my door, along with a lightning seal on the floor, so when someone knocked on my door, they would get a flash to the face, which would blind them, then a lightning surge through their body, momentarily paralyze them. Then I pushed them through a few walls and into this clearing, at which they left," said Naruto as if what he said wasn't that much of an achievement. Sasuke looked on in shock. His teammate just said that he forced Itachi away, along with someone else. He knew what that meant. He was strong enough to take on Itachi or any. If Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last, could force Itachi to flee, then he would be able to kill his brother. "Which way did he go?" "Naruto," said Sasuke as he grabbed Naruto's jacket, only to have Naruto grab his wrist. "I don't know, I was getting out of that crater," lied Naruto as he could see that Sasuke wanted to go after the two shinobi. However, he knew that Sasuke had no chance at defeating Itachi and the other guy as he only won with quick thinking and by disabling them via flash seal and lightning seal. Sasuke kissed his teeth. Of course, a loser like Naruto wouldn't be able to find them, and only an elite Uchiha like him could if he was fighting. Sasuke turned his back and began walking towards. "See ya later, Dobe," said Sasuke as he walked past the edge of the clearing and into the forest. Naruto just stared at the direction Sasuke had gone, and simply went back to his room. Hopefully his mass changer seal activated and fixed all the walls, he could use some sleep. Chapter 11. Hotel Room. "You did what?" screamed Jiraiya as he looked at Naruto, who was lying on the bed with a pillow on his face. "I made Itachi and the guy leave," mumbled Naruto through the pillow as he was getting an earful from Jiraiya saying how dangerous and idiotic of him to even think of trying anything when he met two S-ranked nins, which Naruto had learned not even 5 minutes ago. Naruto moved the pillow on his head a bit so that Jiraiya could see one of his eyes, which were thinned into a glare. "Well, sorry that you left me all by myself when I told you that we had 2 people following us," said Naruto as he moved the pillow back over his face. Jiraiya went silent at that. The kid was right. He knew what Naruto was saying when he told him. Hell, how the kid knew Anbu hand signs confused him, but it didn't bother him much. After all, he spent a lot of time with the Hokage when he was younger. Jiraiya huffed. "Fine, whatever, let's go, I got Tsunade's trail," said Jiraiya as he walked through the front door. Naruto just sighed before summoning 10 Kagebushin. Poof! Naruto looked at the clones before he nodded towards the clones, which also nodded and started to unseal books. "Remember, we need to finish volume 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 in the 2 days that I rented this room, okay? And remember, do not pop until you memorize everything in the book in 2 days and only pop one at a time. I don't need to randomly get a headache," said the original Naruto as he followed after Jiraiya. Forest. Naruto and Jiraiya were once again walking through the forest at a decent pace. It had been a few hours since they left their original town, and now it was beginning to darken. As Naruto was walking, he noticed Jiraiya constantly looking between him and the ground in front of him. It was like he was thinking about something but wasn't sure. Suddenly Jiraiya stopped and turned towards Naruto. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's curious face and decided to tell him about Akatsuki and about training him for it. Kid, I gotta be honest with you. Those two people, Itachi and, are part of a larger organization whose sole purpose is to capture and take their tailed beast out of them. Each member is apparently an S-ranked nin. Now I know that S-ranked nins don't always work together, so if they are in a group, the leader must be stronger than all of them. So because of that, I am the gallant Jiraiya. Will train you to defeat any of the Akatsuki when you face them. And the key to that is to get you as strong as possible as fast as possible. So, I am going to train you in Kyuubi's chakra, said Jiraiya with a grin on his face as he closed his eyes, knowing that Naruto was probably excited as hell to train him. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a raised eyebrow. Seriously? Kyuubi? He wants him to beat a group of people who are looking for Jinchurikis and he wants him to use Kyuubi's chakra? Okay, seriously, if the group was going after the other 8 Jinchurikis, wouldn't they have something that stops the other Jinchurikis from accessing their tailed beast? And about his training, seriously? He got taught by 3 Hokage. Sure, it was only for like 20 or so days, but still. In those 20 days he managed to get from a low-level Genin to a mid-level Chunin, then he had 10 more days to get his abilities up, with limited resources, but that was fixed with Kami blesses the most overpowered type. Deciding to go along with it, Naruto just shrugged, until Jiraiya added on to what he said. Also, in a few months' time, I am planning to take you on a training trip to master as much of Kyuubi's chakra as possible. Also, Sensei agreed that I could take you and that you should be able to handle your extra activities. I didn't get what he meant, but he did mention about you being a fox. Guess he meant that because of, said Jiraiya as he knew that Naruto would explode in joy at hearing he will be taught by a for 3 straight years. Naruto wanted to smash his head against a tree for the next hour or two as he now needed to balance his Anbu work along with going on a training trip with Jiraiya. Jiraiya then opened his eyes and put his hand out in front of him. But I'm also going to give you 2 new ones. The first is the Rasengan. However, I don't think you have enough chakra control for that, so we are going to work on the next one. The summoning, said Jiraiya as he took the scroll on his back and opened it up. Naruto watched the scroll open up and looked on in shock at the names there. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze. Naruto gasped. His Tsunade was a toad summoner? Why didn't he tell him? Hell, why didn't he tell him that there were things such as summons? But looking back on it, if he did somehow sign the toad summoning scroll, he would have never met his actual summon. Jiraiya watched as Naruto looked at the scroll for a moment before shaking his head, which confused him. It was like Naruto was saying no to the toad summoning contract. Naruto looked Jiraiya straight in the eyes and sighed. Look, Jiraiya. I already have a summoning contract and I don't want to lose it, said Naruto as he watched Jiraiya's face morph through different emotions before just sighing at the end of his mood swing. Sigh. Okay, kid, whatever. I guess I will teach you the Rasengan then. Okay. So, quick background of the Rasengan. It was made by the 4th Hokage, and it took him 3 years to create it, and it took him 7 months to teach it to me. Now I hope that doesn't get your hopes down, okay? It's a difficult A-rank technique, so don't feel down if it takes you a few years to master. Jiraiya was cut off when Naruto summoned a Rasengan in his left and right hand and was spinning them like a basketball. You were saying? Asked Naruto with a grin on his face as he watched Jiraiya start to splutter about how it was impossible. Naruto then remembered a piece of information about Jiraiya he had forgotten. He was a master. Jackpot, motherfuckers. Hey Jiraiya, could you train me? And instead asked Naruto as he stared up towards Jiraiya, who looked shocked that Naruto wanted to learn a complicated art like. Jiraiya sighed a bit before deciding to answer Naruto's question. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it is a very delicate art that takes years to master. The only way I could ever train you in is if you pass the beginner and advanced part of Konoha's section, said Jiraiya as he handed Naruto Konoha's levels and study. When Naruto looked at the curriculum, he only had question marks pop up above his head, something that Jiraiya had noticed. See, Naruto, if you can't understand the simple and advanced stuff, then you have no chance of mas. Jiraiya was once again cut off when Naruto pulled out a scroll from a seal on his wrist. Jiraiya watched as Naruto looked at both scrolls for a minute before blinking and realizing something. Jiraiya. In my study curriculum, the beginner and advanced and master level is on the beginner stage of my scroll, said Naruto as Jiraiya looked at Naruto's ninjutsu scroll. Jiraiya couldn't understand half the beginner's book of Naruto's ninjutsu scroll, but from what he got out of it, it was incredible and stupidly amazing. Naruto's scroll had everything. It even had highly advanced theory subjects within it like space, time, and dimension seals. If Naruto was halfway through the beginner part, then he would be considered a master in Naruto. I'm not going to lie. You are above a master in Konoha's standards if you got at least halfway through the beginner part of the book. So which part are you at, and can I also learn off this scroll? Asked Jiraiya, expecting Naruto's answer to be just a beginner. I'm 3/4 of the way through the advanced sections, and sure you can borrow parts of the scroll, said Naruto as he then sealed his studies back into the seal on his wrists. Jiraiya just looked at Naruto shocked for a bit, before just nodding and deciding to forget about this event. Okay, whatever. I'm going to go get some firewood. You set up a perimeter around the area of Naruto? Asked Jiraiya as he watched Naruto nod in acceptance. Sure, Jiraiya, said Naruto as he summoned 500 Kage Bunshins when Jiraiya left. Okay, you know what to do. 100 set up the perimeter, and the other 400 split yourselves between tree climbing and water walking if you find a lake. If you can't find a lake, make one, got it? Asked Naruto as he watched his clones agree and leave. Naruto laid against the tree and sighed. He now could finally rest. Not quite yet, Naruto said a feminine voice from behind the tree he was resting. Shooting up, Naruto looked for the source of the voice but could not find anything. Great Naruto, you're so tired of imagining things, thought Naruto as he was preparing to lay against the tree and fall asleep. However, he felt something grab his jacket. Suddenly, Naruto was flying through the forest, and somehow managed to avoid all the trees he was flying at. Landing on flat ground, Naruto kept traveling until he forced himself to stop by sending chakra into his fingertips, and slowed himself to a stop. When Naruto looked behind him, he opened his eyes in shock. Behind him was a waterfall. A very massive waterfall. If Naruto hadn't stopped when he did, Naruto shook his head and stood back up and looked around trying to find what had sent him flying. Naruto didn't see the knee that was behind him. Crack! Ah! Screamed Naruto as he felt his spine snap. Falling forward, Naruto was ready to smash his face into the ground. However, that didn't happen. Instead, he was kicked in the ribs and smashed into a tree with enough force to make him stuck in it and not go through it. Naruto could only feel pain at the current moment. His snapped spine and broken ribs were sending a lot of pain through his system as he couldn't pass out for some reason, although he could feel Kyuubi's chakra start to heal him. But before he could help Kyuubi's chakra speed up with his own, he was sent flying towards the edge of the clearing and could be seen almost next to the edge of the waterfall. Naruto was looking through his squinted eyes to see who was attacking him. He saw someone there in front of him, definitely a female. However, his train of thought was cut off when the blur suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Crack! Ayaha! Screamed Naruto as he felt his other ribs break from a punch that the female blur hit. I thought that you would be better than Naruto Uzumaki, muttered the female blur, before she threw Naruto against the floor. Naruto couldn't even scream. It hurt too much. And he still couldn't pass out. He then felt the female blur pick him back up by the scruff of his neck. Naruto's eyes slowly started to see the woman that was destroying him better when she brought him up to her face. The woman holding him was not that much older than him, 16 if he had to guess. She had pure white hair that went past what Naruto could see, so it would be around her shoulder blades or back. Her eye color was pure red with a slit for pupils. Her face looked like it was sculpted from kami, and she had pointy fangs. He thought that she was a vampire as a joke. However, when she introduced herself, he was a lot more scared. Naruto Uzumaki. You disappointed me. Here I was expecting the one person who didn't die from summoning me during the Chunin exams would put up a little fight. However, instead I get someone weak and pathetic. I don't know how your will surpass my own, stopping me from absorbing you. But I will now have your soul and my essence back, said the woman as she started to wrap her hands around Naruto's neck and started to choke him to death. Naruto tried to move his hands up to try and move her hands away from his neck, but it was useless. He couldn't get his hands up to stop her. Naruto was struggling to breathe. Well, when he could get a chance to breathe, he could see the black spots appearing in his vision as he was starting to die. He could also feel his energy slipping away from him. He couldn't do anything against this woman. She defeated him. No, she destroyed him. We believe in you, Naruto. Bring peace to the world in our stead. Naruto watched as his vision turned dark. As he listened to the words his family said to him. Chapter 12. Just a little more, mumbled the woman as she squished the neck in her hands. No. The woman looked at the person she was strangling strangely. She knew that he was still alive, for the moment, but didn't know how he was talking as she crushed his windpipe and was still choking him. I will not. Okay, now the woman was seriously wondering how he was still talking without any part of his throat intact. Give up! Screamed Naruto as he brought one of his hands up to hold the woman's neck, and he quickly sent his other hand sailing towards her throat. Squelch. Naruto had embedded his hand with wind chakra as he went for the woman's throat, and because of the wind chakra, his hand went through her throat and decapitated her. Naruto stumbled backwards as he was free from the woman's grip. He didn't know what had happened. All he felt was a type of energy surging through his body before bonding with it. When it had, he felt something change in him. His chakra felt more potent and controlled. His body felt amazing, like it was 3 times as stronger and faster than before. But another thing he felt was a different energy being produced within his body. Naruto looked towards where he just killed the white-haired woman and widened his eyes. There stood the woman as if she hadn't gotten her throat cut clean from one side to the other. Naruto walked backwards as she started to walk forward towards him. Oh well. Seems like my essence finally bonded with you. Which means now I cannot kill you. But I could just make you my slave, said the woman as she walked closer towards Naruto, who held his hand out to his side at instinct for some reason. Naruto glared defiantly at the woman. There was no way in hell he was going to be a slave. Naruto then called out to his new energy being produced towards his hand, like it was instinct, and watched as a large metallic scythe formed in his hand. Ninja Gaiden 2 Side Unknown. Naruto watched as the lady in front of him looked shocked for a moment, before she grinned like she won $1 million. Oh. So my essence allowed you to become a Reaper, huh? Well, that changes what I had originally planned with you. Only if you manage to survive this, said the woman before she dashed at Naruto with a tanto appearing in her hand. Naruto had no clue as to fight with a scythe. He had only gotten katana training by Tobirama for a few days, and because of that, he was nothing more than genin kenjutsu user. Not thinking, Naruto used his scythe to block an overhead slash. Naruto felt the tanto sapping his energy away from him, so he did what felt natural to him. He lifted his right hand up, which brought the scythe into a slope and made the woman go unbalanced. Quickly, Naruto spun around as he cleaved the woman in 2 from the hips. Jumping back, he watched as the woman reformed herself once again. Naruto simply blinked at the woman as she smirked slightly and disappeared. What happened next Naruto didn't know. All he knew was that he woke up back in his clearing where he and Jiraiya were camping. Jiraiya stood up and looked at Naruto for a bit before grinning. Well, Naruto, we had a good sleep last night, so let's get moving. The next town has a few gambling dens, so Tsunade might be there, said Jiraiya as he started to walk, soon accompanied by Naruto, who had been thinking about a white-haired woman with devil-like eyes for the past few minutes. Town. Jiraiya sighed. He had caught wind that a massive snake attacked the castle near the town, and eyewitnesses said that they saw a pale man and a blonde woman talking and causing the destruction. That was definitely his teammates. Looking towards Naruto, he grinned. After being bored, he decided to show Naruto the art of peeping. Not 20 minutes after, he was taking notes like him. After that peeking session, both he and Naruto were able to talk to each other at a friendly level, which to Jiraiya made his day. Hey Naruto, want to grab a bite to eat? Asked Jiraiya, as Tsunade couldn't have gotten far unless she left with Orochimaru, and if that was the case, there would be hell to pay. Sure, Ero-senin, said Naruto as he smirked at Jiraiya, which Jiraiya in response just glared at him. You know that you peeped with me, right? So doesn't that make you an Erogak? Said Jiraiya, thinking he one-upped Naruto. People don't know I'm a pervert, and who would they believe? An innocent Naruto or a pervert Jiraiya? Asked Naruto as he grinned towards Jiraiya a bit. Jiraiya sputtered when he heard that. The kid was right. He could always say something about him forcing him to attend and they would believe it. Smart brat. Naruto and Jiraiya walked through a door and went to the counter. While Naruto was ordering, he and Jiraiya heard a woman complain, which drew Jiraiya's attention instantly. And guess who he saw? Tsunade herself sitting in all her glory with her assistant Shizen. Jiraiya nudged Naruto and saw that he looked towards Tsunade and whistled a bit. Jiraiya and Naruto stood up and walked towards Tsunade and her apprentice. Yo! Tsunade! Shouted Jiraiya as he walked towards Tsunade's booth. While Naruto was walking towards Tsunade's booth, he felt an urge to turn his head to the left, and when he did, he saw her sitting there, the woman that almost killed him. She just sat there grinning at him. He could now see that she wore a white kimono with prayer beads wrapped around her right wrist. She also seemed to be wearing wooden sandals. Naruto looked towards Jiraiya for a moment, and, noticing that he was busy, turned his attention back to the woman, only to see a note on the table. Walking up to the table, Naruto picked it up and started to read it. Naruto Uzumaki, you are different from the rest. I have never met someone who had somehow turned my essence into their own. It's quite different. Meet me outside at midnight, and we shall battle. Win and you gain a reward, lose, well, I get to have your soul. Enjoy your remaining amount of time, human, as I won't hold back this time. Naruto dropped the letter he was reading and was shaking. She was going easy on him. She was holding back on him. He survived because of luck. The Hokage were fools, said a lady, turning his head. It was Tsunade who had said that. Family or not, she was getting her ass kicked for that. Naruto walked towards Jiraiya and Tsunade as Shizen had gone to get some drinks for her and Tsunade. What did you say about the Hokage? asked Naruto with a dark undertone as he watched the woman repeat what she had said moments before. The Hokage were fools, said Tsunade as she looked at Naruto for a few moments. Just like you, said Tsunade. Two things happened when she said that. The first was Jiraiya trying to stop Naruto from grabbing Tsunade. The second thing was Tsunade being sent through the wall from Naruto throwing her. Naruto turned his head towards Jiraiya for a moment, and spoke a few words that made Jiraiya stop in his tracks. I won't let anyone disrespect my father and great-grandparents, said Naruto before jumping after Tsunade outside. Tsunade didn't see it coming. All she saw was a wall, and then a pain that shot through her sides. Standing up and healing herself, she waited as Naruto appeared. Tsunade gnashed her teeth together. This brat was going to be destroyed. I seriously don't know why Hokage Gigi wants you to be Hokage. All I see is a poor woman who can't take her grief, said Naruto as he stared straight into Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade hardened her amber eyes as she heard Naruto talk. How dare that brat think that her pain is so pitiful? He had no idea what pain was. With that, Tsunade dashed towards Naruto, who just watched as she went forward. For Naruto, this was a perfect example of why you always need to train. Tsunade was going at mid-jonin speeds towards him, and she wasn't paying attention to her surroundings at all, which had caused her to not notice the seal lighting up when she went past it. Zap! Oh! Screamed Tsunade as she fell to the floor, gripping her ankle, which was fried and burnt. Tsunade looked at her ankle with tears of pain running through her eyes. When she looked towards Naruto, she expected three things to appear on his face. The first one was worried as he hurt the slug princess, arrogant smile as he defeated or scared as now she could get the old Hokage to kick the brat's ass out of the village. Instead, all she saw was disappointment as he looked towards her. She also managed to hear a few words he mumbled to himself. I can believe we are related to one another, muttered to Naruto as he left the street as he needed to prepare against the silver-haired lady tonight. Tsunade watched as Naruto left towards the forest. She looked towards the ground in front of her, and then stood up with Shizen and Jiraiya following her to her room. Tsunade then locked the door of the room, and glared straight at Jiraiya. Who is he? Chapter 13. Boom, 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 ha. 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 What the hell? Are you? Panted Naruto as he held the left side of his ribs while spurting out strips of blood out of his mouth as he stared at the woman in front of him. The woman had pale skin with pure silver hair which went to her mid-back, and her eyes kept changing whenever she wanted. So far the colors she changed them were red, black and gold, although she did keep the pupils split for each color change. The woman also wore a white kimono that was decorated with black ravens flying all around the kimono. She also had a black belt holding the kimono together, along with wearing some black shinobi sandals. In her hand was a tanto, which she had been using since the start of their fight. He had no clue how long the fight had lasted. The reason for that was because they weren't in the land of the living as the woman described it. When he had gone out of the bar to confront the woman, he felt something grab his ankle and drag him into the floor. When he looked down, all he saw was a black portal, and that was it before waking up to the woman standing across from him. Oh? I'm a very special woman, that's all, said to the grinning woman as she barely had any sight of damage to her. Naruto just sighed slightly before he dropped his scythe, which turned into dark smoke and disappeared. He couldn't keep up with her, but he was sure as hell going to try. Looking straight into the woman's eyes, he charged. Soon a spiraling sound was heard, and within Naruto's palm was his father's technique, the Rasengan. You know that I never thought about using this technique until I had perfected it. But I know that I have to pull all the stops to win, and I won't lose, not when I have people believing in me, said Naruto as he started to move wind chakra into the spiraling sphere, making it grow in size. The woman looked slightly surprised at the technique forming within Naruto's hand. She had met a lot of people who had fallen towards the Rasengan during the Third Shinobi War, as the mortals themselves call it. However, this was something that seemed a lot stronger than the normal Rasengan. Naruto was watching the woman as he slowly increased the size of his Rasengan. He had never field-tested the technique, but this was as good a time as any. Naruto lifted his technique above his head as he felt the wind emitting from the technique blow his hair and clothes backwards and forwards. Naruto looked the woman straight in the eyes as he noticed that she hadn't moved an inch. I'm sorry if this is the end of you, but I can't give up on my dream. After all, who would I be if I broke a promise? Said Naruto as he slowly started to move forward before breaking out into a sprint. Now that shocked the woman. Here Naruto came closer and faster every step, and he was apologizing if he did kill her. Oh, he is definitely interesting. However, she wasn't expecting the next thing Naruto did. Wind release. Raisen shuriken. The woman watched as the spiraling shuriken flew towards her at triple the speed Naruto was running at. She also watched as the technique ripped her cells apart at a microscopic level. Naruto looked towards where his new technique expanded into a large sphere and evaporated, showing nothing but clean cuts on the floor. Naruto went onto a knee as he was definitely running out of energy from using that attack. Damn. I am out of chakra. I gotta get out of here, said Naruto as he slowly fell, face down onto the floor of the mysteriously dark room/arena. Interesting. Seems to me that I will keep an eye on you. And much more, said the silver-haired beauty as she slowly grew from the darkness. Snapping her fingers, she watched as Naruto's body disappeared back into the living world. Clearing few days later. I don't want to study through Tobirama-sensei. Aha, not the water whips! Screamed out Naruto as he jumped through the air and landed on his ass. Where the hell did I get out of that dark arena thingy? Asked Naruto to himself as he stood up and brushed some dirt off his Chunin jacket that looked like it was brand new and without the rips and tears that were previously on it. Naruto closed his eyes for a few moments as he stretched out his senses before gasping in shock. However, that gasp was forgotten for running towards his companion Jiraiya and his teammate Tsunade. He could also feel Shizen in the area there. Castle clearing. Jiraiya looked at how the situation worked out. First he and Tsunade went to have a drink yesterday and then he woke up drugged and had no clue what was going on. Then Shizen rushes in and tells him that Orochimaru was planning to revive Dan, and in exchange for Tsunade to heal him. When he went to look for Naruto, he couldn't find a single hair of him in the whole town, and seeing as he had to stop Orochimaru, he had to hope that the kid would find him later on. When turned up to find Orochimaru and Tsunade, he was shocked that he turned up to find Orochimaru's arms were still in their purple form and Kabuto and Orochimaru battling Tsunade. Jiraiya watched as he saw Tsunade throw blow after blow towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. However, it was easily noticeable that Tsunade couldn't keep up with both of them. Getting his chakra to purge his system slightly, Jiraiya jumped into the fray along with Shizen. Forest. Naruto was walking with his hand supporting his waist as he used his left hand to help him stand and move past the trees within the forest. Suddenly Naruto felt multiple masses of chakra suddenly appear. Shit. If I could feel them at this range, they must hold enough chakra to equal or surpass my own, thought Naruto as he grabbed his stomach where his ribs were hurting and dashed towards the chakra signatures he felt appeared. Castle clearing. When Naruto arrived, he came upon the sight of Orochimaru and was that Kabuto, battling Jiraiya and Tsunade on their summons. He saw Shizen hidden behind Jiraiya and was healing him while battling. However, Naruto noticed one thing during the Battle of Sanins, and that was the fact that Orochimaru's summon was a massive snake that was beating both the Toad boss and the Slug boss if he had to guess. Naruto looked down towards his hand and sighed. This fight was going to have him drained to a point of KO. Looking up towards Jiraiya's direction, Naruto jumped towards Jiraiya's position and started to plummet to the ground. Summoning. POF. KYAA screamed a raven as it flew with Naruto on its back. Jiraiya looked like he was seeing a mixed bath that only let supermodels and Tsunade have a look of shock as the raven's summon landed on the ground and Orochimaru. He started to turn slightly more pale. Kabuto, however, had seen Naruto in action. He missed Naruto versus Kage, and wasn't worried. The raven looked around the clearing and saw 3 other summoning animals all prepared for battle. Looking up towards her summoner, she spoke in a soft tone. Why have you summoned me, Naruto-kun? Shouldn't you have summoned to? The raven was cut off by Naruto placing a finger to his mouth. I couldn't summon anyone else, although Hawk would be good. He's not as agile and fast as you are, adding into the fact that you can use shadow release along with being able to take souls. The raven nodded its large head as she now understood his reasoning. Very well. Who is our enemy? Asked the large raven as she spread her wings preparing to take flight. The snake replied to Naruto sharply as he started to empower the raven by making a chakra shield that held snugly against the raven. Orochimaru was panicking. Sure, he could take on Jiraiya and Tsunade along with Shizen, but Naruto with a summon? It would have been difficult, and that was if the blonde brat was still a weakling. Kabuto, muttered Orochimaru, as he watched Tsunade and Jiraiya started to look towards him. Reverse summoning. Now, muttered Orochimaru, only to get an earth-shattering punch to his spine, followed by a sidekick to the ribs and into Kabuto. POF. Orochimaru and Kabuto looked towards the poof and widened their eyes. There stood Naruto's raven with Manda's eye dangling from her beak as she looked towards them and ate it. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto frantically. This was not the time to fight. Now KB Orochimaru was cut off when Ani smashed him in the face. You know that I won't let you leave alive, right? Databeo asked Naruto as he was standing in front of Orochimaru's prone body. Clap, clap, and clap. Kabuto was walking towards Naruto and Orochimaru, his bruise from getting smashed into by Orochimaru healing before Naruto's eyes. Kabuto's healing rate was nothing. Databeo. Naruto tilted his head as he looked at Orochimaru and Kabuto for a moment, before a light bulb appeared over his head, which had slightly scared Kabuto as it just appeared. Oh, I see, so you're Orochimaru's butt buddy? Asked Naruto with a curious face, although that soon went away when Kabuto glared at him. Naruto shot Kabuto with a shit-eating grin. so I guess that's a yes. Naruto watched as Kabuto glared at him and sent some killing intent at him for a few moments. At least I'm not dead last, said Kabuto as he moved ever so slightly towards Orochimaru while preparing to use an escape technique. Naruto raised his eyebrow. It was only because of his Kage training that he knew that rank meant nothing. After all, if Hashirama could beat his dad at the age of 15 in a full-scale fight without his Mokuton, there were no limits if you improve yourself with all you got. However, Naruto grimaced a moment before he fell to his knee holding his rib, which he just felt crack from the amount of chakra he surged a few minutes ago. Kabuto saw this as his chance. He quickly dashed over to Orochimaru and disappeared. At that moment Jiraiya and Tsunade had appeared, along with Shizen and a pig. Jiraiya went to Naruto's side as he saw that Naruto was cradling his ribs. Kid, you okay? Did Orochimaru injure you? Asked Jiraiya, only to get a shake of the head. No. I got it. From an injury in training a couple of hours ago. Grimaced Naruto as his ribs were healing at a slow rate as his chakra was pretty low. Poof! He suddenly felt a large amount of his chakra return to him. Looking for his raven summon, he mentally thanked her as she went back home, and returned Naruto's leftover chakra. Tsunade watched as Naruto stood up and started to fix his visible broken ribs and heal them. Tsunade had never seen anything like it, apart from when she had healed Kushina back when she was in her teens. Although was apparently an asshole who would rather wait a few years to form after Kushina's death rather than wait sealed inside of her. She was sure she heard something along the lines of chains and a moon, but she must have heard wrong. Naruto gave his arms an experimental movement along with his legs. Seeing how they were fine, he turned towards the Tsunade for a moment before asking his question. So do you agree to become the Hokage? Asked Naruto, awaiting her answer. Tsunade looked at the ground Orochimaru had laid a few minutes ago and sighed. Jiraiya had told her about Orochimaru's plan of reviving them by Edo Tensei, and even she wouldn't want to see her lover and brother in that form. Then she looked at Naruto, who had not only injured Orochimaru, but had also forced him to flee along with his snake summon. Tsunade sent a look to Shizen, who nodded to her questioning gaze. Finally feeling like her resistance broke, Tsunade nodded. Yes. I will be the 5th Hokage, screamed out Tsunade with her fist in the air. Naruto nodded before going to a knee and placing his Fox Anbu mask on. Nice to meet you, Hokage-sama. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Public rank, Chunin, secret rank, Anbu recruit, said Naruto as he waited for Tsunade to snap out of the shock of him being an Anbu. However, he had forgotten to mention this to Jiraiya. WW what? Since when were you Anbu? Screamed Jiraiya only to get Naruto's hand to his mouth. You don't tell people I'm an Anbu databeo, said Naruto as he looked at Jiraiya, who nodded and calmed down. But you are going to tell me what you mean by special rank, said Jiraiya as Naruto sighed. Fine. Chapter 14. Forest. Naruto watched as the trees blared by due to the speed he was going through the trees. It had been a few weeks since Tsunade's coronation as the 5th Hokage, and Naruto was finally joining in some Anbu missions. He had been moved through each Anbu unit, and he could honestly say that the Anbu Nico team was the best. Although he had heard rumors that the Nico Anbu captain was trying to kill herself in missions or either go until she was apparently broken and had no use left. This confused Naruto for a while before he eventually asked one of his more permanent teammates Mai about why the Anbu captain Nico wanted to end herself in a mission. Mia explained to him how a named Hate had died between the 2nd and 3rd Chunin exam phase. When Naruto heard that, he instantly remembered a sick protector for the preliminary matches. When Naruto got more information from Mai, like he coughed a lot and had brown hair, he instantly remembered who Hate was. Naruto had spent the following days making sure to help the Anbu captain out with simple things, such as helping her shopping and all. The reason for this was because he found out that she also started to starve herself by only eating nutritional bars which were made for shinobi, but those were only to fill up a ninja's stomach enough to last a few days. It doesn't give a lot of nutrition, and was only made for emergencies like if a group of shinobi were stranded in the middle of the ocean or desert. He still remembered the look of shock on Nico's face when she went to her apartment, only to find the whole living room table stocked full of food that would last since he placed seals on them that would allow the food to be in stasis when not being eaten. It was pretty smart, as if you were full with something you could wait a few hours before going back to it and continuing where you left off without having to warm it up or anything. Nico's face was frozen in complete shock and slight happiness if he had seen her eyes giving off a bright shine. Now, while Naruto did work under the Anbu captain, he still hadn't heard her name. It was frustrating as Naruto knew each and every Anbu by first name basis. Naruto soon collected his thoughts as he looked towards the left a slight bit and watched as his team were being hunted by 3 storms, which were their version of Anbu. Naruto then looked towards his left. My Anbu Weasel had blood flowing out of her arm at an insane rate, and it needed to be healed ASAP. Turning his head to the tiger, he saw that the man had both his arms broken due to the initial ambush. How was he able to keep on running at the amount of pain he probably felt? He didn't want to know. Then Naruto looked straight ahead at Anbu. She had the most injuries and yet they didn't seem to affect her. She had a massive slash mark going from her left shoulder to her right hip. It was lucky her spine hadn't been caught in that cut, or she would be paralyzed. She had her right elbow shattered and her left shoulder dislocated. Naruto then looked at himself. During the ambush he had swarmed the place with Kage Bunshin and managed to kill an Anbu group due to the shock of 200 clones swarming them. But Naruto had sustained damage as he protected Anbu from a stab, although the wound was already healed along with his fractured jaw. Naruto looked back towards the group of shinobi chasing after them. He knew that they would probably hunt his team down even when they got to fire on the nation's border, so Naruto did what Naruto's did. He attempted to sacrifice himself. Landing on the next tree branch and swirling himself towards the storm ninja, Naruto started to vibrate his chakra. He could feel the blue energy flow through him. He could feel his blood and organs syncing with his chakra. Then, he brought it to his muscles and disappeared. Anbu had looked back to check on Anbu Fox, aka Naruto Uzumaki, to make sure he hadn't been left behind as they were running at an intense speed. When she looked back though, she instantly stopped on the next branch and turned her body only to watch as Naruto disappeared. This brought pure shock as she and the other two Anbu watched as Naruto disappeared. Like a flash, the storm shinobi didn't know what hit them, because they didn't know what happened a nanosecond after Naruto disappeared. Snap, 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 snap. Team Nico watched in shock as all the storm Anbu simply died. In less than a second, they then caught sight of Naruto gasping for breath with blood flowing through his mouth. He looked up towards them and slowly brought his hands up into a thumb-up position before passing out. Nico stood frozen at what Naruto did, but soon got out of her funk when she saw that neither of her team was moving. Jumping towards Naruto's branch, she attempted to pick him up, only to feel her arm once the adrenaline left her system. Biting her lip beneath her mask, Anbu crouched down to try and grab Naruto's body. However, Naruto decided to pop back to life, while also spitting his blood forward and indirectly getting Nico's arms covered with blood along with a part of her mask. However, at that moment, she felt something in her arms change. Looking towards her arms, Nico watched as her shattered elbow visibly healed before her eyes. Looking towards Naruto, who also had a very big shock from what his blood had just done, Nico honestly thought that Naruto knew and that's why he spat at her, although the look he had given her suggested otherwise. Naruto was in a state of shock. His blood could heal people. Seriously, could he heal people with a bit of blood? That was amazing. Now, while he was training his chakra control so that he could learn Hashirama's medical techniques, he could heal his team with his own blood. It was probably because of his Mokuton that purified his system that allows it to work. Praise the log. Naruto then slowly moved his hand up towards Nico's dislocated shoulder and pushed it back into place as his blood slowly worked its magic. Naruto then slowly felt his own organs within his body calm down since he was still feeling the after effects of his speed technique. He really should name it sooner or later. Naruto looked at Anbu eyes beneath the mask and smiled slightly before passing out against the tree. Nico couldn't believe it. Naruto's blood could heal injuries in mere minutes. He could probably be better than Hokage-sama if he just used his blood for any injury. Then Naruto mumbled something as both Tiger and Weasel appeared. Run! Sonic booms. In a few minutes. Went too fast, mumbled Naruto as if he was telling them through sheer need. Nico quickly wiped the blood off of Naruto's face and threw it at both Tiger and Weasel and quickly smeared some blood on her back. Nico felt how the blood began to make her skin stitch back together with a more durable layer of skin. She then looked at her two teammates, who also had their injuries healed and were gaping at their now healed limbs. We have to get out of her. You heard Naruto, a sonic boom. Although I don't know what that is, I know it's bad. Let's move at least a few hours travel at our usual rate, said Nico as she grabbed Naruto and put him into a piggyback position and quickly grabbed his fox mask that had fallen off when he laid against the tree after his speed technique. Both Tiger and Weasel nodded before dashing off with Nico in the lead away from the battle site. A few miles later, the Anbu team all of a sudden heard a massive boom in the direction of their encounter with Storm Shinobi. When Nico turned to take a look, all she saw was the air itself exploding and pushing the entire forest in that area away in a perfect circle. Although the direction they had gone hadn't been affected for some reason. Naruto had instantly snapped his eyes open when he heard the boom, and quickly searched for his teammates, although he didn't have to look far as they were right in front of them. He then looked down to where he was and felt Anbu holding him in a piggyback position. And he realized where his hands were. Was that why he was dreaming of fluffy pillows and him squeezing them? Naruto then looked back towards his sonic boom as he had taken to calling it and cheered, which had alerted everyone he was now awake, while also causing Anbu tick marks above her head as Naruto was still fondling her breasts. Not that she will tell him to stop. Until the other two notices. Now that was a sonic boom, baby, said Naruto as he kept his eyes on the forest that had a large circular hole in it. Mai and Tiger had looked on and had to admit, that was pretty cool, even by their Anbu standards. Even Nico had nodded about it being cool. However, that soon ended as Nico started to take the lead with Naruto still on her back and the other two following on their trip back to Konoha. It had been 3 hours of constant running for the Anbu squad. Naruto had been able to run after the hour mark and had carried Nico as she had begun to tire due to carrying Naruto. It was quite embarrassing for Nico as she had been picked up and carried by the 13-year-old, even though he looked to be 16 due to his extreme height of 6'2", which he somehow gained during the Chunin exams month break. Nico looked up towards the large gates and released a sigh. Her team had been set up for a false mission, and now they had to report it and blacklist the client that had requested them. Nico could only imagine the paperwork to come, before Naruto with his fox mask on, grabbed her shoulder and gave a slight squeeze. Hey, don't worry about the paperwork, I got it, said Naruto as he used the Shunshin to teleport towards the Hokage tower, making the rest of his team sigh in relief as they simply wanted to go home and relax. For Nico, however, she hated to go home. It reminded her of her boyfriend Hate who died. Grumbling to herself, she reluctantly went towards her home in the Anbu sector, which was protected by a lot of hidden seals so that if their identities were found, no one could attack the Anbu's family directly or the Anbu themselves unless they break through the seals and defeat Anbus who live there. Nico quickly shunshined towards Anbu HQ and quickly deposited her Anbu garb and changed into her garb. Although she didn't have a long black sleeve shirt like most, she had a short sleeve one. Shining once again, she reappeared in front of her home. She went to unlock the door only to find that it was already unlocked. Narrowing her eyes, the Nico Anbu slowly opened her door, only to jump in shock as 4 people sprang up behind her couch and yelled surprise. The Nico Anbu looked shocked. She had no clue that this was going to happen. Hell, one of the people who jumped up had been with her a few minutes ago. There stood her friends and teammates, Anko Midarashi, Kurina Yehi, Hana Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki. She did the first thing that popped up into her head, throw the closest thing at Naruto as he was only a teammate. That thing she threw was a book, a 900-page book. Thud. The 4 women watched as Naruto was on the floor twitching his leg every few moments. It was complete silence. Ha 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 ha. For a few seconds, Anko couldn't keep herself from laughing at the image of Naruto on the floor twitching with a heavy book on his face. Anko was soon joined by the rest of the women in laughing at Naruto. Naruto himself slowly pried the book off his face and looked at the cover and started to twitch his eyebrow. The book title was How to Dodge for Genin. That hurt Naruto's pride very much. Naruto then turned towards the 4 laughing women, who were now on the floor, and stuck up a finger at them. Anko slowly started to stop laughing, but one looked at Naruto and once again cracked up. Naruto was now a twitching mess. His eyebrows were visibly twitching at an insane rate, and he started to chuckle slightly, a very evil chuckle. Keep laughing. Because after today, the prankster from hell will strike you all, muttered Naruto as he gave off a creepy grin, which made all the girls there stop and start to shake in slight fear. However, Naruto soon dropped his evil smile and gave off a slight grin. Well, now, are we going to hold your party, Miss Nico? Asked Naruto as he watched the girls stand up agreeing. The Nico Anbu had no clue how this happened, but wasn't going to complain, although there was one thing bothering her. Naruto, what about the Anbu report you said you would hand in? You didn't lie, did you? Asked the woman with narrowed eye glare, which brought the other woman to glare at him too. Naruto looked at his captain like she was stupid for a bit and muttered 2 words. Kaga. Bushin, said Naruto, which instantly made his captain calm down. Naruto then gave his captain her present, and he was sure he would get killed for it if a certain someone found out about his new ability. Well, Captain, seeing how I don't know you well, I wanted to give you a present and a party. So here's my present, although it will go away in 24 hours, okay? Naruto watched as his captain nodded her head, and he slowly moved his hands together like in a praying position. The woman there watched as Naruto started to have a black energy surrounding him. And it terrified the woman there. It felt like death. Pure death. Slowly Naruto moved his hands in front of him and created a portal. This was something he found out during his battle with the Death Goddess. He died a few days ago during his mission. He didn't know why, but the goddess would attack him at night at random times and always display a new technique, which he himself then tries to replicate. However, this technique was given to him by the goddess after defeating her for the 30th time. The technique allows the user to summon a soul to battle with them, but to do so the user must have a higher amount of spiritual energy, and since chakra is made from 50% spirit energy and 50% physical energy, You would need reserves to summon the higher tier of ninjas, as their energy was now complete spiritual energy until summoned. But another point of it is that if anyone is absorbed and sealed inside of the Shinigami, they are unsummonable entirely, so no Hokages to train him again. But there was the drawback of using your physical energy to keep them in the land of the living, and because of that the user would get tired more quickly as their strength gets used up faster by the amount of people they summoned. Another downside is that once you kill them, they dispel. Naruto was focusing on the portal in front of him and slowly found Hate's signature within the portal. Extending his energy, Naruto slowly pulled out Hate from the land of the dead and watched as his body started to become physical in the land of the living. The Nico, Anbu, and the rest of the girls watched in shock as a ghost replica of Hate started to appear, before it started to gain skin and clothing. Soon the Hate replica formed completely and fell to the floor as if lifeless. Until the body groaned, Naruto watched as his captain looked shocked at the slowly standing body of her dead lover. Naruto then closed the portal and had reabsorbed his dark energy, and turned to his captain. There you go, Captain Nico, who is revived for 24 hours. Also have a great birthday, said Naruto as he shunned Shin home. The Nico Anbu watched as her lover stood still for a moment before jumping to her and giving her a hug. Yugao. It's nice to see you again, muttering to Hate and Yugao. Slowly Yugao wrapped her arms around Hate as well and enjoyed her hug, ignoring that he had just been revived in front of her. Anko, Kurenai and Hana just looked on in shock as the two lovers reunited since the Chunin exams break. Anko slowly turned her head towards her friends and asked a question each one held. Did you see that too? Naruto's apartment. Naruto looked around his apartment and sighed. He was still in his Anbu garb and couldn't be bothered going to HQ to place his stuff there. Either way, who cares if they find out he was the Fox Anbu? He was anyway, so what's the point of being found out? Slowly taking his Anbu armor off and placing it on top of his bed, Naruto walked towards his kitchen and started to cook some stir-fry for himself. He watched as the rice and chopped up vegetables and soy sauce mixed together to make a heavenly smell and gave a sigh of the amazing smell. Sure, ramen tasted better, but even ramen couldn't smell this good. Unless it was Ichiraku's ramen, then this held no candle to the ramen there. So what is it that you are making? Asked a voice behind Naruto. Naruto instantly hardened his eyes before twisting his body instantly, ready for another showdown to the death as the woman put it. But that would only work if you could actually die in the first place. However, when Naruto turned around, his mouth opened in shock and his eyes widened in absolute shock. There sat the Shinigami at his table, wearing a tight white shirt, which looked like it would rip due to her large breast size at any moment. She hadn't changed anything else, but he could also see that she wore white long pants, although they could be considered skin tight as he could still see all her body through the material. The Shinigami looked at Naruto with her crimson red eyes and grinned slightly. Naruto was in frozen shock, and she was enjoying every second of it. Naruto shakily raised a finger at her, and tried to form words, however he just seemed like he couldn't. The Shinigami grinned even more before standing up and walking around the table and in front of Naruto. She was also about the same size as Naruto, being around 6'2", 6'3". She then slowly brought a pale hand up and pulled his jaw up so that it wasn't hanging and grinned even more and brought her lips towards Naruto's. Naruto watched as her lips changed color as they went closer to his own. Originally they were light pink, but then they changed into light purple and looked glossy. Naruto tried to force his body to move as it was likely a trap. However, his body was frozen stiff and couldn't even try to move itself. Soon their lips made contact and Naruto felt like he died and went to heaven and was being served ramen every day, as it was the food of the gods. The Shinigami was surprised that the kiss felt as good as it did. She was only trying to poison him, but instead of dropping dead for her to claim him, she instead felt the pleasure of the kiss and couldn't attempt to poison him more than just the weakened formula. Slowly Naruto brought his hands around the Shinigami's back and wrapped them around, pulling the goddess closer towards him. This was soon followed by the Shinigami, who had wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and sank into his body. The two kissed for a few minutes until Naruto needed to breathe, which bummed out the Shinigami a bit, before she gave a grin towards him and walked towards the table and sat down with a plate magically appearing in front of her. Seeing the plate, Naruto paled slightly as he thought that his food would have been burnt to ashes. But when he turned around, he was pleasantly surprised that they were cooked exactly how he wanted them to be. Grabbing the wok he had used for the stir-fry, he quickly dumped the food into a large bowl and started to place some on his plate before taking the large amount of food towards the table and filling the Shinigami's plate up for her. Naruto then sat down on the opposite side of the table, facing the death goddess head-on. He then started to eat his rice and vegetables, soon followed by the Shinigami. The lunch was a very silent one. I mean, how would you talk to death? Who was drop-dead gorgeous and could kill you at any moment? The Shinigami was on her 5th serving as the food was incredible, and because she didn't need to eat, she would never truly be full. Naruto himself was only on his 2nd serving as he was starting to fill up from all the food, Soon he heard the Shinigami ask him for water. Deciding it was good for his health, he stood up and walked towards his fridge and grabbed a jug that held cold water. Moving his hand to the left where a cabinet was, he picked up a bamboo cup and started to fill it up with water. Midway through filling up the cup with water, he felt someone wrap their arms around him and place their head on his shoulder. "Thank you for the lunch, Naruto-kun. Just for that. I'm changing the way I'm having you," muttered the Shinigami into Naruto's ear. Naruto, wondering what the Shinigami meant, turned his head slightly to see the Shinigami already in a kissing position and quickly grabbed his head and forced him into her kiss, which Naruto was more than happy to accept and return. However, Naruto soon snapped out of what he was doing and brought his head away from the death goddess and looked at her lips. They were green this time. Naruto quickly wiped his lips and looked at his long black sleeved shirt and saw green marks slashed along his arm. He looked back towards the Shinigami and dashed out of his apartment and onto the roof across his apartment. Naruto jumped as far and as fast as he could, however he was nothing but a mortal reaper. Soon the Shinigami appeared next to him and ran alongside him. The Shinigami laughed at him, which drove Naruto to run faster, trying desperately to escape. He didn't know why, but he knew if he was caught he was screwed. He also had the feeling that the kiss the Shinigami gave him was a weak, less potent version of the real thing. But once again the Shinigami caught up to him and grabbed him, which in turn stopped him dead in his tracks. Now calm down, Naruto. I'll take my time with you," said the Shinigami as her pink lips turned into a darker shade of green. Naruto watched as she brought her head closer towards his. He would not be a slave to anyone. Vibrating his chakra and sending it towards his skin, he watched as the Shinigami went through him as he moved forward and started to vibrate his chakra once again and send it towards his muscles, and with a streak of yellow he disappeared. Until the Shinigami caught his fist from her right side. She grinned as Naruto's face showed shock. He had traveled at a speed that should be impossible to stop or dodge. Crack! A knee to the stomach stopped Naruto in his tracks as he fell to his knees with his fist still being held inside the death goddess's hand. The woman grinned even more before letting Naruto's hand drop to the floor as she turned away from Naruto and created a portal to travel back to her domain. She turned her head back towards Naruto one last time and winked at him before she disappeared into the black abyss of a portal. Naruto lay there holding his now healing ribs as he watched the dark portal collapse on itself. Slowly, Naruto stood up and began to limp his way down to the street below. When he landed, he forgot one important thing. He was in Anbu uniform, and his Anbu tattoo was showing as his long-sleeved shirt ripped while running. What's worse was teams 7, 8, 9 and 10 standing without their senseis there and were looking at him as he was holding his ribs due to the pain he felt from the goddess's attack. Naruto watched as each of his fellow genin graduates had shock running through their faces as they looked at Naruto's garb and tattoo. Naruto moved his hand from his now healed ribs and scratched the back of his head. "So, cool costume, right?" asked Naruto as he had a shaky smile riding upon his face. However, he then saw that both Sakura and Ino were about to open their mouths, and using his flash step, he quickly duct-taped both their mouths before they could likely scream out he was an Anbu. The other genin there were looking at Naruto in pure shock, well, all except Sasuke, who was showing rage through his face as he stared at Naruto's shoulder tattoo. Suddenly Naruto's head perked up as he saw a hawk in the air and brought his arm in front of his face, allowing the hawk to land. Naruto then grabbed the scroll from the large bird and gave it a small apple piece from his wrist seal. The hawk ate it happily before giving a screech and flying off towards the Hokage tower. Naruto was ignoring his old friends as he read through the scroll. However, he had noticed that Kakashi, Kurenai and Guy had also appeared. Naruto read the scroll and sighed a bit. Tsunade wanted to run him ragged with all the missions he had been doing for the past few weeks, either to see how good he was or if it would make him quit Anbu, as he was one of her last living family, as she had discovered when she went to the pictures and flicked blood on them only to find nothing there. Yes, quite weird when he had to explain to her about him being related to her. Although she had started to train him in chakra control since his was around high jonin control at best, and because of his Mokuton, which he hadn't told Tsunade about, he should be able to have perfect control sooner or later. However, while reading there was a second option. He could go on a mission with Anbu Unit Delta, or he could train himself and get ready for his and Jiraiya's training trip. Deciding he could use the next few months to train would be good, he quickly summoned a crow to take the scroll towards the Hokage tower with his answer. He then turned around and walked into a barbecue restaurant, making sure to use a seal on his cloths that changed his uniform for his regular civilian clothes, which were just a plain 3/4 shirt with an Uzumaki spiral on the hem of the shirt along with black pants that had bandages wrapped around the hems of the pants, and ordered some teriyaki chicken. Hey, getting your ribs healed makes you hungry. While Naruto entered the barbecue restaurant, he had forgotten that Team 7, 8, 9 and 10 were staring at him in shock as he entered the restaurant. Kurenai now knew why he was wearing Anbu attire when he helped her and the rest of the girls set up Yugao's party, but was curious why he wore it after leaving. Walking inside with her team, Kurenai watched as Naruto was eating his teriyaki chicken peacefully. Deciding to join him, Kurenai and her team walked towards Naruto's booth and sat down. Naruto looked quite surprised that they decided to sit with him, but shrugged it off and continued to eat. Team 8 had then ordered their meal and watched as Naruto pushed his plate towards them with a small smile. With a dig in from Naruto, Team 9 started to eat along with Naruto. Soon Team 7, 9 and 10 walked through the doors and made a beeline straight towards Naruto's table and sat down themselves. For a few minutes no one said anything other than their orders when another waitress went up to their table and had some of the teriyaki that Naruto bought, which was a lot. However, Kakashi opened his mouth. So Naruto, why have you been avoiding team training? You know that if you don't go to training you won't get stronger, right? Asked Kakashi while looking at Naruto straight in the eyes. Naruto however tilted his head slightly. Kakashi. You know that I was promoted to Chunin, right? Then there was the fact you just saw my Anbu tattoo. I'm not on Team 7 anymore. You knew that, right? Asked Naruto with his head still tilted to the side as he stared at Kakashi, who had widened his one visible eye at that. Sasuke then clenched his jaw tight. The dead last became Chunin. That was the most absurd thing he heard. Sakura however needed to voice her displeasure. Naruto baka. Stop lying. If you are Chunin, that means that we should all be already. And whose Anbu clothes did you steal? Are you trying to make yourself look cool? Screeched Sakura as everyone winced in that area apart from Naruto as he released the chakra that held the silencing seal in his ears. Originally used for sound shinobi, but it works just as well on Sakura. I got promoted during the Chunin exams and Gigi when he was Hokage decided to give me a dual promotion. I would be a Chunin and special Anbu, which let me go on Anbu missions and Chunin missions for the first few weeks, and then after I would become a full Anbu with all the benefits along with being able to become a instantly after I quit from Anbu. But until I quit from Anbu I am still a Chunin on the official record, said Naruto, as he dipped some teriyaki into some chili sauce and ate it. All the senseis at the table were shocked. The dead last Naruto was Anbu as an unofficial rank and Chunin as an official rank. It was amazing. Naruto! Shouted Jiraiya as he popped up at the table from nowhere with a grin. It's good to see that you bought me lunch. That's a good student, said Jiraiya as he sat down in one of the vacant seats next to Naruto as all the other genin and sat in their own teams. Although everyone did hear Naruto mumble out, "You're not a teacher if you don't teach me anything soon." Tsunade had also entered along and also sat next to Naruto. Tsunade gripped Naruto by the cheek and started to pull his face. "What did I hear about you creating a book?" asked Tsunade as she looked towards Jiraiya, who was grinning at him with a peace sign. Naruto in turn grinned back before pulling out his book, The Goddess's Playmate. When Tsunade saw the book, she instantly let his cheek go and brought out her copy of it. If Naruto was the creator of the divine book, she was going to have him become her personal writer. After all, the plot of a mortal trying with all his might to be against the goddess who wants to take the main character for herself is actually a great plot. When Naruto came up with the idea, she had no clue. Naruto in the next 5 minutes was surrounded by many women with their own copies of his book who were pleading that he sign them. Naruto just gave a goofy grin as he signed each and every book there. When Jiraiya watched Naruto sign multiple women's books, he started to internally cry. Naruto was getting a woman who wanted his signature. All he got were other males. Damn that kid. After a power hour of signing multiple books, along with other things, Naruto went back to eating his teriyaki like it was a normal day. After all, this was one of the few times he has been caught out about him being that book's author. During the time Naruto was signing books, the genin, with the exception of Kurenai, were staring at Naruto as he signed many books in the span of an hour. How did the dead last do these things? They didn't know. That was also including Hinata, as she had no clue how Naruto became like this during the month break where she couldn't observe him. During that month break, even with her she couldn't see him. When Naruto sat back down, Shizen had come in and started to drag Tsunade away as she clutched onto her book, which had weirded Shizen out because her master would only hold the book like that if she ever met the author, and it probably wasn't anyone in the room. Naruto waited for his comrades to speak for a bit before he just shrugged and nodded to Jiraiya, who had nodded back. It was time for some practice using the scroll Naruto had gained. Turning back to the table, Naruto placed a large amount of money for the bill and waved to his old classmates, with both Naruto and Jiraiya sunshine away. Sasuke stood up and left in a fit of rage, being followed by Ino and Sakura. Soon Kiba had also stood up with rage that the dead son was so far ahead of him and left with Hinata trying to calm him down along with Shino. Following them was Lee as he decided to improve so that he could keep up with Naruto, which had also inspired his teammates Neji and Tenten along with their teacher Guy. Kakashi, Shikamaru, sat there for a moment before Kakashi stood up and went to look for Sasuke. Asuma, Shikamaru and Choji just sat there. before grinned and ordered more food for the three of them while he took out a shogi board for him and Shikamaru to play on. It was a good day for him. Chapter 15. Ha. 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 Ass. Hole. Thud. Weak. Said Naruto as he turned around from his last opponent in a Chunin bandit camp near the Land of Fire borders. Naruto sighed. It had been a few weeks since he had been banished from his home, but he was more or less disappointed at how exactly he got banished. Moving over towards a stone to sit on, Naruto raised his right hand up towards his face and removed his fox mask ever so slowly. Naruto had his eyes closed as he felt the texture of the Anbu mask slip past his face, taking the feel of the mask as it wiped his nose, cheek and jaw. Moving his right hand away from his face, while holding the mask in a comfortable grip, Naruto opened his eyes. They weren't cerulean blue anymore, they were red, and had 3 tomos spinning within them. Naruto looked towards the darkened sky that started to crackle above him. Feeling a presence next to him, he tilted his head to the side and saw a 15-year-old girl that had long brown hair that was kept in 2 pigtails along with green eyes and a small mouth. She was wearing nothing but a very big blue shirt and bulky pants. Naruto then nodded towards the girl, who nodded back and poofed into smoke. Naruto's red eyes slowly changed back to their original color, as his eyes lost focus as he was going through the memories of his clone. Naruto watched as his clone infiltrated the Chunin camp as a slave and had freed all the slaves within the camp prior to his arrival 15 minutes ago. He was lucky that his clone hadn't been attacked or raped, or this operation would have been a complete failure, and would have costed a lot of innocent people's lives. Naruto once again looked up towards the sky as it started to rain on him at a fast pace. It felt like the day he was banished. Flashback. Naruto Uzumaki was on his way back from a mission in the Land of Sand. He had been tasked with a solo mission of destroying some IWA mine that had started to spread across Suna's borders and parts of the Land of Fires. The reason why Suna hadn't pushed the IWA forces back away from them was because of the likely new alliance that both IWA and Suna had worked out since the invasion. So, Konoha, not wanting any chances, had requested Naruto take out all IWA mines surrounding the Fire Country along with Wind Country, as it was somewhat easy for Suna to cross into Fire Country. Walking through the large forest that the Fire Country had, Naruto was whistling a merry tune, until he heard an explosion nearby. Boom! 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 Snapping his head towards the sound, Naruto dashed towards it while slipping his fox mask back on his face. Boom! 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 Naruto could feel the vibrations through the soles of his sandals. He could feel the wind smashing against it. He could also hear the screams of determination run through the battle ahead of him. Naruto watched as 2 statues appeared. He knew what these statues were. After all, he did get trained by one of them. Jumping to the edge of the valley at the end, he looked down to see Sasuke Uchiha, or what looked like him, stabbing Lee through the chest with a chidori. Naruto widened his eyes as he watched Sasuke brutally rip his arm from Lee's body. Naruto tensed his muscles as he threw himself at Sasuke's and Lee's direction. Slay him. The ground under Naruto cracks in a perfect circle in a diameter of 2 meters. Naruto looked towards Lee and quickly grabbed his body and moved him towards the 2 statues' feet. Naruto looked at Lee's chest and narrowed his eyes. He needed to stabilize Lee ASAP. Sending chakra towards his hands, Naruto was about to place his hands on Lee's ripped open right chest. However, the Uchiha Avenger needed attention. Dobe, muttered Sasuke as he started to prepare a chidori in his left hand as he stood a few meters away from Naruto and Lee's prone body. Naruto ignored Sasuke as he placed his hands on top of Lee's open chest and moved his chakra into forcefully splitting Lee's cells to reproduce and regenerate all damaged tissue cells and organs. Sasuke watched as Naruto ignored him, and that ticked him off. He was Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto was ignoring him. This will not do. Sasuke dashed at Naruto using his new speed of mid-Chunin speeds. Throwing his left lightning-covered hand forward, Sasuke expected to feel his hand push through Naruto's chest and back out. Instead, he felt nothing but air. Naruto sat there in the exact same position as he was healing Lee while maintaining his intangibility. He could feel his chakra draining stupidly fast as he was not only making himself intangible, but also Lee, while he was also healing Lee with an advanced medical technique. Naruto could see through the bottom of his eyes Sasuke's fists fly through his chest and stomach. He then noticed Sasuke jump back and start sending fireballs at him and Lee. At this rate he would be able to stabilize Lee, but run out of chakra and risk both him and Lee getting another lightning-covered fist through the chest, or somewhere worse. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration. He had never attempted this before, but he needed it to work. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Soon 3 sealless clones appeared around Naruto, each holding 1/4 of Naruto's entire chakra reserves. Naruto started to sweat before deactivating his intangible. Nodding to his clones, he watched as they took over and began to help Lee's body regenerate. Naruto turned his body to face Sasuke's eyes. He had only around level chakra reserves, and that was pushing it, although with his currently low reserves, he has almost perfect control. His lessons with Tsunade were doing wonders. Sasuke stood glaring at Naruto with his Sharingan eyes. He could feel them feeding off his chakra the longer he was sending them his chakra. He watched as Naruto's reserves flowed smoothly through his body and not like a raging tsunami or hurricane. Then he looked at his own reserves. Fighting with Lee for the last hour or two had wasted half of his max reserves. He was stuck at high Chunin if he had to guess. But that wasn't counting his curse seal power. Looking towards Lee's body, he chuckled slightly out loud, something which Naruto picked up on. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto questioned Sasuke about why he was laughing. His answer? That fool thought that I would surrender, so when I pretended to he went to help me up. And then I shoved a Chidori through his chest, said Sasuke as he was still cracking up over the easy win. Naruto moved his head slightly to look at Lee and mentally nodded to himself that Lee would think that if someone surrendered they would go quietly. Although that didn't stop him from feeling sorry for the spandex-wearing teen, Naruto looked right back towards Sasuke. Before dashing forwards and smashing his right fist into Sasuke's undercarriage, which threw Sasuke up slightly into the air, Naruto then followed up with a handstand heel kick to the jaw, sending Sasuke up higher into the air. Naruto then caught Sasuke's left ankle and brought him down with enough force to shatter the ground in front of him. Letting go of Sasuke's left ankle, Naruto returned back to Lee and started to heal him with the rest of his clones. However, Naruto instantly turned around and threw a fist out, which had connected to Sasuke's. Or what looked like Sasuke. This Sasuke had long shaggy blue/light purple hair that reached his upper shoulders and had spiked out in nearly every direction. His eyes were his usual Sharingan, however instead of a white-eye background, it was pure black, which gave the shiny crimson eyes a little bit of ominousness. Another blaring difference was that Sasuke's skin color was a very light purple coloring with a black star going across his nose, along with blue lipstick on Sasuke's lips. That was disturbing and very weird. Sasuke, why are you doing this? Asked Naruto as he had no actual idea why Sasuke was attacking Lee. What if he accidentally was healing a spy? Or even if this was the real Sasuke? He didn't make sure he knew what he was getting into. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and grinned. Oh? So you don't know? I'm running away to join Orochimaru. Interesting that you didn't know that before chasing after me, said Sasuke, being 100% sure that Naruto was here to stop him. Naruto simply blinked at him before tilting his head, as he kept his fist locked firmly with Sasuke's. Wait. Are you leaving Konoha to join Orochimaru? Asked Naruto, making sure he knew if Sasuke was telling the truth. Now Sasuke was running out of patience, until a loud scream echoed throughout the forest surrounding the valley. Naruto snapped his head towards the sound and looked at Sasuke, wondering if he knew what was going on. Although that scream sounded like Shikamaru's, Naruto looked from Sasuke to Lee and repeated this for a few seconds before his eyes widened slowly. If what Sasuke was saying was true, Naruto once again focused on his fist and started to phase through Sasuke, who had widened his eyes as he went through Naruto's entire body. When Naruto got behind Sasuke, he noticed something he hadn't noticed at first glance. On Sasuke's back were two giant hands. Wing thingies. Grabbing onto both wing things, Naruto started to spin at a furious rate, before chucking Sasuke into the statues. Naruto looked at his three clones and sighed. This was going to screw him over later on. Clones, we have to find any other shinobi that may have been injured. I will go to the scream that we just heard. Summon more clones to scout out the area and help. Okay. And someone grab Lee and take him back to ASAP. Go it? Asked Naruto, being rewarded with nods before everyone left to do their jobs. Back in Madara's statue was Sasuke, who fell out of the statue being back to normal, before standing up and glaring at the spot Naruto occupied a few moments ago. Then, slowly limping, Sasuke's figure disappeared within the vast forest. Poof! One of Naruto's clones saw Sasuke leave and poofed to give Naruto that bit of information. Clearing, Naruto dashed through lush bushes and thick leaves-covered trees as he went to the scream's general location. Stopping on a branch, Naruto closed his eyes and started to feel the chakra within a few kilometers, and could only snap his eyes wide open. He could feel two chakra signatures extremely close to him. One was blaring with a similar chakra source as Sasuke near the end of the battle, and the other felt weak. Naruto checked his own reserves, which he was happy to find out that he regained some chakra, although it didn't put him at an even amount of a regular Kage. It was about the same as Tsunade's, which was not that much higher than low Kage, although to be honest, she had what? Like 90% control over her chakra, so she wouldn't waste nearly anything on most of her techniques. Come on, Naruto! Get your head out of the gutter and into the game, shouted Naruto to himself, and he dashed towards the 2 chakra signatures, clearing. Well, shit stains, any last words? Asked the girl as she stood over Shikamaru's laid-down body. The woman had long, untamed, pink hair and a tan tunic, with black shorts and standard black shinobi sandals. Her skin was brown and her eyes were yellow. She also had a set of horns upon her head. Shikamaru coughed out some blood as he looked up at the red-headed girl. After she had activated her curse seal stage 2, she had entirely outclassed him. He couldn't do anything with his Kage techniques as she could just break through them almost instantly, and he had lost his equipment when she had caught him in a few seconds. He had no way to create a strategy. And she was extremely strong in the hand-to-hand fight and left him in the dust. However, Shikamaru knew this was the end for him. And he failed his team. He wondered if any of them were still alive. Guess he will see if they also appear on the other side. Closing his eyes, Shikamaru felt the woman start to stomp on his chest and push down upon it. Tayuya watched as the idiot under her foot looked defeated and destroyed. She always felt good after defeating an opponent and making them give up. Tayuya saw her foot dig deeper and deeper into the Nara below her foot and grinned sadistically as she put more pressure into her foot. Snap! There goes one of his ribs, thought as she lifted her foot up slightly, ready to smash it through the kid beneath her. Too bad all she saw next was darkness. Thud. Tayuya's body fell forward, landing right next to Shikamaru as she was knocked out. Standing where previously stood was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the fox Anbu of. Phew. That's all of them. However, it seems that my clones killed the other shinobi. I guess we will have to make do with Miss Red over here, said Naruto to him as he lowered himself down and grabbed both Shikamaru and disappeared towards them. Flashback end. We find Naruto now walking through the rain. The droplets hit Naruto's blonde hair and shoulders as he walked through the rain. He listened to every squelch his sandals made as he walked through the soaked pathway. However, the one thing he truly felt was the wind. The beautiful wind that whisked around his body and through his hair. Naruto sighed as he continued walking through the dirt road. He looked down towards his fox mask and sighed once again as he counted the numerous marks that adored his mask since his banishment. He hadn't been able to find a mask repairman at all. But to be fair, there wouldn't be a lot of them around. Naruto closed his eyes and started to see every living thing around him for miles. He could even see land formations when he started to absorb some natural energy. Feeling the area around, Naruto locked a location in and disappeared with a flash step. Wide open clearing. With a flash, Naruto was standing in the middle of a large clearing just like his one back in. He smiled a bit as he remembered all the good times he had in that secret home of his. Moving his hands into a prayer-like fashion, Naruto sent chakra into his body and let out a relaxed breath of air. Wood release. 4-pillar house technique. Soon, a tall and spacious house made of wood appeared. It had grown into a large 2-story house that also had a large wooden wall around the entire clearing, giving the house some extra cover as it blocked the house from anyone outside of the walls. Naruto then started to walk around the outside of the walls and skimmed his hands across the smooth surface, watching as many markings appeared along the massive walls. Once completing a full lap on the outside of the fence, he entered through the door he created through the fence, and did a lap of the inside fence, while once again watching as many markings appeared along the wooden surface. Naruto then walked towards the front entrance to his new home. Looking towards the wall, Naruto gave a small smile. Well, at least I can train in peace now, said Naruto before turning his back towards the outside fences and entering his house for the night. Chapter 18. Well, that place sucked, mumbled Naruto as he walked out of another gambling booth. It had become a hobby to go gamble when he was extremely bored. However, because he had more time to train and gamble a bit, people started to not allow him entry into gambling dens because he was now dubbed the anti-Tsunade. Yeah, really, they had nothing better to name him. Maybe the Gambling King or something would have been better. It had been officially 2 months since Naruto had been banished, and he was traveling around the world and training. For Naruto, he enjoyed the peace he had gained with being banished. Well, until he was somehow found by shinobi all over the goddamn world. Naruto reached into his Anbu pants pocket and pulled out the newest version of the bingo book. Even after reading it a few times, he still couldn't believe what was placed on his head. Bingo book entry 9212. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Nickname S. Hero of the Wave. Savior of the Spring. Hair color blonde. Eyes blue. Family unknown. Bloodline S. None. Description of clothing. Konoha Anbu clothing with an Anbu fox mask. Personality. Cheerful and dangerous. He can instantly switch from being a nice person to an unbeatable foe. Ninjutsu 9/13 mid jounin / Anbu. Taijutsu 10/13 high jounin / Anbu. Genjutsu 0 out of 13. No skill. Kenjutsu 0/13, no skill. Iriajutsu 0 out of 13, no skill. Fuinjutsu 13/13 master. Spacetime ninjutsu 0/13, no information. Base stats: Strength 9/13, mid Jounin/Anbu, Speed 10/13, high Jounin/Anbu, Intelligence 8/13, low Jounin/Anbu. Elemental affinities unknown. Extra abilities: Superior Healing and Raven Summons. Rank Chunin/Anbu. Bounty: Konoha, alive, 80 million yen, dead 0 yen. Rank 8+, dangerous, however should be easy to defeat with a group of high Chunin and retreat if injured. The information provided has been from Konoha. The actual bastards there put him in the bingo book at A+ rank. He knew that at best he was about A rank. It was just the council wanting to capture him by having stronger ninjas after him. Snapping his bingo book closed, Naruto sat down on a park bench that he had spotted through the corner of his eye while walking. Sitting down, Naruto moved his head back and gave out a breath. Moving his head around slightly, Naruto saw an old crippled man enjoying his time with his grandson. That man made the memories of his banishment reappear instantly. Gaining a blank look within his eyes, Naruto delved into his memories. Flashback. Come on, Shikamaru woke up, said Naruto as he was finished healing Shikamaru's injured body a few minutes ago. Now he needed the lazy Nara to wake up. Naruto, seeing that shaking him awake didn't work, came up with a better plan. Putting his hands together in a single ram hand sign, Naruto grinned evilly before muttering his technique. Water release, rainfall. Soon a bunch of water molecules clamped together right above Shikamaru. Next the water expanded in size until it covered his entire body. Then it started to rain on him with ice-cold water droplets. Damn it, Naruto screamed Shikamaru as he hopped back up to his feet, still being pounded on by the massive ball of rain. Naruto just grinned as his technique slowly disappeared once the water was wasted on Shikamaru, which in turn left a soak to the bone Nara. Naruto shook his head slightly as he pointed towards Konoha's gates that were a few meters ahead of them both. Shikamaru nodded to Naruto before he started to walk. Before he remembered something, turning his head towards Naruto, his eyes gained a piercing look in them. Naruto. What happened to the rest of the Sasuke retrieval team? Shikamaru asked as he watched Naruto's face intensely. Naruto just wove his hand in front of Shikamaru's face before walking ahead. Turning his head around, Naruto gave Shikamaru a grin and said 2 words. They're fine. Shikamaru released a sigh that he didn't know he was holding. His first chance at leading a team wasn't the greatest start. Naruto watched as his clones soon appeared around him while also carrying the remaining injured shinobi, and he was quite surprised to find out that it was all the rookies that had been assigned the mission to retrieve Sasuke. Looking at each of his clones, which had multiplied from the original 3, Naruto gained nods from each of the clones, signifying that each member was in a stable position. Turning his head back towards Shikamaru, Naruto gave a slight grin and a thumbs up. Okay, so each of your team is in a stable position. I have to go now and report my mission, and you have to get your team to the hospital now. Okay, getting a nod from Shikamaru, Naruto shunshin towards the Hokage tower, and after telling Tsunade about his mission in the borders of Insuna, he retreated home for some much-needed rest. Council room 2 days later. When Naruto entered the council room, he knew something was off. Maybe it was the fact that only one other man was in the room, or the fact that he could sense others hiding outside of the room doors. The man in front of him was Danzo, one of the 4 elders of the village. There used to be 3 elders until the GG had retired from the position of Hokage to Tsunade a few weeks ago. Looking at the man in front of him, Naruto could see that he wanted something. What he wanted was a mystery. However, Naruto knew that he would find out shortly. Danzo narrowed his single eye as he walked closer towards Naruto. He gripped his cane loosely as he walked towards his target. If he could know when he did pull his mission off, he will be the next Hokage, and then he could protect the village how it should be protected instead of Hiruzen's and Tsunade's beliefs. Looking towards Naruto once again, Danzo spoke in an even tone, making sure to be as clear as possible. Naruto Uzumaki, spoke Danzo as he moved his hands slightly up towards his bandages on his head. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Yes, asked Naruto as he watched the old cripple move his hand towards his head, which had confused Naruto as he was sure there was no reason for it. Danzo's face didn't change as he spoke his next words. Obey, muttered Danzo as he quickly pulled his bandages off his injured eye, showing the single Manjikyu eye of Shursui Uchiha, the Genjutsu/Shunshin master, Kodo Amatsukami. Naruto watched as the red eye with a black 4-point pinwheel spun at a rapid speed. Mindscape. Naruto suddenly found himself within a sewer that was painted red on the walls with Sharingan Tomo aligning the walls. I will not fall to the Sharingan again, screamed a voice down the large corridor ahead of him. Deciding to see what's going on, Naruto dashed forward at a speed that even surprised him. As Naruto was running towards the roars ahead of him, he suddenly felt something wrong. He remembered something that he knew for a fact wasn't true. Naruto started to get memories of him being with Konoha's Root Anbu division, and how he was Danzo's personal soldier, as he saved him early in his life. Naruto suddenly picked up his speed as more and more memories invaded his head. He needed to know what was happening and fast. Naruto strained his eyes ahead of him and could see something he hadn't met ever before. The Kyuubi. However, it seemed as if it was fighting something. Moving even faster towards the Kyuubi, Naruto stopped right in front of the cage, which instantly brought him Kyuubi's attention. Kyuubi was a large beast, easily matching about half the size of the entire Hokage monument. Kyuubi was a large fox with red-orange fur and red eyes, however also possessed the upper body structure of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. It also had a black surrounding around its eyes that went to the tips of its large ears. Brat! What have you done? You have almost enslaved us to the cripple in front of your body. You must send chakra into me so that I can break us out of this mess. I will explain the rest of this encounter later. However, when you are free, rip the eye out of the old man and run. Don't let the man get the eye back. Screamed as Naruto nodded. He could already feel more and more memories attempting to overtake his own. Jumping into the cage that held the, Naruto stuck his hand on top of the Kyuubi's large furry orange head and pumped his own chakra into the large beast. He could feel some sort of breaking as the was released from A, which had the added effects of the memories that he was gaining being destroyed. Council room. Danzo knew something was wrong. Naruto hadn't gone onto a knee and started to bow to him. It had been a few seconds after the technique had been cast, and he was wondering what was happening. Walking forwards towards Naruto's prone and still body, Danzo narrowed both his natural and Sharingan eye, until Naruto's left arm shot up and ripped Shurisui's Sharingan out of Danzo's right eye socket. Danzo fell backwards due to the shock he was experiencing, although he didn't show it as he held his blank face as he covered his, once again missing eye. Naruto held the eye within his left hand and jumped out of the council room, via the window. However, when he did, the rest of the council members entered the room and only saw two things: Danzo bleeding on the floor, and Naruto jumping out of the room in a hurry. Tsunade snapped out of her shock as she only saw that Naruto was running away from the scene. Knowing that Danzo probably got attacked for no reason, due to him being monitored near constantly, she had come to the conclusion that Naruto was going to assassinate Danzo and failed. Anbu! Screamed the Hokage, making two Anbu drop down the ceiling. Those Anbu were Weasel and Nico. Yes, Hokage-sama, said the two in an even tone as they too witnessed Naruto's actions. Tsunade sighed before stating her order. Tell all shinobi to stop Naruto Uzumaki, the fox Anbu, from leaving the village. At whatever the cost. Said Tsunade as the two Anbu nodded before leaving. Poof! Tsunade and the rest of the council turned their heads towards the poofing sound. However, they couldn't find anything. Village center. Naruto was clutching his fractured ribs. Jumping out from a few-story building that was on top of a mountain was not good for someone's health. He had managed to survive by somewhat slowing his falling speed by wind chakra. However, it wasn't enough to completely stop his fall. Naruto suddenly snapped his head towards the Hokage tower once again. He felt one of his many clones within the village pop and give him information. Naruto, while traveling with Jiraiya to find Tsunade, thought that Jiraiya's spy network was a good idea, so to better himself and protect his village, he had sent hundreds of photosynthesizing clones, which were clones that could produce their own chakra to keep themselves alive, which then hanged as different things throughout entirely as a way to stop spies from entering and escaping. No one knew that Naruto had this going through the village, which is why there had been a fair deal less spies capable of both attaining important information and escaping Naruto's eyes and ears. However, the few that did escape would be caught out by Jiraiya's spy network that expanded across the world. Naruto then felt more clones pop, informing him that shinobi were moving towards his position. He could feel his chakra reserves being under a regular Chunin and knew that his speed and intangibility techniques were off the table. Stupid Danzo forcing him to use most of his chakra to help break them. He would need to thank the fox later on. Well, looks like it's good old Shunshin from here out, mumbled Naruto, as he slowly got to his feet before realizing something. The Sharingan in his hand was gone. He had lost possibly the most dangerous item in the entire world. Naruto couldn't worry about that right now. He needed to escape. Well timed to show the fastest Shunshin user since the famous Shurisuke Uchiha of the Shunshin. Naruto got into a running stance before disappearing with multiple Shunshin. Just in time, as well as shinobi swarmed the area a few seconds after. Tsunade, who had also appeared where Naruto previously stood in the center of the village, narrowed her eyes. She had heard from nearby shinobi that Naruto had fallen all the way from the top of the Hokage tower, and had also smashed through some merchants' stores. She also heard from the merchants that Naruto was holding his ribs as if he had injured himself. Which should be impossible, as a drop from that height would kill anyone, including herself, without her rebirth seal activated. So if he was as damaged as she thought he was, how did he escape so fast? Tsunade instantly knew what was required to do now. Turning towards Anbu, she gave her final order regarding Naruto Uzumaki. Place Naruto Uzumaki, the fox Anbu, in the bingo book. We need our back. Poof, flashback end. Naruto regained his focus and stood up. It had been over 2 hours since he had been lost in his memories. Naruto then felt a tingle on his left hip and instantly knew what that meant. It seemed that his clones were finished with his request. Walking away from the lush and shining park, Naruto walked past many civilians and houses that were based on the traditional Japanese-style housing and coloring. Taking a turn to the left, Naruto walked into an alleyway before disappearing without a trace of his being left behind. Chapter 17. Where is he? Screamed a voice as he moved his head violently towards the left and right. This man was a simple-looking man, shaggy black hair, brown eyes, strong jawline and small nose. He stood at the height of 6'1" and was wearing a simple Chunin getup. The man in question had happened to stumble upon the Fox Ninja, as people now dubbed the only Fox Anbu operative, in over 20 years. He and his squad had tried to capture the Fox Ninja as best as they could. However, they had been slaughtered. His team had bitten off more than they could chew and he was now desperate to escape. What's worse is that the Fox Ninja only went for paralysis attacks or crippling blows, which could be healed with time. Mostly, the only one in the Chunin's group that had been killed had been their leader, who had thought it was a good idea to shoot fireballs at any and every sound. One of which fireballs almost hit a civilian family. After the near death of the family, the Fox Ninja jumped his group and snapped the Jonin's neck while also pushing them away from any civilians, via seals, that he had somehow placed beforehand. Suddenly a kunai flew through a bush behind the Chunin, making a whistling sound as it flew at the Chunin. Thud! Suddenly a shadow dropped from the trees above. Slowly, the shadow stepped out of the darkness to show an Anbu with a heavily damaged fox mask that had multiple slash marks upon it. View darker than Black Haze Season 2 masks where it is damaged, and you will get the picture. The Anbu moved his hand up towards his mask and tilted it to the side of his head, which he kept in place with his chakra. Naruto watched as the Chunin in front of him died due to the kunai stuck within his forehead. He had honestly thought that the Chunin would be able to dodge like his teammates. I guess he either really wanted to survive so far, or he was just caught off guard. Walking up to the drowned man, Naruto reached out for his kunai before yanking it out of the man's head, which in turn let the blood in the man's head spill out and drip along his face and onto the brownish grass below. Shaking the kunai in an attempt to clean the blood off it, Naruto moved his to his back where his waist was before sealing the kunai. Well, look at the little Shinigami, which I found out was a Grim Reaper in the translator. Muttered an elegant voice behind Naruto, which in turn made Naruto narrowed his eyes before using his flash step to appear behind the Death Goddess. Sure, no Megami, Death Goddess. Muttered Naruto as he threw his leg out and smashed it into the Death Goddess's hip. Or would have if she was there. Naruto quickly backflipped behind the Death Goddess, who had tried to impale Naruto at that moment. Throwing a sweep kick towards the goddess's legs, Naruto managed to trip her, until she started to float. Turning around while floating, the Death Goddess grinned at Naruto, showing 2 glowing crimson eyes. However, they were soon matched by Naruto, which had shocked the Death Goddess. It also had the effect of her narrowing her own eyes. How did you gain those eyes? The Sure No Megami said as she stood back up and summoned her spiritual energy, ready to fight with a little bit of her true strength. Naruto in return just grinned slightly. Before his form wavered and disappeared, the Death Goddess blinked for a moment, before realizing that her energy was not calm and steady as it should be. That human tricked her, trapped her in an illusion. 2 crimson eyes started to shine as energy started to pulse from the goddess. She will never forget this moment. If her sisters found out she had been caught in an illusion by a mere human, she would be the laughingstock of every god and goddess alive. The Death Goddess flared a bit of her power up towards the sky. She was going to hunt the human, Naruto Uzumaki, down and beat him to a bloody pulp. Then do it to his spirit. But not now. After he is at his peak in 3 years she will fight him. With that the Shinigami disappeared in a black portal. With Naruto was walking towards his home. He had trapped the Sure No Megami in a that had warped her thought of time and placement. So while she was in the, every moment inside was hours outside of it. He had to thank the Sharingan for that, as without it he could only keep that technique active for about a single hour at most before his control slips. And that was with his entire concentration focused on the technique. But 1 hour was much better than the original 20 seconds he could hold it for. When Naruto saw the large wall that surrounded his home, he went to open the door that would lead him to his house, which was in the center of the dome wall. But the door was opened, which meant one of 3 things. 1. A Senja had found his home and sent chakra into the door. 2. A Uzumaki had found his home and sent their chakra into the door. 3. or a clone of him entered the house and forgot to lock it. He knew that he didn't summon any clones to train for the past few days, so that meant one of the top two options. Moving a hand to his waist, he summoned a kunai and held it in front of him as he walked through the wooded dome wall. Just like the dome wall, his house door was opened. Walking through the front door, he heard some noise coming from his study room on the second story. Moving his kunai handle towards his mouth, Naruto clamped his teeth on the handle of the kunai before crawling on the wall like a spider, making sure not to make any sound on the stairs as he climbed up the side wall of the stairs. Reaching the top of the stairs, Naruto slowly descended until his sandals touched the wooden floor. Moving his head slightly towards his study room entrance, he once again saw that it was open. Moving himself slightly towards the open door, Naruto removed the kunai handle from his mouth and poked his head through the entrance, and couldn't believe what he saw. There was a redhead girl reading his books. And she looked like she was studying from it. Wait, was that a notebook? Walking into the room, he made sure to go behind the girl before grinning slightly. Now normally when you enter a ninja's house the first thing a ninja would do was kill you without a second thought. But if the person somehow got through chakra seals, that must mean that they had chakra that was somewhat similar to yours, i.e. clan chakra and all. Moving his hand down to her shoulder and with the most casual voice he could do, he spoke a few words that scared the living shit out of the girl at his desk. So what you're reading there? The girl froze like she was stuck in a block of ice. Slowly she turned her head towards the person who had placed their hands on her shoulder, and with the loudest shout she could manage she screamed, "Ai! What the hell, databang?" The redhead girl suddenly tried to bolt out of Naruto's firm grip. This had only caused Naruto to grow a very large grin. The struggling girl suddenly stopped her movement when she heard something. It was laughter. Was the blonde guy laughing at her? Bastard. The redhead girl twisted her body and did something that would kill any male. She used a chakra-enhanced knee to the nuts. Now Naruto was no normal man. He could survive drops from the Hokage monument and still be alive and kicking. But this hurt more than every injury he had ever sustained. Naruto's eye was twitching as he felt the destroyed family jewels heal themselves to be stronger than before, something he would have rather not feel. Looking towards the girl who was only a few inches shorter than him, he moved his hand from her shoulder towards the scruff of her neck before picking her up and walking down the stairs to the kitchen. The redhead girl did nothing but smile proudly as she was carried towards the kitchen. Placing the girl down and putting a paralysis seal on her, Naruto went to get some ramen for himself and his guest. Deciding to get to know that girl in question, Naruto decided to ask her, "So, how did you enter my house?" The girl at the table suddenly spun in her chair to look at him. "Oh, it was easy. I just walked through the door, dumb," said the girl as she slowly pointed towards Naruto. "So are you retarded for not knowing how to enter a house?" asked the girl as she moved her hand under her chin in a mock-thinking stance. Naruto twitched a few times as his back was turned away from the girl. He was an Anbu. He doesn't fall for jokes like that. However, the girl had one more thing to say. "So the reason why you didn't scream when I kicked you in the balls was because you didn't have any in the first place?" Silence for the next few moments. "I have balls, you weak-ass kid. You just aren't strong enough to hurt me, got that databao," screamed Naruto, before clamping his hands in front of his mouth. His goddamn childish tic had returned. Suddenly the girl lowered her head forward, which in turn made her long red hair cover most of her face. She then suddenly started to chuckle. "Did you just make fun of me with that databao word?" muttered the girl as she slowly stood up and walked towards Naruto, who had once again gone back to making some ramen. Naruto sighed a bit. Damn, his verbal tic always popping up. "No, it was a verbal tic I had when I was younger. I thought I had gotten rid of it," Naruto said as he finished with both bowls of ramen. Turning around, he came to the sight of the red-haired girl with shiny purple eyes and a very large smile on her face, which was kind of shaped as a tomato. Teen Kushina BTW. She suddenly glomped onto Naruto and squealed in joy. "Yay! I'm not the only one!" shouted the girl as she was hugging Naruto like he was a life-size plushie. Naruto could feel himself being crushed by the girl who was only a few inches shorter than him. He could feel his body creaking due to the girl's strength, however she soon let go due to a heavenly smell. The lady then went to the table and sat down and waited patiently. Or would have if Naruto wasn't taking his time in placing the bowl down. "Hurry up, databang. I'm hungry!" shouted the girl as she banged her fist on the wooden table, which had caused some cracks to appear on it, which scared Naruto as the wood he used for the house was stronger than steel. Placing the chicken ramen bowl down for the girl, Naruto placed his own down and began eating. For about 3 seconds. "More!" shouted the girl as she held the empty ramen bowl towards Naruto, who had only just placed some chicken in his mouth, which had fallen back into his own bowl. "Oh why! I have met someone like the old man Ichiraku. Pray that I live this encounter," mumbled Naruto as he looked out of the window into the direction his old village was. For some reason he felt that the old man was smiling evilly along with his daughter Ayame. Naruto was brought back from his silent weep by a bowl being waved in front of his face. "Hey, hey, hey! More ramen!" said the girl as she kept on waving the empty bowl in front of Naruto's face. "Sai, can't you calm down for a second? You're acting like I used to before I met my sensei a couple of months ago," said Naruto as he moved his own ramen in front of the girl. Seeing as how she was about to demolish the ramen, he decided to give her some advice. "You know that if you eat ramen slower you can taste it more, right?" said Naruto as he watched the girl in front of him slowly bring up some noodles and eat them at a normal rate. The next thing Naruto heard was a bigger squeal of approval before the girl began eating once again. Standing up, Naruto walked towards a cupboard and pulled out a bamboo cup and filled it with water collected from the atmosphere. Walking towards the redhead, Naruto placed the bamboo cup to Kushina's left and leaned against the table while watching the girl eat. "So, what's your name?" asked Naruto. The girl eventually finished her ramen and looked at Naruto with a big smile on her face. "It's Kushina Uzumaki." "What's it to ya?" Kushina asked, only to watch as Naruto's face went into slight shock. "You use Uzumaki." "You said Uzumaki?" "Right," asked Naruto, getting a nod from Kushina. No one could blame Naruto for what he did next. Picking up Kushina by the armpits, Naruto started to swing her around in a circle, which made Kushina slightly scared at how Naruto was acting, as he was giving off the vibe of being chilled normally with odd bursts. Placing Kushina down, Naruto threw his fist up in the air. "I am no longer the last Uzumaki in the entire world," shouted Naruto. Before realizing that Kushina was looking at him confused, seeing that he decided to find out if she knew what an Uzumaki was. "Hey Kushina, do you even know what an Uzumaki is?" asked Naruto, getting a shake of the head from Kushina. Pulling Kushina's seat away from the table so that she could sit, Naruto had begun telling her about how Uzumakis were a shinobi clan that had formed their own nation of. Through the story, Kushina only got more excited and excited, until finding out they were the last ones of the clan, which for some reason made her blush when Naruto finished his story. Kushina, throughout the whole story, looked amazed. Her clan were Kenjutsu and masters, which sort of explained the fact that she could understand most of what she was learning from Naruto's scrolls for the past few days. Naruto looked out his kitchen window and saw that it was near dark. Wondering where Kushina had come from, he decided to ask. "So Kushina, which shinobi village did you come from? I know that you have to be a shinobi due to how you look," Naruto said, as he watched Kushina look down a bit, like she was in thought. Kushina looked at Naruto and sighed. "I don't remember. I woke up from a coma a few weeks back and all I remembered was my name and a bit of my shinobi skills," muttered the girl as she couldn't remember for the life of her where her home was or if she even had a home in the first place. Naruto looked at the girl for a few moments, and decided why the hell not. Moving his hand towards Kushina's shoulder, Naruto placed his hand on the yellow shinobi shirt she had on. "Well then, I guess you will have to live with a distant relative then," said Naruto with a grin stretching his face as he watched Kushina's face change from happiness to confusion. "Which relative?" asked Kushina, giving Naruto, who was previously smiling, a massive sweat drop behind his head along with the WTF? "Look," Naruto raised his eyebrow before pointing towards himself. Waiting for Kushina to connect the dots, which had taken a few seconds to do, Naruto once again watched Kushina's face morph through different emotions. "Why?" Naruto looked at Kushina as she held her head down, which made her hair cover most of her face and eyes. Smiling a bit, Naruto moved some of Kushina's long red hair from her face and placed it around her ear. "Because I won't ever let anyone in my family suffer. And besides, who better to teach and learn with than another clan member?" Kushina snapped her head up, showing the tears that she had been hiding from Naruto since a few seconds ago. Naruto just gave a pure-hearted smile before wiping the tears that were slowly going down Kushina's face. Turning around, Naruto started to walk towards the stairs, before stopping at the door and turning his head towards Kushina, showing a large smile with his blue eyes shining. "Well, you coming or not?" asked Naruto, watching as Kushina dashed off her chair and passed him towards the study room. Shaking his head, Naruto smiled. Looks like he wasn't the last Uzumaki anymore. Following Kushina's lead, Naruto walked calmly up the stairs and into the study. Chapter 18. "Why do I have to get similar clothing to yours?" shouted a girl towards her companion, who stood slightly taller than the girl. The man shook his head at the girl before replying. "I'm not saying that the clothes you need to get are going to be the clothing you are going to wear everywhere you go. I'm just saying that you need it for when we leave the area and start traveling." The girl went silent for a while, before slugging the taller male in the face. Placing her hands on her hips, the girl leant forward and smirked at the drowned man. Make me say the girl, as she had not expected her companion to do anything. She should have known better. Within the span of 10 seconds, Naruto had flashed through the store, seized Kushina, paid the man and had taken both her and Naruto back to their house. Kushina blinked and stood frozen for a moment, before she sighed and lowered her head in defeat. Naruto for the past few months had been able to teach her up to his own level. However, that was due to her being able to have shadow clones working with Naruto's own shadow clones and her being a natural prodigy genius hybrid. Naruto also started to train her in elemental control along with chakra control. Safe to say, she was horrible at the start, barely having any control of her own chakra, while Naruto could control his to near perfection, while also being which he had told her about. When she had gotten the hang of elemental control and chakra control, Naruto had left a shadow clone to help her and supervise her throughout the training. She was very lucky that she had a wind and water affinity and not a fire affinity, as Naruto had not even tried to train it as he was perfecting his own elemental control, one of which had shocked her to silence. That element has Mokutan, the only element recorded to be used by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who she found out was one of the strongest people alive on the planet during his time. After finding out that Naruto was related to Hashirama and his brother Tobirama, who was also awarded with many prestige titles due to his skills in water ninjutsu and kenjutsu, she had given up wondering how strong he could be. Asking about his parents, Naruto had only been able to give her some information about his father, Minato Namikaze, but wasn't able to give her any information about his mother for some reason, although he blamed his Tosen for forgetting about telling him about his Kasen during his self-made training period. Kushina sighed once more in slight joy as she walked towards the self-made pool Naruto had created for the sole purpose of her semi-final wind release training. Naruto had decided that instead of making her cut a waterfall in half after the boulder exercise he had created for her, she would have a watered-down version of it. Moving her hands down towards the water so that she could begin her training, she then felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking up towards Naruto, she saw that he had a slightly serious face as he nudged his head towards the inside of their wooden house. Nodding her head, Kushina walked along with Naruto inside before many seals appeared along the floor, walls and ceiling. Naruto created 2 chairs with his Mokutan, before sitting down and looking at Kushina with the same serious face he had on before entering the house. Kushina, the location of the seals I planted around the forest, has shown that in the past few days, some shinobi have been walking extremely close towards our home. I think someone is after either me or you. I know why shinobi would be after me, but if it's not that, it's probably something to do with you before you lose your memory. Because of this, we need to leave this place and go into proper hiding and training. I have been half-assed with my training lately and my senseis would have been ashamed of me for how I have been working. I have a place where we could go. But it will require you to do something, okay? Kushina nodded towards Naruto, understanding the importance of the situation. Moving towards her room within the massive house, she started to seal her personal belongings. Naruto looked at his black long-sleeve shirt before raising his right sleeve up to his elbow, showing nothing but skin. Well, time to see who will allow it, muttered Naruto as he bit his left thumb, drawing blood. He started to write a sentence along his right forearm. Waiting for a few seconds, Naruto watched as his blood-soaked arm started to change into different words. However, each word was the same. Yes. Naruto let out a breath of relief before smiling. Pulling down his right sleeve, Naruto went to the center of the living room before summoning 2 clones. Looking towards his clones, Naruto nudged his head towards the stairs that would lead towards the 2nd floor where the bedrooms were. Getting a nod from his clones, Naruto watched as they left to start sealing his own personal belongings. Naruto then started to move his chakra around his left palm. He internally moved his chakra to form miniature seals on his palm before slamming his hand down onto the wooden floor. Naruto watched as the miniature seals that resided on his palm stretched out before a semi-large sealing array appeared along the wooden floor. Naruto then stood back up as he heard the pitter-patter of Kushina's and his clone's sandals against the wooden stairs and floors. Naruto closed his eyes and sent a good chunk of his chakra into the sealing array, which had started to glow a brilliant shade of blue. Hearing a gasp from behind, Naruto smirked with his eyes still closed, before motioning Kushina and his clones to stand near him. Watching as Kushina's and his clones' chakra signatures get closer, Naruto started to activate his seal. Kushina, close your eyes. It's going to make you dizzy if you have them open, said Naruto as he kept his eyes closed as his clones and Kushina were being engulfed in a shining blue. Konoha. Tsunade sat in her office as she signed some more paperwork that she put off for the last couple of days. She had begun to get worried about their problem. Every ninja had not been able to find the brat during their missions. However, there have been a few missing ninjas that shouldn't have been missing. However, there was just too big of a gap for those teams to have been missing after they found Naruto. Knock knock. Tsunade looked at the door and sighed. She had been getting a headache from a certain few people, and the person at the door was one of them. Come in, sensei, said Tsunade as the third Hokage walked through the wooden door. The third Hokage wore a similar garb to when he was Hokage, only he didn't have the Hokage hat resting upon his head. Hiruzen walked towards the guest seat before activating a silencing seal and beginning his daily argument with Tsunade. Tsunade, you have to revoke Naruto's missing nin status. It is unfair and unjust. You know that Danzo was the victim of the assassination, if that's what you call it. It was likely made by Danzo. He was dubbed the War Hawk for a reason, said Hiruzen, and he banged a fist on the table to help his point in the argument that he and Tsunade had for the past few months. He knew that Naruto wasn't at fault here. He had watched Naruto grow throughout his entire life and knew that Naruto would never attack someone unless the reason was good enough. Tsunade gained a tick mark upon her forehead before slamming her open palm onto the table. Sensei, the evidence was right there. Hell, we saw it. Me, the councils, and you. We all saw Naruto Uzumaki fleeing the crime scene via the window, and Danzo on the floor holding a cut right under his missing eye. The old bastard was also experiencing a heart attack due to the shock of the attempted assassination, said Tsunade as she slouched in her chair. She did not have time to put up with this shit of a discussion. Hiruzen grit his teeth as he smashed his fist into the table once more, causing it to crack and splinter beneath his fist. Tsunade, why would Danzo have a cut under his eye? His missing one? Hell, why would an assassin attack the particular spot? And before you say that Naruto wouldn't know how to assassinate someone, he was an ANBU, so give me a valid reason why Naruto would aim for Danzo's missing eye instead of a vital organ, said Hiruzen with anger surfacing within his eyes. He, along with a few others, knew that Naruto was innocent. There was no reason for Naruto to attack Danzo. Before Tsunade could answer the question, another voice made itself present. You know, Tsunadeheim, Sensei is right. I already believed that Naruto was innocent at the beginning, but the point Sensei just put out made my belief even stronger. There was no way that if Naruto could have attempted to assassinate Danzo, he would go for a missing eye. Naruto might have been an idiot once, but when I met him, he showed that he was anything but. Tsunade, you gotta be able to see this. There was no way that Naruto was attacking Danzo. Hell, I wouldn't put it past the War Hawk that he was trying to control Naruto, and that's what made Naruto fight back, said Jiraiya as he stood against the open window still with his arms folded against his chest. Tsunade widened her eyes in shock. She hadn't sensed Jiraiya at all. Normally she could easily sense him because he was normally loud and liked to make an entrance. Gee, Jiraiya, how did you get in here without me noticing? Jiraiya looked slightly hurt from that. Did she seriously forget he was a spy master with no equal? Shaking his head with a sigh, Jiraiya closed his eyes for a second, before he felt someone behind the bookcase to the right, and if he was right in guessing whose signature that was, there would be an interesting conversation appearing in the next few minutes. The sound of a poof alerted everyone in the room, even the Anbu who couldn't hear about the meeting. Jiraiya just kissed his teeth as he watched the smoke disappear. Seeing as Tsunade was about to bark out an order, he decided to interfere and put her suspicions off. Jiraiya put up a lecherous face before going up behind Tsunade and grabbed her breasts. Everyone in the room was shocked. Hiruzen, Tsunade, even the four Anbu in the corners of the room. Jiraiya himself felt very proud and very scared. No one could blame him. Within 5 minutes of that event, the village could hear a scream of pain that would make the entire tailed beasts cringe with fear. Most male villagers lowered their heads in respect for the poor soul, while women were smiling a very eerie smile while humming a happy tune. Suna, the new 5th Kazekage, Gaara of the Sand, was writing some alliance paperwork for their new hidden alliance with IWA before he heard a scream that scared both him and Shikaku. Gaara slowly placed his ink pen down and gave a small prayer for the injured man, not known to him. Shikaku was mirroring his movements within the seal, although the weird thing was the kanji on Gaara's head transformed into a smiley face before transforming back into the kanji for love. IWA. Inoki, the fence-sitter, was calmly getting his daily back massage by one of the best massages in IWA before hearing a scream that would even scare the mighty Madara Uchiha. Inoki muttered some words before looking at his masseuse and grew a look of fear as the masseuse was cracking his massage table, while smiling a very big smile. Kiri, the 4th Mizukage, was staring blankly out into his village. Times were tough as he had been fighting the bloodline scum for over a few years and it had cost his village quite a lot of resources. If only he knew what to do. Yugura didn't move a muscle as he heard the scream. Instead, he ventured into his mindscape and held the 3 tails as he cried in horror. This was mirrored by the Kumo. The Reikage was lifting weights with his right arm as he was signing paperwork with his left. It had been quite interesting months as they had a 13-year-old Anbu running around causing trouble for quite a lot of ninjas. The Raikage had seen the amount placed on the head of the 13-year-old and began to wonder why exactly they wanted him back so badly. Sure, he was an Anbu, but that much money? There was something else with the kid, and the Raikage has been trying to find out what. Thud. Eewa, son of a bitch! Screamed the Raikage as he had dropped the weights he was lifting onto his foot. But then he heard the echo of the scream bouncing around the high mountains. I looked at the mountains for a few moments before activating his lightning armor and dashing through his secret Kage bunker, believed to be able to survive a stomping on it. Within the bunker, the Raikage was sitting on the floor with his weights in both hands. Soon the Raikage began to work out his arms, while also shivering like he was soaked to the bone with -0.c water. It was just a dream. It's just a dream. There was no way a man could live after a scream like that. Yet just a dream, muttered the Raikage as he continued doing his weights. Unknown to him, his assistant was grinning evilly. Naruto and Kushina. Naruto and Kushina stopped in their tracks. The scream they heard was enough for Naruto to cringe at. Kushina. Did you hear? The Naruto stopped himself from continuing. The reason for this? It was the face that Kushina displayed, which looked like she just had a massive party that was a massive success and hadn't had a single problem during the entire thing. Naruto moved his hand towards Kushina's shoulder before flinching when she turned her violet eyes towards him. Yes, Naruto-kun. Kushina asked with her grin still firmly in place. Fighting back the shiver crawling up his spine, Naruto just laughed awkwardly before starting to walk towards their new destination. Behind Naruto, Kushina grinned. She now knew his weakness. Excellent. Chapter 19. Kushina, muttered Naruto as he stood up from his perch. It had been a few months since the incident when Kushina randomly gained all her memories. Safe to say that it was the most weird experience he himself had ever had. What was worse was that he figured out he had feelings for Kushina before finding out she was his mother, who had somehow come back to life in her young teenager body. Naruto clenched his fist. After gaining her memories, Kushina disappeared to God knows where and had abandoned him at his new home. Looking forward, Naruto saw the clear blue ocean ahead of him. He had just turned 14 a few weeks ago, and had just spent his time thinking the last few weeks. He hadn't thought much of it after he left until Kushina had left and disappeared. Thinking back on it, Naruto realized that he had no goal. He had no reason to get stronger. He could just relax and stay at his current home for the rest of his life, and no one would know. Unless Kushina told them. Have you already forgotten your promise to Naruto? Naruto snapped his head around. There should not be any other person on his island home but him. Who's there? Shouted Naruto as he jumped from his perch and landed on the water below, spinning around in a complete 360 degrees. Naruto strained his eyes to find any sudden movement. Seeing nothing, Naruto focused more on his guard. He knew that he heard something and he was sure as hell not taking any chances of getting attacked anytime soon. Have you forgotten your promise, Naruto? Naruto growled slightly to himself. He couldn't sense anyone near him and he knew that he heard the words that the mysterious person had spoken. Activating his Sharingan, Naruto pumped more chakra into his, now crimson, eyes. The more chakra Naruto put into his eyes, the faster the three Tomo were spinning within the crimson orbs, and right now they were moving so fast that they seemed to be unmoving. However, this was proven wrong when the Tomos were slightly shifting backwards and forwards, proving that they were indeed spinning. Have you forgotten your promise, Naruto? Naruto widened his eyes as he watched the water below his feet show three people. His senseis and family. Naruto, however, flinched at how the three Kage were posed. Hashirama had a disappointed look in his eyes as he crossed his arms. Tobirama's image didn't even look at him. Instead, the image of Tobirama had a single eye on him, while the rest of Tobirama's face was pointed elsewhere, and he too had his arms crossed like Hashirama. However, the next one killed Naruto a little on the inside. His Tsunade. The fourth Hokage looked at him with a pitying gaze while he had his hands inside his pant pockets. Naruto stared at the three images, feeling sadness rise within the pit of his stomach as he watched the image of the three most meaningful people in his life disregard him. Naruto felt tears prick in the corners of his blue eyes. He could feel himself giving into his own grief as he watched the three images within the water turn their backs to him and slowly disappear. However, Naruto heard the question one more time. Have you forgotten your promise, Naruto? Naruto clenched his jaw as he thought back towards his Chunin month break. He remembered all the training he had completed with his senseis with the bare minimum equipment, which had drastically increased the time it took to improve Naruto. This was proved when Naruto could carry a similar-sized boulder after attempting it the previous day. However, a small memory moved into Naruto's thought process. It was the last day that the advanced Kage Bunshins would survive before poofing out of existence. Flashback. Hashirama, Tobirama and Minato watched as Naruto fought 5 Kage Bunshin of each of them to a standstill, which brought some joy to the previous Kages as they had indeed improved Naruto to a decently high level within their time together. Hashirama smiled as Naruto defeated the last Kage Bunshin, which was his own, and walked to them, sweating like a pig. Ha! 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 So, whatcha think? Asked Naruto as he shakily raised his right arm and showed off his muscles towards the Kage, who had laughed slightly at Naruto's behavior. Hashirama placed his hand onto Naruto's shoulder, ending Naruto's slight gloating moment. Hashirama looked Naruto right in the eyes and gained a larger smile. Naruto Uzumaki. Before my last moments I asked you one thing. Flashback end. Naruto looked ahead of him and into the water for a few moments, before breaking out into a large grin and muttering the words that he had promised to his family. I, Naruto Uzumaki, promised to bring peace to the world, shouted Naruto as he turned his back to the used-to-be positions of the Kage images, and started to walk towards. Walking on the shore, Naruto turned his head back and stuck out a fist towards the ocean. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I will bring peace to this world. Databao. January 1st. The last few months of the last year was the preparation year for Naruto. He had planned all that he would achieve before he was needed in 2 years, if what his clones got about Akatsuki was right. Naruto had also put Operation Kage Spy in action. He had spent an entire week producing self-sustaining clones and sending them out towards every town, nation and village. Naruto had done something considered impossible. He had the entire elemental nations wired with spies, not that anyone knew of them. Naruto had also gotten around to creating his new training equipment, which were mostly seal-based. However, he had begun to craft and forge his own equipment, using the scrolls of forging and crafting from some Uzumaki scrolls. He had also found some things in farming, which gave him a chance to use his Mokuton to create chakra-enhanced food, which gave him a lot of benefits from eating the tasty fruit, and some veg he could now create with his Mokuton. Naruto grinned as he walked out of his home. It was time to begin his training and his promise and new dream. Closing his eyes, Naruto smiled softly to himself, before slowly opening his eyes, showing nothing but pure determination. Let's go. Databao. Month 2. Here we find Naruto sparring against many clones, each bearing a different weapon ranging from staffs to bows. Naruto was fighting his clones using his new taijutsu style, the Elemental Maelstrom, Naruto's own personal taijutsu style that used his elements as the base forms. Wind, free-flowing and sharp, relaxed stance with quick and precise attacks/hits. Water, calm and flowing, mainly focuses on agility and crushing combos. Lightning, wild and unpredictable, unreadable movements with lightning reflex dodging and attacks. Earth, strong and sturdy, strong defense with heavy attacks. His final one, Mokuton, was a mixture of water and earth. Reiahaha! Shouted Naruto as he pierced a clone with a wind blade within his right hand. Sure, most would think that killing yourself multiple times suggests that you are suicidal, but to Naruto it was just a training tool. After all, who could match you better than yourself? Naruto shifted his eyes to his left as he spun his body, avoiding a staggering kick that would have shattered a rib or two. Looking at the corner of his left eye, Naruto quickly did a backflip, kicking a clone's chin as he did so, avoiding a sailing spear that pierced a few other clones. Landing on solid ground outside of the clone army, Naruto started to channel chakra into his muscles, before grinning and disappearing. Within a span of a second, Naruto had popped all his clones. Grinning slightly as he walked towards his workshop, Naruto opened the door that led towards his workshop lounge and walked into the back room where he kept his inventions and plans. The room was littered with scrolls, collected from the Senju clan, Uchiha clan and Uzumaki clan. How did Naruto get these scrolls? Kagebushins had copied the entire libraries of the Uchiha and Senju, and had sent the scrolls through speed technique. The room was quite simple, but very spacious. It held a large table along one side of the room which could hold over 10 people. In the center of the room were 4 cupboards that held many scrolls, some of which were about to fall out. On the other side of the room, there was another large table that held many pieces of metal and other minerals that Naruto had gained through some old Uzumaki mines that he had found within the island of. Naruto went to his single chair that was near the table that stretched across the entire side wall. Getting himself comfortable, Naruto then sent his eyes towards his training plan and reread through it. Year 1, Month 1. Finding current level, complete. Rank mid. Month 2. Creation of original taijutsu style, completed. Advancement of chakra control, standing by. Genjutsu and Iryo ninjutsu strengthening, standing by. Fuinjutsu beyond Uzumaki mastery in progress. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 3. Wind element mastery, standing by. Elemental maelstrom advancement, standing by. Kenjutsu advancement, standing by. Fuinjutsu beyond Uzumaki mastery in progress. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 4. Water manipulation mastery, standing by. Weapon training advancement, standing by. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Iryo ninjutsu advancement, standing by. Month 5. Speed training, standing by. Strength training, standing by. Reflex training, standing by. Agility training, standing by. Base senses training, standing by. Sensor training, standing by. Complete chakra control mastery, standing by. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 6. Lightning release mastery, standing by. Kenjutsu/weapon skill sharpening, standing by. Genjutsu advancement, standing by. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 7. Earth release mastery, standing by. Chakra control refresher, standing by. Genjutsu and Iryo ninjutsu refresher, standing by. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 8. Speed training, standing by. Strength training, standing by. Reflex training, standing by. Agility training, standing by. Base senses training, standing by. Sensor training, standing by. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 9. Wood release mastery training, standing by. Wind release skill sharpening training, standing by. Water release skill sharpening training, standing by. Lightning release skill sharpening training, standing by. Earth release skill sharpening training, standing by. Elemental maelstrom sharpening, standing by. Month 10. Kenjutsu skill sharpening training, standing by. Weapon skill sharpening training, standing by. Fuinjutsu skill sharpening training, standing by. Genjutsu skill sharpening training, standing by. Iryo ninjutsu skill sharpening training, standing by. Chakra control skill sharpening training, standing by. Month 11 and 12. Complete skill revision and sharpening. Year 2. Month 1. Space-time ninjutsu learning, standing by. Curse seal learning, standing by. Senjutsu, W/Ravens, standing by. Month 2. Space-time ninjutsu practice, standing by. Curse seal practice, standing by. Senjutsu W/ standing by. Month 3. Space-time mastery, standing by. Curse seal mastery, standing by. Senjutsu W/ standing by. Month 4. Skill revision, Senjutsu W/ standing by. Month 5 and 6. Sharingan training/mastery. Complete skill revision and sharpening. Month 7 to 10. Ninja skills, stealth, espionage, etc., standing by. Month 11 and 12. Real life experience, standing by. Naruto looked at the list with a large smile. He had planned all of this, and he was sure as hell that he would complete it, although he frowned when he remembered something. Naruto moved his right hand, which had been on the table previously, towards his head and started to rub his hair backwards and forwards. He hadn't met this since the Danzo thing months ago, and he did say that he would visit, plus he could make a deal with it to train in its chakra for a price. Naruto placed both hands behind his head and leaned back into his chair, closing his eyes. He let out a breath as he slowly delved into his mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to see the sewer that he found when he first entered his mindscape. Naruto's eye twitched a few seconds before muttering something out, which echoed throughout the entire sewer. I do not have a dirty mind. Shaking his slight depression off, Naruto walked towards the Kyuubi's cage, while whistling to a tune as he made his way towards Kyuubi's cage. Naruto took some time to look at his mindscape while walking. Getting extremely bored with how it looked, he decided to try and change it into a more relaxing scenery. Thinking about his old secret home, Naruto watched as the narrow hallway disappeared and in its place was a large spacious forest. While walking with a grin now planted upon Naruto's face, he heard a gasp up ahead and raised his eyebrow a bit. Deciding to try and sneak up to, Naruto blended in with the forest by using chakra to move light and sound away from his body. When Naruto came face to face with, he was very surprised. Sitting on a throne made of wood was Kyuubi, or an amazingly hot redhead woman that also got sealed along with the Shinigami. That reminds him. He hadn't seen her in a while. Something up. The redhead in front of him had crimson red hair that pulled around her frame, ending at her lower back, if he had to guess, as the throne made it a bit difficult. She had a similar kimono to the Shur no Megami, except instead of pure white with black crows, she only had a pure red color for the main part of the kimono, and she also had a gold outline for the clothing, which wrapped her body snugly. Are you going to come out now? Asked the woman as she shot her hand out to the left side of her body, gripping the throat of the invisible Naruto, who had his eyes widened in shock. There should be no way to be noticed when everything conceals your presence. Naruto then felt the woman pull his head towards her. Tumbling over the side of the throne, Naruto fell in between the woman's incredible thighs and warm core. Looking up, Naruto could see the woman's slit red eyes staring right at him with a grin marrying her face. Well, Naruto sighed, before trying to move as quickly as possible. This was and he couldn't let himself be in a position like this. But before Naruto could vibrate his way through her and the throne, she gripped his shirt, while once again, grabbing his invisible body and stood up, lifting him along the way. She smirked before slamming him through the throne. Bang! Naruto couldn't describe the pain the simple throne did to him. It felt like it was enhanced by a fucking indestructible being. Oh right. Naruto started to crawl, trying as much as he could to get out of the woman's grabbing range. He was too late as she grabbed his ankle and lifted him up, with his body dangling. Seeing as how she could see him when there was no way to prove that he even existed when cloaked, he dropped his technique, showing his form. He wasn't prepared for what happened next. Kyubi dropped her smirk and changed it into a seductive smile. She then slightly threw him up and caught him by the neck. Oh, so this is my container. Well, I must thank you for helping me get rid of the excess Sharingan influence that I had. However, it seems that now you also hold the Sharingan. How are you? Well, I know how you got it to infuse into your body, as it was my chakra that combined the Sharingan DNA and mixed it with the Senju and Uzumaki blood and DNA. But how did you get a Sharingan eye in the first place? And if you lie, well, I get to have some fun. Wondered what I could do with some whips and bindings, asked as she raised her left hand towards her chin in mock thought, causing Naruto to pale. Naruto stayed silent for a few moments, until he saw a whip appear on the floor. Besides, I accidentally ate a Sharingan, muttered Naruto, soundly defeated. Kyubi blinked once. She instantly lost her seductive smile for a few moments, before busting out laughing. Why, you ate the cripple's Sharingan? How? Kyubi asked as she held her stomach with her left hand, which was unoccupied. Naruto glanced at the floor and sighed as he could spot the whip that had gotten some friends. When I landed, I blocked my face with my hand. The ice slipped out of my hand and into my throat. I didn't notice it because of the painful landing. That's what I can guess from my clone's point of view. Kyubi smiled at Naruto. She then lifted his head close to hers. Good boy. Visit me more and I will see to it about helping you in your training, Kyubi said before moving her lips towards Naruto's and locking her lips with his. Both parties' eyes glazed over before separating. Before Naruto broke free from Kyubi's grip and held the close as he continued kissing her, then not complaining and joining in with the kisses. Chapter 20. You're going to suck it now. Got that, you little bitch? Screamed a man as he stalked forwards to a cornered woman. The man had short, shaggy brown hair, thin eyebrows, gray eyes and brown sideburns. The man wore a blue shirt with baggy blue pants. He also had his tools sticking out through the baggy pants, while walking towards the cornered woman. The woman was terrified. She had initially thought that the man in front of her was a kind and caring man, as he helped her home from work for the past few days. However, today when she was walking home, he gripped her wrist and dragged her into an out-of-the-way alley and threw her into the corner, with the only way out was behind him. The woman's long brown hair was ruffled and her brown eyes were quaking, her soft lips quivering, and tears dripping down her chin. She knew what was going to happen next, and she would forever be scared from it. PP, please don't do it, begged the woman, trying in all but vain as the man stalked right in front of her, dick hanging right in front of her pale face. The man gripped the woman by the head, causing the woman to cry harder as the man moved her head towards his dick, ready to shove it right into her mouth. Slink. The woman heard a sound similar to a whistle. Opening her eyes, she found herself in the arms of a ninja in a bridal position. The ninja was wearing all black with a face mask and black scarf wrapped around his neck. He also had a metallic headpiece that held the cloth on top of his head. Think Ryu Hayabusa Falcon uniform, only without the arm gauntlets, and just a long-sleeved shirt underneath the vest. Also, there is no symbols on the headpiece. The woman flinched as she saw the man and prepared to scream, before the man in front of her spoke calmly and softly. Are you okay? The woman could only feel comfortable after hearing those words. Wrapping her arms around the man's neck, she cried slightly. The man heard the thanks of the woman before she fell asleep, sighing to himself. He took her home, using the woman's scent to find the correct/likely home of the woman. Entering through the window using nothing but stealth, the man looked for photos within the house and spotted quite a lot of photos of the woman and her likely friends. Deciding that this was indeed her home, the man placed her in the master bed and summoned a Kage Bunshin to watch over her for the next day, to make sure that this was indeed her home and not a stalker's. Going back to the window, the man sneaked back out of the house and returned to the alley where he found the woman and man. Dropping down from the roof above, the man found the rapist covered in his own blood, dead. Moving his hands into a hand sign, the man channeled fire chakra into his right hand. Walking towards the corpse, he placed his hand on the rapist's back and set him on fire, burning all his physical existence. The man then stood back up from his crouching position and threw his right hand out, summoning his scythe. Sensei Bijutsu. You have crimes for murder and rape. Time to pay the reaper. Spinning around, the man's scythe came into contact with something, before a ghastly image of Sensei Bijutsu appeared, before giving off a silent scream of pain, before his every being was sent to hell to be erased from existence. The man walked away from the now incinerated body of Sensei Bijutsu. Letting go of his scythe, It dispersed into black smoke before completely disappearing. Looking up towards the moon above, the man jumped onto the rooftops and ran towards the forest that surrounded the village. A few minutes later, the man sat on a branch that was quite high from the ground. Moving his right hand up towards his face mask, he pulled his face mask down, and showing the face of Uzumaki Naruto, pulling his hood down, his spiky blonde hair was exposed to the world. RHH. Hearing a screech, Naruto stuck out his arm and watched as two small birds landed on his arm. The one on the right was a raven and the one on the left was a falcon. Naruto smiled slightly and scratched the two birds on the neck, causing the two animals to screech happily. "Hey you two, how's it going?" Naruto asked as he watched the two birds look at him for a moment. "Very good, thank you," replied both birds in perfect synchronization, causing Naruto to laugh as the two birds glared at each other with lightning sparking between their eyes. Naruto once again smiled slightly before changing his smile into a grin. In a mocking baby voice, Naruto commented about their little battle. "Ah, look who loves each other. You two are perfect for one another," Naruto muttered, causing both birds to turn their heads at him, before rapidly pecking his face. After the pecking stopped, both birds said their farewells before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto lowered his head onto his arm, which was spread from one knee to the other, and thought about his training. He had miniature flashbacks of him completing all of his elemental mastery, his now entirely completed elemental maelstrom taijutsu style, along with his new abilities that he gained during his training. Although his biggest achievement was his chakra control, Iryo ninjutsu and his senjutsu, he had completed his in space-time ninjutsu training, along with his curse seal training, and had managed to reach a level beyond the Uzumaki scrolls themselves and had a high, in-depth sight in both space-time and curse seal. His chakra control was his most self-rewarding achievement that he had ever gained. It allowed him to use Hashirama's medical ninjutsu to its fullest, which including his near-instantaneous self-healing technique, which not even Tsunade could achieve, without her creation rebirth seal that was on her forehead. Perfect chakra control also helped Naruto with his speed, intangibility and cloak ninjutsu, as it now barely caused any strain to his body when in use, along with the ability to activate the jutsus near instantaneously. However, when he does do that, it drains him nearly a quarter of his chakra for each instantaneous use. He was on par with some Sharingan masters. Without his Sharingan helping him, Naruto could place people in that would take masters time to break, and with his Sharingan, he could actually make his illusions partly real. So say that he cut someone in with his Sharingan, instead of a large wound that appears in a smaller vision of the cut would appear in the exact same spot. A bonus to this is that pain won't break people out of this since it itself does actual damage to the opponent. And if you add in the fact that to break you have to either cause damage to yourself, or you force the caster's chakra from your body, which to do so, you need to have a larger supply than the caster. The only way for people to escape Naruto's own Sharingan is for someone else to release it for them. Now Naruto's Iryo ninjutsu puts Tsunade to shame. Using his chakra, Naruto could create antidotes for any poison from his own chakra. He could also regenerate lost limbs, however that would cause a lot of his chakra to be drained, as reviving and multiplying multiple cells to regenerate is very hard and difficult. Another thing that Naruto could do was revive a recently dead person. However, when Naruto does do it, he would be only 1/10 of his max chakra reserve, which was around only Hokage reserves, which to Naruto, who had 4 tails, chakra reserve, was barely anything, although he could use most of his jutsus while in that state. However, it weakens him significantly as it is tiring reviving someone. Now senjutsu. Learning 4 different animal senjutsu was no picnic. Learning all the different ways to imbue senjutsu chakra into your chakra system was very difficult, along with knowing the benefits each method gives. Example would be one way to absorb senjutsu chakra could increase your speed by 10 and your strength by 5, but another method could give you 10 times your strength and 5 times your speed. However, the actual achievement for Naruto wasn't learning senjutsu itself. It has become a part of senjutsu, and being able to create it within him at any moment. Because of his in-depth knowledge of nature chakra, his own body started to produce it while he was meditating. After finding this out, Naruto started to try and produce senjutsu chakra while moving. It took a while, but eventually he succeeded and then put his senjutsu chakra to the test. By the end of it, he could say that while he could supply himself with senjutsu chakra on the move, it only boosted his stats to about 3 times his original stats, which was already insanely high. The best part about this was being able to imbue his weapons with senjutsu chakra, making them almost invincible, while also allowing them to be able to still hit an opponent even when he missed the opponent. However, another trait his own senjutsu gave him was the lack of appearance change, which made it impossible to tell that he was using senjutsu in the first place unless someone was a very skilled sensor. Although his own senjutsu chakra was amazingly strong, The animal versions were slightly better as they gave more base stat bonuses. Moving his head up from his arm, Naruto looked up towards the clear blue sky. It seemed that he actually fell asleep while remembering his training. While looking up at the clear blue sky, Naruto noticed multiple shapes flying through the sky, all heading towards a single direction. Okay, that is not normal. Standing up on his branch, Naruto started to channel his wind chakra all around his body. With a grin and jump, Naruto was sent sailing towards the sky. Using his wind chakra, enhanced with his senjutsu chakra, Naruto started to blast his way towards the multiple dots in the sky. For the Sky Ninja, it was an amazing day. Today they were going to attack the village hidden in the leaves for their attack in the Second Shinobi War, and collect a scroll that would power their ultimate weapon. Knock knock. The Sky Ninja widened his eyes as he looked upwards to his back, seeing that someone was riding on his flight machine. What the hell? Screamed the Sky Ninja, as he watched the man with blonde hair and black suit just calmly sit on his machine. Naruto just grinned a bit and waved. Yo, name's Naruto. So where you heading? Asked Naruto as he looked forward, feeling the wind hit his face and hair. The man's sweat dropped at the blonde brat's casual response. Was he an idiot? None of your business, brat. Now get off. Screamed the man once again as he did a barrel roll, hoping that it got the blonde-haired kid off him. Looking back up towards his machine, he was happy that the brat fell off and probably fell to his death. That wasn't nice. The man widened his eyes as he looked towards his right and saw the blonde kid flying next to him with his arms behind his head and back facing the direction he was heading for. The man shook his head and kept flying. If this blonde kid was flying, it must mean that he was a secret Sky Ninja. There was no other way to fly unless you were a Sky Ninja. The reason for that is the most powerful wind users get birth there and could learn to use their wind chakra to fly. It seems like there was a super Sky Ninja in the making, as the kid next to him was flying without a machine to help him. So I guess you know the plan to attack, right, fellow Sky Ninja? Said the man, relaxing as he was sure that he was right in his assumption. He never saw the blade dissecting him. Naruto watched as the man cut in two fell towards the ground. While may have banished him, he still had some precious people there, like Jiraiya and his Gigi the third Hokage. Turning his eyes towards the army of Sky Shinobi, Naruto pulled down his headgear and raised his face mask. Holding tightly to his Reaper sword, Naruto dashed in front of the Sky Ninjas and stopped as he watched them come towards him. Naruto then prepared for his first ever mid-flight speed technique, which he renamed into Supidarashu, Speed Rush. Supidarashu, shouted Naruto as he disappeared in the wind. Soon the Sky Ninja army started to drop like flies until there were none left alive. However, he heard a voice in a falling radio that made his face widen with shock. Bravo, we have successfully invaded, backup not required. Naruto's eyes widened. He had only destroyed the backup. His precious people could have been killed right then. Getting ready to dash towards, not caring that he was a missing nin, he charged up his chakra, before hearing screams a few miles away from him due to his hyper-hearing he gained from training. Turning his head around, he saw a massive fire in the distance, widening his eyes as he watched more Sky Ninjas fly away from the village. Naruto knew that he had a choice. He could return and see if his previous people survived, or he could help save an entire village. He made his choice when he dashed off towards the small village. Landing down outside of the village, Naruto dashed towards it, summoning water spheres around him. Naruto sent the water balls over different parts of the village and used the water balls to produce chakra rain, which destroyed the flames almost instantly. Running into the village, Naruto bumped into a person who ran into him. The person was a woman with red hair that was held by a bandana that went around the upper part of her head. She had blue eyes with a mole under the left eye. She wore a cyan blue gi with a cream-colored vest over it, which covers most of her upper body. She also had blue shorts and dark arm and leg bands. Seeing as she was going to fall and hit her head, Naruto quickly threw his arm out and caught her. Moving to her blue eyes, Naruto stared at her for a few minutes before giving a slight smile. Hi, name's Naruto Uzumaki, what's yours? Chapter 21. Come on. Almost. There. And done, said Naruto as he slouched in his kneeling position. After crashing into the redhead girl, he found out her name was Amaru. He had been told that her village had been attacked before running off to find the doctor somewhere near. Seeing as the girl bolted after saying that, Naruto couldn't tell her that he was a medical nin with enough chakra to power an entire village for a few years. Seeing as how she left the now flameless village, he decided to start healing everyone he found. Using 50 or so Kage Bunshins, Naruto had been able to heal most, if not all, villagers within the span of 20 minutes. Naruto looked down at the small girl in front of him and smiled. Ruffling her short brown hair slightly, Naruto watched as the girl smiled at him and ran towards her mother, who had just been healed by a clone of his while the father was in surgery for having himself being pierced by a kunai in the stomach. Normally that would kill anyone, however he had Naruto Uzumaki healing him. Standing up, Naruto walked outside of the medical center that he had created with his Mokuton and looked towards the sky once more. Only to narrow his eyes as he heard a sound that he had recently heard a few minutes ago. Turning his head towards the sound, Naruto watched as multiple black dots emerged from the clouds above. Naruto quickly dashed towards the center of the village, making sure to have clones keep the public calm as the enemy flew at them. Standing in the village's center, Naruto channeled chakra into his palm and slammed his right hand down into the ground, causing some debris and dust to be shot up into the air. The Sky Nins didn't know what happened next. They were simply heading down towards the used-to-be-destroyed village to capture all the villagers and take them prisoner. However, that was shot to hell when a few ninjas got close to the village and spontaneously combusted and got incinerated due to the flames of the combustion. The Sky Nins' eyes widened when they watched their allies combust when they flew near the village. Swirling themselves around, they decided to hope for the best with ranged weapons, only for the weapons to combust as well. The commander of the Sky unit called for an immediate retreat, seeing as how they couldn't land any sort of sky attack. Naruto watched as the Sky Nin started to fly off, turning his head towards a clone. He quickly nodded to it, before using wind and senjutsu chakra to take flight and follow the troops back to their home turf. The villagers widened their eyes as they watched their savior fly off towards the enemy. The little girl with her mother started to cheer for him, soon others did too, until everyone joined in cheering for their savior. Up in the sky, Naruto gave off a grin as he flew towards the shinobi, ready to unleash hell upon them. Village Naruto just saved. A few villagers slowly started to move away from the large cheering group. Each of these civilians had cloaks that covered most of their body and identity. Walking into a secluded area, the civilians moved a hand into their pockets, and each pulled out a forehead protector. With different designs in the middle, the 6 forehead protectors pulled out were a mix of all countries apart from. "I guess we all know who our target is," spoke one of the 6 cloaked shinobi as he crossed his arms, awaiting someone's answer. One of the members spoke, signifying that it was a female. "Indeed. Naruto Uzumaki. It seems that we have more information about him now. Like the fact that apparently he showed medical skills that should be impossible for him, or the fact that he could fly, something that only Tsuchikage-sama could do. And that's with his dust release. I hadn't sensed anything other than wind chakra from the boy," spoke to the female. One of the cloaked figures reached into his hood and pulled out a couple of microchips from the inside of his hood. "Seeing as how our target flew off, I think that all of us will need to report his new abilities to our Kage. So here is the evidence for it, however it will cost ya," spoke the man as he held the microchips within his hand tightly. Getting a nod from the other cloaked members, he watched as they threw sizable bags of money at his feet. Having a clone to check the bags, the man threw each of the cloaked microchips, before leaving with another cloaked comrade. The last cloaked person there was the woman who had spoken. She had sensed a group of ninjas a few kilometers away from her position, probably as she had seen the redhead girl run off towards a few hours ago. Grinning to her, she walked towards the front of the village, before she planted some traps for the scum. They would be proud. Walking towards past her traps, the woman started to walk back to IWA, grin still locked firmly in place, and the wind blew slightly, blowing the hood off from the woman, showing short black hair as she blended into the forest. In the sky, Naruto watched as the Sky Nin landed on a massive advanced-looking ship. Flying higher to hide his movements, Naruto flew directly above the massive ship. Floating for a bit, Naruto watched as a few skis Nin got launched off the ship. Turning his head slightly towards the direction the Sky Nin were going, Naruto managed to see what looked like a massive bird drawing with someone riding on top of it. Blinking, Naruto brought his attention back towards the ship, only to watch as it started to fly. Cursing himself for waiting, Naruto dived straight down and landed on the now flying fortress. Making sure he hadn't made a sound while landing, Naruto quickly found the entrance into the main fortress building. Sending chakra into the air around him, Naruto quickly disappeared from sight. Opening the large metallic door, Naruto walked down the steps, making sure that he didn't accidentally touch any sky ninja as he walked past them. Naruto looked around and couldn't help but whistle a bit at the design of the place. Now, while he knew that these guys were probably bad guys, he couldn't diss their style of architecture. Naruto watched as sky ninjas ran right past him, his invisibility giving him the ultimate stealth advantage possible. Naruto soon came to a stop as he saw a few sky ninjas standing guard of a particular room that instantly brought Naruto questions. Why would the sky ninja need to protect a room when nearly everyone, not including himself, could not even reach their flying fortress? Looking to his right, he saw a sky ninja walking towards him with a tray full of food. Grinning slightly, Naruto stuck his foot out, causing the sky ninja to drop his food on top of the 2 guards. Watching as the 2 guards went to the, now panicking, Sky Nin, Naruto quickly vibrated his chakra into his skin, while maintaining his own invisibility, and phased through the solid door. Looking forward, Naruto saw a walkway. Deciding what the hell, he walked forward, intent on finding out what was in the room at the end of the hallway. Reaching the end of the hallway, Naruto moved his head into the room, knowing that even if something was going to chop his head off, his intangible would save him. Inside the room, there were 2 large chairs surrounded by consoles with multiple flashing lights. Moving forward closer into the room, Naruto moved his head in between the 2 chairs, seeing as how they were empty. Naruto hopped in one and started to snoop through the information within the console. What Naruto found amazed him. He found information about dark chakra and about their machines and energy waves. He also found out some information about Zero Tails, which was said to apparently create dark chakra through dark emotions. Making sure to remember this, Naruto had activated his Sharingan as he flicked through information. Clink! Naruto snapped his head towards the door. Someone was unlocking it. He needed to quickly dispose of the 2 before they alerted someone that someone was looking through need-to-know files. Standing up with his invisibility intact, he moved towards the side of the room and watched as the 2 men sat down in their chairs. The man on the left, who had a red shoulder guard with the kanji for manager written upon it, stood up and looked at his partner questioningly. "Did you go through the files before we left?" asked the man as he looked at the new sky ninja that had joined the information squadron. The other man in the room shook his head. He knew for a fact that he hadn't looked through most of these files, some of which needed higher level clearance. "No sir, I hadn't." Snap, snap, thud, thud. Clapping his hands, Naruto gave a sigh as he looked at the 2 dead bodies next to his feet. Summoning 2 Kage Bunshins, Naruto watched as the 2 clones puffed into a cloud of smoke, showing no one but 2 identical copies of the now deceased men. Naruto hadn't even looked at his clones as they already knew what to do. Activating their Sharingan, they began to copy information and unlock even higher level items that were previously locked. Feeling the metallic floor shaking, Naruto quickly went after the source of the building shakes, only to find. Chapter 22. "What the hell are you?" asked Naruto as he tilted his head as he looked at a massive leech thing with a mask at what he guessed was the head. The being slithered around Naruto, blocking the entrance with its massive body, moving its head close up to Naruto. The purple leech monster's mask was just mere inches away from Naruto's own face. Naruto watched, with his head still tilted to the side, as the being moved its head forwards and backwards for the next few seconds, seemingly like it was trying to find something out. Moving his left hand up, Naruto slowly started to wave it in front of the massive purple entity, making it stop in its head movements. Naruto moved his hand down and grinned slightly. As he really had no clue what to do, he decided to start a conversation with the thing. If it talked. "Hey, name's Naruto Uzumaki." "Who are you?" asked Naruto as he watched the being in front of him stay silent, only to hear something within his mind. "Where is your hatred?" No being is left without hatred. Naruto blinked at the being's question. Sure, it was weird that he heard the thing talk in his head somehow, but he had been doing that nearly every day for the past 2 years he was training. Shaking his head, he decided to give his best answer to the being. Shrugging, Naruto said his answer. "My hatred. Well, I made peace with it. When I met my hatred with Kyuubi's guidance, I had thanked and accepted my dark half. After all, who would I be if I couldn't accept myself?" said Naruto as he looked into the mask of the beast, not sure where the actual head of the thing was. That response earned him a tilt of the head from the being in front of him. The massive leech then released a red glow from its mask. Looking at the light, Naruto watched as it made him feel different emotions, most of which were negative. Not changing his face while watching the lights, the massive purple leech stopped. Before unwrapping itself around, returning back into its original sitting/lying position at the far end of the room. Shrugging to himself, Naruto closed his eyes and started to focus on the chakra signatures within the flying fortress. Naruto saw each blue flame that signified a living being within his range as he pushed his senses out. Sure, he could do this with his eyes open and in mid-battle, but he wouldn't get as much detail from it, like finding out that most people in this ship had a wind affinity, with the odd person having 2 elements, with wind being their most powerful element. However, in the room above his head, Naruto felt something off. The chakra he felt was dark, like the creature in front of him. However, unlike the creatures, there weren't any negative emotions, apart from hate, but that must be the requirement for the weird energy. Or the creature could simply hide its emotions very well. Waving towards the large entity, who just moved its head up and down, signifying a Seiya, Naruto dashed up into a square hole on the ceiling. Flying up towards the dark being that held a lot of hate, Naruto smashed his fist into a metal platform, before smashing right through it and coming out unscathed. Landing onto the floor next to the hidden, from the looks of it, metal platform, Naruto saw a man with spiky long black hair that reached his waist. The man also had thick eyebrows that were the same color as his long black hair. The most noticeable thing was that this man was ripped. Each muscle he had was completely visible and stupidly large. The man also wore a set of plain blue pants. It seemed that he was talking towards one of his old friends, Kiba Inuzuka, who, along with his Niken partner, were half dead and lying next to the person he met leaving the village when he fixed it up. Taking a step forward, towards the group, Naruto's sandals made large echoing claps as he walked towards the now shocked group. Well, not the dude with black hair, he had an asshole expression on his face. Well, from Naruto's own point of view it looked like it. Placing his right hand in his pocket, and his left hand in a lazy wave position, Naruto said the first words to someone in over 3 years. Yo, sorry I'm late. Had a small chat with a massive purple leech thing in the room below. Kiba had sweat dropped for a moment, before realizing the trouble Naruto was in. Moving his body into a side position, Kiba gripped his now broken ribs and muttered a few words to Naruto, Akamaru winning in agreement. Naruto. Run. He's too strong, muttered Kiba before passing out due to the pain of his ribs. The girl next to him seemed like she was in her own personal hell. Naruto suddenly threw his right hand up, out of his pocket, to catch a fist coming from the man with black hair. Turning his head slightly so that one of his blue eyes met the man, he sent a small grin, before pulling his right hand across from his body, bringing the larger man along with it. Throwing out a knee to the gut, Naruto heard a sound he was all too familiar with. Crack. Letting go of the man's right hand, Naruto watched as he dropped to the ground, holding himself up with his knees and left hand as he was holding his ribs with his right. Naruto watched as the man coughed out a bit of blood, before watching the black-haired man's body slowly, to repair itself. Naruto brought back his left leg and swung it, hitting the man and sending his body into the wall on the other side of the room. Poof! Naruto didn't even bother addressing his 3 clones as he watched them through his chakra sensor ability, tending to both Kiba and Akamaru, along with helping the girl with whatever problem she had herself. Naruto wrapped his arms together as he watched the man across the room get up, all his wounds healed. The man narrowed his white with yellow eyes at him, before dashing at Naruto with low Kage speeds. Widening his eyes slightly, Naruto quickly dashed to his left, making the man fly past his position. Throwing his right hand out, Naruto grabbed the man's long spiky black hair, and pulled towards the left side of his body, delivering another sharp and snapping knee to the spine of the man. Crack! Ahaha! Screamed the man as he couldn't move his body at all for a few seconds before being able to move his arms to hold his now bruised spine. However, he wasn't prepared for the stomp on his right shoulder. Pop! Ahap! Screamed the man once more as his right shoulder popped itself out of place. Soon his right arm was followed by his left. Naruto then moved his right hand and wrapped his fingers around the large neck, crushing the man's neck just to hold it properly. Naruto then did a baseball throw and sent the man towards the large stone chair within the room, near the back. Naruto sighed to himself. He hadn't even gotten to use any of his skills he trained so hard for. Damn Kage wannabe. At most the man in front of him was high Chunin with the body of a mid-high Kage. The man in front of him just thought that if he had incredible strength and speed, he would win all his battles. Then was the fact that he was arrogant, which he saw from a mile away. If you know Sasuke, then you can tell of arrogance easily. Overall his skill level was about mid-Chunin. At best with the lowest the man held was about low Chunin. What a joke. Holding his right hand out, a golden orb started to form within it. Swirling as it formed, it soon turned into a pure ball of fire chakra, which he mastered during his breaks during his training schedule. Naruto looked blankly at the body as it started to twitch, before finally letting his compacted flame ball shoot out in a fiery wave of destruction, melting all the rocket passed towards the now slightly moving body. The man with black hair widened his yellow eyes as he was consumed by the flames. Turning his head towards Kiba and the redhead girl, Naruto's face softened as he appeared next to the group of 3. Holding his hand out for both Kiba and the redhead girl, he watched as Kiba widened his eyes at seeing Naruto alive and kicking without a single scratch on him. The woman, however, was too busy crying for some reason. Waiting a moment, Naruto felt both Kiba and the girl place their hands within his. Pulling the two up, Naruto smiled slightly at them, before pulling out a doggy snack from out of nowhere, and threw it at Akamaru, who was now the size of a medium-sized wolf, which was around waist height. Kiba smiled a large smile as he got Naruto into a one-armed hug as he still held his slightly sore ribs. Hey Naruto! My man, how's it going? Said Kiba as he stood still with his right hand petting Akamaru, who had started to wag his tail in joy. Smiling slightly, Naruto grinned before talking. I've been a good Kiba. I had a whole 3 years to train and a few shinobi after me. What's not to love? Said Naruto, starting off happy and ending off with a sarcastic tone. Kiba winced internally as he remembered everyone's orders if they found Naruto Uzumaki. Flashback. Tsunade sat behind her seat with her hands covering her mouth, It had been a few days since Naruto's assumed assassination attempt on the Warhawk Danzo. Although she hardly believed that Naruto would do this, she hadn't known him very long and only knew him personally slightly, even though he did learn chakra control from her. She couldn't dismiss the facts that pointed towards Naruto attacking Danzo and escaping when being caught by the council and herself. Looking forward with her brown orbs, she looked at all the rookie teams, who had no clue what had happened a few days ago, mostly due to them being told about Sasuke's capture by the hands of Orochimaru, even though the entire Shikamaru's Sasuke retrieval squad knew the real reason that Sasuke left. Tsunade released a sigh, catching the attention of everyone in the room. The senseis stood at the back, while the genin stood right in front of her wooden table. Hardening her eyes, Tsunade began. Approximately 3 days ago there was an assassination attempt by one of our own. I am here to give you your orders should you find this criminal. There were murmurs between the rookie genin, wondering who the assassin could be. Tsunade then spoke the final part of her instructions. The assassin was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Gasp! He is to be captured alive should any of you spot or meet him, understood? Asked Tsunade, getting nods from everyone within the office, while also watching each genin's shocked expressions. Flashback end. Kiba sighed a bit while also closing his eyes, before going through the required procedure of capturing a criminal. Naruto Uzumaki. By the order of the 5th Hokage, you are to return peacefully, or by force, it is your choice. Spoke Kiba, already regretting his words as when he opened his eyes to see a twitching Naruto, which had freaked Kiba out. Naruto himself felt his right eye twitch. Did Kiba seriously just do that? Was he actually telling him that he was ordered to capture him? Thud, thud. Both Kiba and Akamaru fell to the floor, with Naruto holding pressure points that caused instant knockout to the target. Turning his head towards the girl, Naruto watched as his clone poofed into smoke, getting memories from the clone. Naruto instantly wrapped his arms around the girl, making sure to stroke the girl's hair nice and softly, causing the girl to cry on his shoulder for a few seconds. Naruto's eyes softened as he held onto the girl. There, Amaru. It's okay. Let it out, okay? Spoke Naruto as he held the girl tightly against his chest. Only to hear laughter coming from behind him, however the laughter seemed to be echoed. Suddenly, Naruto felt something grab his ankle and drag him through the floor, back towards the leech thing that he previously found, prior to finding Kiba and Akamaru. As Naruto was falling, he noticed something. He was still holding Amaru. Twisting his body so that he landed on his feet, he held Amaru in a bridal position. What took you so long? Turning his head slightly, Naruto grinned before replying. Sorry, I'm just half asleep from the boring fight I just had. How was sitting on that tree? Asked Naruto. Hemp replied to the man as he walked next to Naruto, showing that it was Sasuke Uchiha in the flesh. Ha 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 ha, I will show you fools the strength of the Sky Emperor, shouted the man with black hair as he got absorbed by the purple leech. Naruto looked on as he watched the crazed man continue laughing, only to realize that the leech was absorbing him for food. The leech then disappeared in a puff of smoke, causing Naruto to twitch his right eye at the anticlimactic battle. Shrugging, Naruto carried Amaru out towards the nearest entrance he remembered, ignoring that Sasuke was walking next to him. When Naruto and Sasuke arrived to see a ship that would take them off the mechanical flying fortress, Naruto moved towards it and placed Amaru inside it, while not noticing Hinata and Sakura in a shocked state. Moving up towards the lever to launch the small flying ship, Naruto quickly appeared behind Sasuke and kicked him into the ship, before pulling the lever, letting the ship fly off into the distance. Closing his eyes, Naruto locked onto each and every signature within the ship, before disappearing and reappearing with Kiba and Akamaru on both his shoulders. Summoning a Kage Bunshin, Naruto watched as the 2 Kage Bunshin flew towards the flying ship, before turning around and looking into the large ship for a moment, before turning back towards the sky and flying ahead of the large fortress, which was now on a crash course towards the entire land of fire. Stopping a few kilometers ahead of the fortress, Naruto held out both his hands while activating a new one of his, not that anyone knew what it was. Naruto watched as he ate the entire fortress, absorbing all the minerals that were on the ship, before being sealed within another dimension. Watching the last bit of the ship disappear, Naruto grinned to himself slightly, before watching his hands start to disappear, soon followed by his arms, chest and legs, before eventually his entire body disappeared. All that could be heard was a random clash of lightning in the place of Naruto. Chapter 23. Ga! What the hell? Shouted Naruto as he held himself up with his 2 arms and knees on the floor. A few seconds ago, Naruto himself was just happily standing, before parts of his body became intangible and invisible. Next thing Naruto knew, he was gasping for breath and holding him up from the floor with his hands and knees. Shaking his head a bit, Naruto looked straight ahead of him, and his eyes demised into little blue dots. There sat the Sure no Megami. The Death Goddess. However, this time Naruto felt something wrong when he looked up at the Death Goddess from his position. From what he remembered, each and every time Naruto would meet the Death Goddess, she would always smirk, grin, smile, anything that gave off a somewhat grin, as it showed that she was amused from the fights, which she probably let him win. This time, however, there was not even a slight smile on her beautiful face. It was pure annoyance and anger. I wonder what brought that up. Standing up, Naruto looked around at his surroundings, showing nothing but open space, with the moon above illuminating the entire area. Looking back towards the Sure no Megami, Naruto widened his eyes as she stood right in front of him. Normally, she would deliberately make her presence known by flaunting her energy, giving him a chance to react. He didn't this time. Wham! Naruto flew across the open clearing, doing multiple flips as he skidded by the ground. Throwing his chakra-enhanced hand out towards the ground, Naruto watched as his speed descended before coming to a complete stop, having him with his single hand onto the ground while the other one was supporting one of his legs. Of course you humans are weak. Resorting to cheap tricks to win battles for you. Turning his head around slightly, Naruto watched as the goddess placed a single black shinobi sandal on the back of his thigh. Snap! Ayaha! Screamed Naruto as he felt his femur bone break into two. Dropping to the floor, Naruto felt his chakra heal his own injury insanely fast. This was without including Kyuubi's, who Naruto asked not to help as much in healing, as he wanted to show the world his own strength and abilities. Moving himself to lay on his back, Naruto gripped his thigh as he felt the bone remend itself back to normal. Looking for the goddess, Naruto hadn't noticed the hand mere inches away from his throat. Naruto widened his eyes when he felt a hand grab his throat. GHK was the sound that came from Naruto's mouth as the goddess wrapped a single hand around his throat. The goddess then moved her hand around Naruto's neck, allowing Naruto and her to face each other. The goddess grinned darkly as she looked at Naruto, her glowing red eyes illuminating Naruto's vision. What's the matter, Naruto Kyuin? More neck crushing, why aren't you using your fancy little eyes? Decided to actually fight instead of having such a weak battle plan? Asked the goddess as she raised her left arm up towards Naruto's stomach. Naruto widened his eyes and opened his mouth as blood pushed its way up the blonde's throat. Naruto widened his eyes further as he watched the goddess pull out, with her kimono intact. A few seconds of looking at being held by the goddess, Naruto felt pain like never before. Looking down at his stomach, as much as he could look down, as the goddess still had a grip on his neck, Naruto's eyes widened even further, before closing them shut and giving out a silent scream of pain. When Naruto looked down at his stomach, he had seen something that he would never see. It was two other beings within his seal being pulled out. Naruto felt the pain as the two beings were pulled out from his seal. Soon, Naruto felt the rush of wind against his back. Even though his clothes, he could feel it as it wrapped around him and past him. Naruto then felt the ground once again. Skidding on his side, Naruto had a perfect view of two people, Minato Namikaze, his father, and Kushina Uzumaki, his. He had no clue what to say to that. He knew that he should have thought mother, but he couldn't. When he was with Kushina before her memories returned, she grew on him. Sure, it took time to like her, but when he did, Naruto shook his head. He would not fall for despair. He could find his Kushina at a later date right now. His parents were in front of him, and he was sure as hell ain't going to let the goddess do anything to them, even if they are spirits. Raising himself to his feet, Naruto dashed with his Supadarashu speed technique. Minato and Kushina didn't know what was happening. They knew that they were chakra constructs as they remembered themselves being placed in Naruto to help him control later on, but they just got pulled out of him by this woman. Before both Kushina and Minato could talk, the goddess smirked evilly as she watched Naruto slowly, to her, run in to save both Kushina and Minato. Cute. Snap, snap. The two constructs disappeared into blue wisps as she commanded the shadows to snap the necks of the two beings that she retrieved from Naruto's seal. Kyuubi, still firmly in the goddess's hand, widened her eyes as she felt her power from Minato return back to her. Seeing as the deal was broken, she regained her power. However, her train of thought ended when the goddess crushed her throat, causing her to stop feeling anything in her body. How anyone could do that to a being made of chakra made her scared. Naruto watched it all happen as he appeared right in front of the goddess. He watched as she killed the two chakra constructs of his family, and somehow hurt. Naruto didn't notice himself being punched back into his original position from when his parents' chakra constructs appeared. The Shinigami walked forward slowly, her sandals making echoes ring throughout the entire area. The goddess of death started to taunt Naruto as she dragged Kyuubi's body by her neck, causing the pain by the second. What's the matter with Naruto-kun? Can't defeat me for some reason? Is it because you're still weak after all this time? Well, it couldn't be helped, after all. You were the dead last of your graduating class, and one of the weakest shinobi born. Hell, if it wasn't for Kyubi-chan here, you would have died so many times, probably from your own kunai, or better yet you could have killed yourself by smothering your own head, thinking it was someone else's. That wouldn't be far off since you were an idiot, still are actually. I wonder what Sasuke-kun would have achieved if he had gained both the and my essence. He would probably be able to somewhat attempt to keep up with me. You, however, are a waste of space, shouted the woman, now standing over Naruto's body as he held his head down towards the ground, allowing the goddess to see nothing of Naruto's face. The goddess sneered as she bent down so that she could whisper something else into his ear. The Hokage chose their successor wrong. Oh well. With your death, Kushina can live happily with her new companion. Kyubi watched this with widened eyes as the goddess raised her sandal above Naruto's head, ready to smash her foot through his head. Oh well, at least she was now free from the, much to her annoyance, great sex partner. The death goddess grinned more as she sent her foot straight down, only to be stopped by Naruto's head not moving an inch. Raising her eyebrows slightly, the goddess once again raised her foot up, before slamming down. Once again it had no effect as Naruto's body hasn't moved a nanometer. She watched as her foot sailed towards Naruto's head, ready to explode it into a pile of tiny pieces. Suddenly, Naruto's hand shot out and grabbed the goddess's foot. Both Kyubi and the goddess watched as Naruto slowly lifted his head up, showing red-ringed eyes, with 9 tomos spinning within them, before he disappeared without any sign of him ever being there. Rule 1. Never leave your back exposed. Behind the death goddess, who had widened her eyes as she couldn't move fast enough, spoke an eerie similar voice. Crack. Ahaha. The goddess screamed as she felt her back take a massive hit. Letting go of, she jumped away while twisting, ready to attack the human who dared to attack her, only to widen her eyes, showing mixed emotions ranging from shock, disbelief, slight fear, excitement, and the most common one, lust. There stood Naruto Uzumaki. However, he looked slightly different now. Naruto still had his blonde hair, only now Naruto had 2 horns sticking out from his head, which was shown as 2 blonde horns sticking up. Naruto's eyes were now back to normal, if you count normal as red-slitted eyes. Another feature that appeared was his newly returned whisker marks, along with having 2 fangs jutting out from his mouth slightly. Naruto's upperwear had disappeared. The only clothing on him was his pants and footwear, along with his black gloves. Naruto stood there with his arms crossed as he stared blankly at the goddess, before disappearing and holding her neck, causing the goddess to widen her eyes in actual shock. Naruto looked the goddess in the eye, red-slit eyes looking at each other. Naruto suddenly spoke, causing the goddess to shake in his hands slightly. Now what to do with you? Chapter 24. Well, what should I do? Asked Naruto as he stared into the death goddess's red-slit eyes with his own. Naruto's face showed his only emotion clearly. Boredom. Still holding the death goddess by her throat, Naruto swiftly brought his hand down, dragging the goddess along with it, and thrusted his knee up, right into the stomach of the goddess. Hearing no snap, or any identification of injury, Naruto lifted the goddess so that their faces were directly in front of each other's. Naruto looked directly into the goddess's face, and could only grunt in annoyance. The goddess's face had shown nothing to the average eye. While she had been smiling seductively towards his own face, the slight twitch of her right eye suggests that he did in fact hurt her. But only slightly. Naruto held his bored look upon his face as he dropped the goddess. Moving a few meters away, Naruto turned to face the goddess, who had raised an eyebrow at the reason for him letting her go. Crossing his arms, Naruto simply grunted before giving her a sharp look. I want a real fight. No holding back, goddess. Or are you simply a fake? Said Naruto with his arms still crossed across his chest. Twitch, twitch, twitch. Naruto's red eyes watched as multiple tick marks appeared on the goddess of death's head. Growing tired of the goddess being motionless, not counting the still growing tick marks, Naruto called out his chakra, which was now a red color. This brought Naruto a slight shock. It felt like Kyubi's chakra, but it was easily controllable, like his own. Another difference was the natural feel to it. Feeling his chakra flow through his veins, Naruto started to bring it out of his body, wanting to see the results. The Sure no Megami watched as Naruto brought out his new chakra, which now surrounded him, acting like a coating of pure energy. This brought a slight blush to her face. Now, while originally she was here to kill him, due to putting her into an illusion, and thus, technically defeating/escaping a god/goddess, and because of that, it becomes known to all gods that a god has been defeated. Because of Naruto's way of defeating her, she had become a mockery. However, if she brought Naruto up to meet the gods, and allow them to challenge him, he could clear her name and record of defeat. However, it would be fun testing him. Naruto was too fascinated by his chakra to notice the white specter behind him. Slink. The flaming aura around Naruto disappeared. Because the goddess was behind Naruto, she hadn't been able to see Naruto's face. Until she was gripping Naruto's backhand with widened eyes, Naruto stared blankly at her. He hadn't moved the tanto that was shoved where his old seal was, although he probably would have lost a lot more blood, and would also be experiencing a lot of pain from it, much more than he should be currently. Naruto stared at her for a few more moments. Before mouthing a few words to her, elemental maelstrom. Wind, the goddess looked confused. Until she was sent spiraling away from Naruto, who had not shifted his bored facial expression at all. Standing up, the goddess reappeared next to Naruto, only to be smashed by heavy compacted winds all over her body. Naruto watched as his winds smashed the goddess up high into the air, sending Senjutsu chakra into his own new chakra. He felt amazing, totally relaxed and in control. Using his wind element combined with Senjutsu, Naruto flew up, intent on destroying his opponent and testing his new strength, whatever its limit was. Reaching the goddess's position, Naruto threw a haymaker while a few meters away from the beautiful woman. The next thing the goddess sees is a massive wind dragon smashing her into the ground below. The sure no Megami raised herself to her feet after the impact from the wind dragon. Anger shining through her red slit eyes, she lifted her left hand above her head. The next thing that happened was a flame storm appearing, using all the air around the area to grow in power. Seeing this, Naruto dropped out of the sky, landing in a crouching position. Flaring his chakra once more, Naruto mumbled out a few more words. Elemental maelstrom. Water. The next thing the sure no Megami sees is a massive barrage of water dragons raining from the sky, taking out every flame they came into contact with. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted up. Looking down, she widened her eyes as multiple water clones of Naruto grabbed nearly every inch of her body, making sure to restrict her movement as much as possible. Seeing as how the clones had somewhat a strong grip, the goddess summoned the shadows to start killing anything but her. The sure no Megami watched as shadow spikes pierced through the Naruto water clones. Due to watching the clones die, she hadn't noticed a palm resting against her back. Sharrrr. The sound of lightning ran through the clearing as the goddess was struck by thunder, resulting in her entire being screaming in pain. The sure no Megami fell to the floor face down, making sure that she tilted her head so that she hadn't landed straight onto her nose. Looking towards her left, as that was the side her head was tilted, she watched as Naruto lowered himself to his knee, before reaching a hand out for her head, which instantly got captured by shadows which slowly snaked up from Naruto's wrist, towards his forearm. The goddess grinned from her face down position, before the shadows themselves got zapped right off. Resuming his activity, Naruto placed his hand on the goddess's head and let out a brief collection of air, as he somehow held his blank face. The goddess sat there for 3 minutes watching Naruto as he simply stayed there, and held his hand towards her head. She had a slight buzz in the back of her head, but figured if Naruto was doing anything, she would have noticed it. In the next few moments, she watched as Naruto twitched slightly, before opening his eyes dramatically slowly, showing red ringed eyes with 9 tomo, before the tomos soon disappeared, followed by the rings, that changed into a different Sharingan form, which looked like 2 curved 4-point shuriken overlapping each other, with the bottom one being red with a black outline, and the top being black with a red outline, before finally reverting to the 3 tomo Sharingan and then returning to his natural eyes, which were still red and slitted. Naruto stood up and held a hand towards the goddess, who had gotten over her slight paralysis and grabbed Naruto's hand. After pulling up the goddess, Naruto held her hand for a few moments before stating something out. I'm a 3rd Reaper, 3rd Devil, and a 3rd human. How did this happen? Asked Naruto as he started to rub the knuckles of the goddess, who had widened her eyes. How? I would have noticed you poking through my head. Your eyes. They look different from the Rinnegan my sister implanted for the genes to create the Rinnegan. Well, the pure version, not the Jubi's version. The goddess asked as she moved closer to Naruto. Naruto broke his blank face with a small smile, before moving a single strand of silver hair behind the goddess's ear. I never knew I had captured a few gods' attention. Especially your own. But I always thought your reason was to reclaim the soul that survived your sealing. Who knew it was to get me for yourself? You're very cheeky, Shikiri. But I accept the good challenge. After I found Kushina, I had ignored her for too long. It will be a while before I see you once again, Shikiri, but we will meet each other later on in life. So, goodbye. With that, Naruto gave a quick kiss to Shikiri before turning around, ripping a portal for himself before walking through it. The goddess moved her hand to her lips and felt them for a few seconds, before smiling largely and walking into the shadows, only to realize something. Holding her hand out again, Shikiri watched as Kyuubi appeared in her hand once more. Smiling slightly, Shikiri reopened the portal Naruto himself used and chucked the redhead woman after him, laughing slightly as she heard the Kyuubi's screams as before the portal shut itself once more. Chapter 25. I never knew I had captured a few gods' attention. Especially your own. But I always thought your reason was to reclaim the soul that survived your sealing. Who knew it was to get me for yourself? You're very cheeky, Shikiri. But I accept the good challenge. After I found Kushina, I had ignored her for too long. It will be a while before I see you once again, Shikiri, but we will meet each other later on in life. So, goodbye. With that, Naruto gave a quick kiss to Shikiri before turning around, ripping a portal for himself before walking through it. The goddess moved her hand to her lips and felt them for a few seconds, before smiling largely and walking into the shadows. Only to realize something. Holding her hand out again, Shikiri watched as Kyuubi appeared in her hand once more. Smiling slightly, Shikiri reopened the portal Naruto himself used and chucked the redhead woman after him, laughing slightly as she heard the Kyuubi's screams as before the portal shut itself once more. Now, walking out of the portal, Naruto stood still for a few moments as he looked out towards the meadow in front of him. Son of a bitch! Shouted Naruto as he wrapped his arms around his head. He had just experienced firsthand his new senses. If anyone had seen Naruto right now, they would laugh as he was waving his arms and head in a random fashion. Ha 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 ha! Laughed a voice behind Naruto. Ahawk's son of a bitch, stop screaming! Shouted Naruto as he turned towards the laugh he just heard, moving his arms away from the front portion of his head and instead moved them to cover his ears. Bad choice as he saw how bright everything was. Mother of fucking but stallion shit, what the fuck is this? Shouted Naruto as he snapped his eyes shut and moved into a laying position with his stomach on the floor and his head in the ground. However, even though Naruto had his arms covering his ears and most of his head, he could still hear the laugh behind him, which had increased in the size of the laughs before breathing and volume at which the laughter increased. This went on for a few good 20 or so minutes, with Naruto rolling around on the grass, while also trying to get his senses under control, which, during that time, the same voice raged laughing in the background of Naruto rolling around. Soon Naruto's rolling had come to a stop. Raising his head up, Naruto looked out into the large meadow in front of him, before quickly snapping his head towards a random direction. He felt demonic chakra, somewhat similar to his own. Well, half of it. Naruto closed his eyes once again, making sure to use his own new chakra to limit how much he could see, smell, sense, and hear in his sensor range. Naruto watched as the demonic signature started to flare a bit, before slowly diminishing, until it stopped just before it completely diminished. Pushing himself to his feet, Naruto focused in the direction, before disappearing in an orange flash. Due to the sudden appearance, Naruto hadn't paid attention to who had taken to having her eye twitch rapidly for a few moments, before disappearing in a puff of smoke, greatly shocking her as she disappeared. Clearing. In an open clearing, there stood two men and a single woman. The man on the left has medium-length silver hair that was slicked back and purple eyes. He wore a similar cloak to that of Itachi and a while back. His cloak was open with no shirt, only pants under it, revealing his Yugakure forehead protector around his neck and Jashin amulet. The man on the right was a tall man. He wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. His eyes have an unusual coloring, green irises, no pupils and red sclera. His clothing included the same cloak that his partner had and the forehead protector of his home village with a scratch in the middle which symbolized that he was no longer loyal to it. In between the two men was a woman, most likely as there was some residue surrounding her. The woman had long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the standard Kumo forehead protector, sandals and kunai holster which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. However, Naruto couldn't tell what her eye color was, due to her being knocked out in between the two men. The man on the right instantly noticed him as he appeared, along with his silver-haired companion. Naruto looked at the two for a few seconds, before disappearing. This caused the two men to look slightly confused. Before the man on the right looked down, only to find their target missing, suddenly, both men were sent sailing towards the forest behind them, crashing through each tree as they speeded through the forest. Back in the clearing, Naruto looked down upon the blonde woman, before he snapped his head towards another direction. His clones from Takigakure just dispelled. There was another being attacked. Using his sensor ability without closing his eyes, Naruto pinpointed the two men's signatures. And he widened his eyes. The signatures were in Kumo. He had just pushed not one, but two people to a different country. Wait, how were they not dead then? Naruto shook his head, he had no time for that. Picking up the woman and holding her in a bridal position, Naruto infused his senjutsu chakra into his new chakra and moved forwards, only to appear standing in the middle of the ocean. Widening his eyes once more, Naruto focused his sensory abilities with senjutsu chakra helping him, and found out he went way further than he was supposed to. Naruto could feel the others still fighting, but it was apparently a losing battle, if what the chakra signature said so. Removing the senjutsu chakra from his system, Naruto once again moved forwards and got an explosion to the back. When Naruto's focus came back, he looked right into bright orange eyes in front of him. Tilting his head slightly, he looked around and found himself being pressed up against a girl. If the two globs of flesh were any indication, moving his head back slightly, with the blonde woman now being squished in between both he and his target, he got a better look at the person's face. And he dropped his mouth, metaphorically of course, as Naruto didn't think the situation was right for it. The woman in front of him had an orange clip in her short, spiky mint green hair that matched her eye color, which was orange. Her ninja outfit consisted of a short, sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. Her forehead protector was worn on her right arm. Turning his head slightly, Naruto got a sight of two men. Were these guys at a sausage fest or what? One of the men had a slanted blue eye and very long blonde hair which he wore drawn into a half ponytail with the rest hanging down freely. With a bang hanging over his left eye, he also had what appeared to be mouths on each of the palms of his hands. He wore the apparently signature look of his comrades of Akatsuki, which his clone's memories told him, and wore gray pants with shinobi sandals. The other one, however, gave off a bad vibe to Naruto. The man had an orange face mask in the shape of a spiral, showing only one eye, which was the Sharingan. The man also had short spiky black hair and the Akatsuki cloak adorned on him, blocking nearly his entire body from view. Heh! Seems like we have a few heroes helping the girl, yes, said the blonde-haired man as he covered his hands within the sleeves of his cloak. However, when Deidara looked towards his companion Tobi, he knew something was wrong. Tobi stood absolutely still as his Sharingan span, memorizing Naruto's features, before looking down towards the blonde woman's head that was poking out. Before realizing that it was the of two tails, his plan seemed to be put on hold. Turning his head towards Deidara, Tobi's eye spun, drawing both him and Deidara into a portal that disappeared, along with them. Naruto looked towards the spot that both Akatsuki members were and gave out a small grunt, before turning his attention back to, who was looking at Naruto curiously. However, that ended when she, the blonde man and the blonde woman, disappeared into a black hole that appeared below their feet. Chapter 26. Turning his head towards Deidara, Tobi's eye spun, drawing both him and Deidara into a portal that disappeared, along with them. Naruto looked towards the spot that both Akatsuki members were and gave out a small grunt, before turning his attention back to, who was looking at Naruto curiously. However, that ended when she, the blonde man and the blonde woman, disappeared into a black hole that appeared below their feet. Now, my wish. The winds of the forest blew through Naruto's spiky hair and whisker marks, giving off a slightly pleasant feeling to Naruto as he continued towards his destination, Konoha. It had been a month since he had helped out the two others he had saved before. It was a struggle to help them, however, with them hyperventilating and accusing him of trying to sell them to slavers. However, this stopped when Naruto connected with the two women, gaining a slight bit of their trust, along with the two women willing to give him a chance, although he has to say, Nibi was kind of slutty. Definitely Kyubi's sister, at least Nanabai was cool. Naruto ran a hand through his hair as he continued his walk. When he had sent both in Futa as, 1, Kumo didn't hate Jinchurikis. Well, except the Hachibi, who kept on making bad raps, if what had told him, and 2, because the Kage there has a close bond with 2, aka the Hachibi and herself, so he was sure the Kage would look after Fu, but just in case, Naruto had placed tracking seals on the two women, along with a seal that would attach itself onto the Hachibi host when they make physical contact, just to be on the safe side. Naruto stopped walking, however, when he heard a small voice singing happily near him, along with a soft humming. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as he could use a small break and meet some locals, seeing as how they aren't that far from. Naruto moved towards a bush and pushed it out of the way, only to sweat drop as he sent the bush flying miles away from just a small push. He needed to sort out his strength and speed. It was just too hard to control and use in a fight. Walking through some bushes, as he didn't want to send each bush flying a mile away, Naruto came upon a sight that brought him back memories. His old home away from home. Naruto moved his head around as he looked at his once beloved home. He watched as the animals in the clearing sensed his presence and turned towards him, before all running up to him and jumping him. Even the odd panther or tiger joined in the massive animal dog pile, which, funny enough, the dogs were sitting on. Naruto was laughing as he was nuzzled relentlessly by the creatures within his old clearing. Releasing some of his own nature chakra, Naruto watched from below as all the animals slowly got off him and lay around him, enjoying the chakra he was producing. Closing his eyes, Naruto thought that he could wait a day or two before going to. Well, Naruto. Seems like you have grown. Naruto snapped his eyes wide open, before jumping up, indecently waking the animals around him up, and moving them into attack mode, only for Naruto to drop his guard as he saw who exactly spoke. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju and his father Minato Namikaze stood in the clearing, in an astral type form, each wearing smiles upon their faces. Naruto walked towards them and punched the fourth Hokage's face, which, funny enough, actually made the Hokage fly backwards a few miles, give or take. Hashirama and Tobirama opened their mouths in shock for a moment, before Hashirama broke off into a loud laugh with Tobirama giving off a small grunt, hiding his own laughter at the scene. A few seconds later, Minato reappeared in the clearing, having a massive black and blue bruise on his astral form face, which also had the Hokage's right eye twitching relentlessly. Naruto grinned slightly at his father's face, before bringing all the Hokage in a massive hug, causing them to have a massive pain run through their astral backs, which was shown on their faces as they were frozen in pain. Until Naruto dropped them and rubbed the back of his head slightly. Ha ha ha, sorry, I kind of don't know my own strength anymore, said Naruto, still rubbing his head in embarrassment. Hashirama and Tobirama waved it off, ignoring the cells in their astral back committing suicide because of the previous pain. Minato, however, punched Naruto in the face, only to hold his hand while shouting a few words that would make me blush. Soon this was finished when a tiger nudged Naruto's leg. Looking down, Naruto scratched the tiger's ear, causing it to give a small happy roar, and left to his position in the clearing, along with the other animals. Naruto turned back towards the Hokages, wondering how exactly they were here and talking. However, he was cut off from a massive explosion erupting a few kilometers away from him. Turning his head around, Naruto watched with wide eyes as a massive dust cloud raced towards him and his clearing. The Kages themselves were worried as they didn't know if Naruto could survive through that. After all, he was only human after all. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he threw out his hand towards the dust cloud. The Kages watched in shock as the entire dust cloud disappeared faster than both Tobirama's and Minato's Hiraishin. Naruto continued looking towards the location where the dust cloud occurred, and widened his eyes as he felt a massive chunk of chakra signatures disappear off his sensor range. Turning his head back towards the Kages, Naruto gave them a small sorry-type smile, before moving towards, not noticing that his previous senjutsu chakra stayed in that clearing and self-sustaining itself. Konoha crater. When Naruto landed outside, he widened his eyes. Was nothing more than a massive hole in the ground. Naruto moved his head around as he looked at the destroyed houses pushed together on the outskirts of what used to be. Naruto then looked towards the sky, seeing a single man with multiple piercings along his body. But what caught Naruto's attention wasn't his hair color or face, but his eyes. The Rinnegan, Naruto mumbled before hardening his features. Raising his cloth to cover his mouth and head, Naruto supercharged his legs and jumped towards the man in the sky. For Pain, it was a good, but unsuccessful day. First, he attempts to find the entire elemental nations, however that didn't work, so he decided to attack the Jinchuriki's previous home, intent of drawing him out, but once again that proved fruitless as the hadn't appeared. On the plus side though, he was a step closer to bringing peace through pain. Smash! Naruto shoved his fist into the man's face, smashing him towards the ground at supersonic speeds, causing him to create a smaller crater inside of the large one. Using his wind-enhanced senjutsu chakra, Naruto dived towards the downed body, only to find out he went too fast once more as he himself slammed through the ground, and through the body. Jumping out of the even deeper crater he had created, Naruto watched as 5 other people appeared, each bearing the resemblance towards the man he just killed via super speed dive bomb. But what shocked Naruto out was the fact each held the Rinnegan, which should not be possible at all. Naruto watched as the only girl in the group slammed her hand onto the floor, summoning 3 massive beasts which also held Rinnegan eyes within their own eye sockets. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Naruto slammed his own hand onto the floor. Poof, poof, poof. Naruto looked behind him and smiled a bit. Behind Naruto stood 3 different beasts. Tiara, the Raven boss, summons. Amira, the Tiger boss, summons. And finally, this one scared each and every person within the vicinity. The Fox boss summoned. Naruto smiled at the beasts, before turning back towards the 5-6 people he was fighting. Seems like one of the Rinnegan holders used the revival technique to resurrect the other one he just killed. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed as he appeared in front of the group of Rinnegan wielders. Throwing a knee out, Naruto smashed the long-haired orange man's jaw, which ended up with the man's head being ripped off from his neck and being sent into the sky, where it disappeared from everyone's vision. Spinning around, Naruto positioned his body into a helicopter spin, taking out 2 more orange-haired people, the one that was bold and the one that had his piercings in the shape of a triangle, which both snapped their necks, but also sent their bodies flying away. Jumping out of his position, Naruto quickly aimed his sights towards the only female Rinnegan holder. Dashing towards her, Naruto grabbed both her arms and moved them out wide. Before forcing her arms to penetrate her own body, once Naruto did that, he ripped the body into two, before infusing fire chakra into her, burning her body into nothingness. Suddenly, Naruto felt a slight and minor drain on his chakra. Before it went away, turning his head around slightly, Naruto came upon the sight of one of the Rinnegan holders with his hand out. However, the disturbing part was the fact that he was nothing but bones, the piercings giving the only hint that he was a Rinnegan user, as the eyes themselves also disappeared somehow. Turning his head around once more, Naruto came upon a sight of a fist only mere inches away from his face. However, much to the shock of the Rinnegan wielder, that was as far as his fist could go, before being frozen in place. Naruto grinned at the final Rinnegan wielder, before moving his hand towards the Rinnegan wielder's throat. The survivors from the attack watched with bated breath as their savior was about to end the final person in that small group that destroyed their entire village. Slink. The entire clearing went silent as they looked towards Naruto, who now had a massive scythe sticking out of his chest. This silence was cut off from laughter of the scythe's wielder. "Haha, fucker, payback for sending us to Kiyimo," shouted as he digs his scythe into Naruto more. The people widened their eyes in fear as they watched three more people with similar cloaks appear, surrounding their attempted hero. However, within the surviving crowd there was a single pair of eyes that held more fear than anyone else there. Naruto looked towards the three new enemies. There was the two who had attempted to capture Yujito, and a blue-haired woman with amber eyes. Soon the man with orange hair released his hand from its frozen confinement, before looking towards Naruto, who moved his head down to cover his eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki. With your death and the Kyuubi's capture, I will be one more step closer to creating peace. Time to die," spoke the man, as he sent his own hand towards Naruto's down head, only to recoil his hand in shock, as the Naruto in front of them vanished, as if he was only an illusion. He wasn't the only one shocked, however, as his comrades were also frozen in shock, along with the battle viewers. Soon the sky above them darkened with lightning attacking the crater randomly, and rain pouring down heavily. "You know, you and your friends are very slow," behind the orange-haired man said a voice. The man quickly turned his head slightly, his Rinnegan glowing as he turned his head. However, due to turning his head, he missed what happened in front of him in the last 3 seconds. Naruto had been incinerated, indirectly killing the immortal. He had also sent Kakazu into a dimension that ripped cells apart, and Konan? She was being held by Naruto via the throat. Naruto yawned into his hand as he watched the orange-haired man look for him, his yawn getting the man's attention. For some reason, Naruto could see a massive surge of fear pass through the man's eyes as he watched Naruto hold his partner. However, that soon ended when the being in Naruto's hand turned into paper and disappeared, causing Naruto to have a question mark appear over his head, before he shrugged, not noticing that he was just pierced by the orange-haired man. Looking down towards his chest, Naruto saw 5 black rods sticking out his chest, causing him to tilt his head slightly before pulling them all out, but not before remembering a certain chakra signature that was only a few kilometers away from. When the man saw Naruto pull out the black rods without a flinch, he got slightly worried. Until he was blown to bits the next second, by Naruto via pure chakra bomb to the face. Naruto gave out a slight sigh the next moment. He was still having trouble controlling his new strength and speed, which is why it took him forever to finish that fight. Closing his eyes, Naruto sent out a silent sigh, before throwing his hand up towards the sky. Sealing Jutsu, reverse of the maelstrom. Soon, the people watched as their bodies went backwards. People watched as people who had died came back to life, with their bodies also moving backwards, as if the next movement they did never happened. However, during the sealing, Naruto kept a specific eye on one signature as it went backwards through time. Soon, it stood as if it hadn't been attacked. Technically, due to Naruto's seal that allows him to reverse time in a specific area along with what gets reversed, the village technically didn't get attacked by Akatsuki. Before anyone could get to Naruto, however, he disappeared in the wind, causing some people to widen their eyes, as they hadn't seen Naruto just fight the invaders just then. Clearing, Naruto stood on the lake that connected to his waterfall where the previous Kage were. He felt the signature behind the waterfall was someone else. This made him harden his eyes as he walked towards the waterfall. What greeted him next froze him completely. There stood Kushina, wearing the same clothes as before she left, holding a face of shock and slight happiness, along with a little girl with long red hair and 2 whisker marks adoring her face, along with 2 baby blue eyes. The next words that Naruto heard brought him a tear to his left eye. The little girl who stood next to Kushina smiled a very big smile and looked up to him. "Are you my dada?" Chapter 27. What greeted him next froze him completely. There stood Kushina, wearing the same clothes as before she left, holding a face of shock and slight happiness, along with a little girl with long red hair and 2 whisker marks adoring her face, along with 2 baby blue eyes. The next words that Naruto heard brought him a tear to his left eye. The little girl who stood next to Kushina smiled a very big smile and looked up to him. Are you my dada? Now, Naruto took a single step back, before falling on his ass. He stared up at the small girl who looked around 2-3 years old for a few seconds, with tears spilling out of his eyes as he watched the little girl walk up to him, before slapping his face and giggling a little bit. Naruto watched as the girl who just bitch slapped him walked right back to Kushina and wrapped her tiny arms around her left leg and gave Kushina the doggy eyes of death. Well, that's what he would call them. Mummy, is he dada? He has blonde hair like you told me, and he's got whisker marks like me too, shouted the excited little girl as she bounced up and down. Meanwhile, Naruto raised an eyebrow, before trying to find his face mask, which had been pulled down without him even realizing it. Looking back up, Naruto looked towards Kushina, who looked like she had just won the lotto. Standing up, Naruto walked towards the pair with an even face as he stood in front of the 2 women, waiting for an explanation from Kushina, no matter how much it hurt him seeing her. Kushina looked at him for a bit, before jumping him, forgetting that the little girl was clinging to her leg, which made the little girl join in on the glomping indirectly. Naruto fell to the floor while wrapping his arms around both women, making sure that they didn't hit the floor as they fell. Naruto's anger diminished like a flame without oxygen as he pulled both women closer to him as he rubbed his cheek on the growth of Kushina's head. Both Naruto and Kushina were happily holding each other. That was soon stopped with the little 3-year-old waving her hands in the air as she was struggling to breathe, before she punched Naruto where the sun didn't shine. The next few moments had Naruto holding his crotch as he rolled on the floor. Super durability and healing didn't stop the feeling of pain whatsoever. Mito. You don't hit people there. Only perverts, which is 95% of the entire male species, said Kushina as she rubbed the now named Mito's head with a smile tugging her lips. Mito simply grinned slightly, with eyes shining with a gleam within them. Naruto then stood up, now healed from his intense pain of being attacked by a 3-year-old. Looking at Kushina, Naruto asked a question that had haunted him for years. Why? Naruto asked, making Kushina turn her head slightly away from him. How would you feel finding out that not only did you have passionate sex with your son in a different life, but also got pregnant from him as well? It also didn't help that I thought I was completely Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki's mother, muttered Kushina, before giving off a slight smile. Ha, you know the funniest part? If it wasn't for the previous Hokages appearing outside the waterfall, I would still think that I was your mother, and I would have never let you meet your daughter due to the grief I had felt when my memories returned. Naruto widened his eyes when he looked at it from that view. He actually couldn't imagine a scenario with him in it. It was so bad it was impossible for him to think about it at all. Moving forwards, Naruto wrapped his arms around Kushina, holding her close as he felt her tears through his shinobi outfit. Naruto mumbled his sorry into Kushina's ears as he rubbed her long red hair and back. This touching scene was ruined however when a large squeal pierced through the room. You're really my two-san, shouted Mito as her spear tackled Naruto, causing him to let go of Kushina and hold Mito as she latched onto his chest. Naruto smiled as he held the little girl close to him, before looking up to Kushina, who had wiped a tear out of her eye while smiling at him. I won't ever leave you alone anymore. I promise as Naruto Uzumaki Senju, I will forever protect you and love you both. That is my promise of a lifetime. Databeo, Chapter 28. You're really my two-san, shouted Mito as her spear tackled Naruto, causing him to let go of Kushina and hold Mito as she latched onto his chest. Naruto smiled as he held the little girl close to him, before looking up to Kushina, who had wiped a tear out of her eye while smiling at him. I won't ever leave you alone anymore. I promise as Naruto Uzumaki Senju, I will forever protect you and love you both. That's my promise of a lifetime. Databeo. Now, Kushina woke up the next day in bed with little Mito, rubbing her eye a little as she walked out of the outside of the second-story room and walked down the stairs. Shin then walked into the kitchen/lounge. However, when Kushina entered the kitchen/lounge room, Kushina widened her eyes as she looked at a large amount of food that was neatly spread all across the long brown table in the center of the room. Walking closer towards the brown table, she got her first whiff of the food. She was tearing in joy at the amazing smell. And that was the food that wasn't ramen. I see that you like me cooking. Kushina widened her eyes and quickly spun around, only to freeze in shock as Naruto stood against the patio door with his arms crossed and a slight grin on his face. At that moment, Kushina remembered what had happened yesterday and grew a big smile, before she charged at Naruto and wrapped her arms around his waist with as much force one Kushina Uzumaki could create, which would kill any other person. Naruto's smile grew a bit more, before releasing a sigh, causing Kushina to look up towards Naruto's face, only to see a slightly stern look causing her to worry that something was wrong, and not knowing exactly what it was, made it that much worse for her. Naruto looked at Kushina for a bit, before speaking in an even tone. What did you mean? About the previous Hokage appearing by the waterfall. I know I hadn't seen them disappear after I left to fight the orange-haired puppet and the rest of his crew, so how did you meet the Kage? Even better. What did you mean that you weren't my mother? Asked Naruto solemnly as he looked at Kushina's eyes, only to flinch slightly as Kushina hugged more. And more. And more. Snap. Kushina instantly let go of Naruto after hearing a snap. Expecting Naruto to be on the floor shouting in pain, Kushina widened her eyes to see Naruto standing still and not showing any bit of discomfort whatsoever, while still holding the solemn expression upon his face. Kushina lowered her head slightly as she gave a sigh, before looking up towards Naruto, with a serious expression showing through her eyes. If you really want to know, then okay. So, it starts off like this. Flashback. Kushina widened her eyes as she held on to Mito as Naruto dispersed a massive dust cloud heading towards their current location, before watching Naruto disappear towards the dust cloud's original position. The three Kage looked towards the direction Naruto had gone before Hashirama twitched slightly. You two come out now, Hashirama said as he turned his head slightly, along with Minato and Tobirama. Kushina widened her eyes as she saw Minato, holding Mito to her chest. She dashed as fast as she could towards Minato, and tried to bury herself within his chest, only to phase right through for some reason. When Minato saves Kushina, a teenage one ran through the bush towards him, and then she also just phased through him when Naruto was able to punch him in the face and also confused him. Hashirama looked at Minato for a second with a raised eyebrow, before questioning the fourth Hokage. Who is she, Minato? Tobirama also looked interested in the topic as he saw the expression Minato held when the woman had appeared. Minato looked at Kushina, who had taken to staring at both him and the other Kages, and released a sigh. She looks like Kushina Uzumaki, my wife and Naruto's mother. The two Kage widened their eyes slightly at that piece of information, before nodding. However, Minato continued, however, she isn't Kushina Uzumaki. Well, my Kushina, she's a reincarnation of her. So while she looks like my Kushina, she's technically a whole different person, well, physically anyway, with the Shurna Megami pushing both my and Kushina's memories into our bodies, and well, since I'm still dead, nothing happened to me. However, Kushina's reincarnation was apparently alive if the expression on Kushina's face gives anything off. So technically, that is Kushina Uzumaki, just with a second chance at life. Flashback end. After discovering that, I immediately left with Mito in my arms. It was a weird databang, being told that I'm still Kushina Uzumaki, only reborn. Hell, if it wasn't for that, what's it called? Sure, no Megami. I could have been a completely different person, said Kushina as her serious expression was lost mid-story. When Kushina stopped her rant, and didn't hear anything else, she looked for Naruto, only to find him and Mito eating, while Naruto trying to feed Mito, while she ran around the table full of food. Get back here, squirt! Mito turned back to Naruto and mooned him, causing Naruto to stop in his pursuit. Naruto stood in shock as his daughter just mooned him, before a large amount of twitches appeared on Naruto's forehead. Mito! Shouted Naruto as he tried to move forward after her a bit faster, only to disappear from sight completely. Mito looked around for a moment before looking at her Kasan with fear within her eyes. I made Yusen disappear. Did I make him so angry that he exploded? Or did I shoot a rainbow laser when I mooned him? Asked little Mito hysterically as she moved forwards and backwards at a ridiculously fast pace, before falling over face first. WWWAAAA. That brought out of Kushina's inner laughter, not that anyone would know, and instantly picked Mito up and started to heal her small nose and give it a little kiss to make it better. Hey, even 3-year-old prodigies are still 3-year-olds, just with a lot more going for them. Mito-chan, Ka-san will make it all better, spoke Kushina as she rocked the little child to sleep, only for her to wake up when a very loud thud was heard outside. When Kushina and Mito walked outside, with Kushina still holding little Mito, only in a piggyback position now, both redheads came upon a sight of a large Naruto imprint next to the waterfall that was only a few meters away from their home. Stupid power-up. 3 years of hard work and skills, and it's all gone. How can I do any battle if I run past the opponent too fast? Hell, how can I use my taijutsu if I can just tap someone and send them miles away? Muttered Naruto as he climbed out of his indent in the rocky surface, only to fall back in as the stone that he was holding on to crumbled under his strength, causing him to crawl out with minimum strength. That would make the guy green with envy. As soon as Naruto got out of the rock, he saw both Kushina and Mito laughing while pointing a finger at him, causing him to twitch his eyebrow once again. Not even a full 24 hours and I'm being laughed at on my own. Girlfriend/wife/mother reincarnation, and my daughter, mumbled Naruto with his head down and a cloud growing above his head, pummeling him with rain, only increasing both Kushina and Mito laughter, which indirectly started to make the small cloud grow until it was larger than Naruto's entire body. Which, along with rain, started to shoot small lightning bolts at Naruto, who started to dodge them like they were actually real. This went on for the next few minutes, with animals appearing in the clearing and joining in the laughter with Kushina and Mito. When it ended, Naruto was soaked to the bone. Even with his ninja outfit on, his entire form was drizzled with water, along with an odd spark of lightning traveling through his hair. Suddenly, the sound of ruffles in the bushes caught Naruto's attention. Sending out his chakra, Naruto sensed hundreds of chakra signatures surrounding the area. However, there was a single signature that caught Naruto's attention. And if he was right about the signature, he was sure that there would be a fight in the coming seconds. Kushina, Mito stood behind me, said Naruto as he turned his head slightly, making eye contact with Kushina, who nodded back to Naruto with seriousness. Kushina leaped towards Naruto and stood back to back with him. So, you have returned. Well, it was time to get their back. And oh? What's this? A child who looks like you, and is that Kushina Uzumaki, the fourth wife? Spoke a man who walked out into the clearing, ignoring the multiple animals that stared at him. Danzo looked at Naruto with a single eye that showed no emotion whatsoever. Naruto grinned slightly as he remembered his last encounter with the old man. And because of that, he knew that he needed to get Kushina and Mito out of the area and, if possible, call for other shinobi to see that he was innocent for his crime a few years ago. Oh, Danzo. How's the missing eye going for you? I made sure that you couldn't get the eye that I ripped out of your socket. Trust me, what I did with it would make you furious. Hey. Is that another wrinkle I see on your face? Man, you're getting old. Can you do me a favor and just die of old age now? Asked Naruto as a seal appeared on Kushina's back, not that she was aware of it. Danzo narrowed his eyes before tapping his cane, causing hundreds of root shinobi to appear around the clearing, indirectly causing the animals around Naruto and the clearing to start growling, before they suddenly left. Danzo saw what had happened and narrowed his eyes further. Like Naruto, Uzumaki could indeed use it. Interesting. Now, Naruto, you have two choices. Pledge your allegiance to me and become my personal via multiple seals. Or I kill you, the woman and the little girl. Actually, I could possibly remake the Uzumaki clan with those two, think of it. My own personal Uzumaki root shinobi. Well, what's your choice, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto's eyes hardened when he heard what Danzo had said. Finishing his seal, Naruto looked at Danzo and mouthed two words. Fuck you. In a span of a second, both Kushina and Mito had disappeared in a flash of red, causing a few root shinobi to cover their eyes. Thud. 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 Multiple thuds ran through the clearing as the blinded root shinobi died via neck snap. Naruto stood back in his original position, as if he hadn't just snapped 4 shinobi's heads in a span of a microsecond. Danzo narrowed his eye even further, making it look as if his eye was closed. Root. Kill him, said Danzo as he raised up the bandages on the right side of his face, showing another Sharingan eye in its place. However, this one only had 3 tomos within it, and no other pattern. At the order of Danzo, many root Anbu charged towards Naruto, who had simply got into a fighting position with his left arm slightly forward with his right arm slightly behind it, and his knees bent while on the balls of his toes. Naruto watched as the Anbu came at him at a slow speed. Sure, he could see where he was going with his speed, but it was his reaction time that cost him. Just as he thinks to move, he needs to rethink it because he was slightly past the point of turning, so while his speed and eyesight matched, his ability to react to his speed ruined his chance to use it properly. Catching the right fist of one of the Anbu with his left hand, Naruto reached out and gripped the Anbu's forearm with his right hand, before spinning him around at breakneck speeds, ripping the arm off the Anbu after the second 360 rotation, which had killed 12 other shinobi including the dude whose arm just got ripped off. Naruto then jumped up as a root shinobi threw 20 shuriken at his old position. Looking around, Naruto spun midair, dodging the 2 shinobi who did a midair sweep kick, before throwing his own legs out and kicking both shinobi in the back as they flew past Naruto after the missed attack. Landing on the ground, Naruto twisted his body so that a shinobi could fly over him, before gripping the offending root Anbu by the ankle and crushing it, before sending the shinobi towards a group of root shinobi going through hand signs near the edge of the clearing. Boom! Naruto watched as the Anbu he just threw exploded with lightning surging out of him, and incinerating the group of roots at the forest edge. Looks like his elemental maelstrom was really a success. Turning around, Naruto gripped 2 more roots who attempted to give a surprise attack to Naruto, only to have both their necks snapped within his hands and sent sailing towards their comrades, crushing most of the group's ribs as the now dead root members were sent sailing at extreme speeds. Spinning around in 360 degrees, Naruto watched as he sent wind chakra out, slicing 40 or so shinobi in the attack. Stopping his spin, Naruto threw his right hand into the ground, causing all but his own patch of earth to become a thick mud pile, dragging the rest of the root shinobi into the mud, where they then got sucked up as if they were in quicksand. Looking around, Naruto watched as only 3 people stood alive, Danzo and 2 other root officers. Danzo looked at the clearing that Naruto had slaughtered his men. He hadn't expected them to be this strong. But it was probably the demon's power within him, and he had 2 sources of which could control the demon within the boy. Torian, I need you to get me a few control seals from the base under. Danzo was cut off from his sentence when he heard 2 thuds from behind him. Turning his head, he saw the incinerating bodies of Torian and Fu, barely recognizable due to the damage their skin was currently going through. Danzo was disappointed. His 2 apparently best men got killed within a moment. He was wrong to think that they would be strong enough to be a decent meat shield for him. Well, Danzo, what happened to your 100 men a few minutes ago? Seems to me they all were dying to fall for you. Well, now that I look at it, you sure like picking men to be your. I don't even see one woman in the group. Seems to me you liked your men quite well, Naruto said as he leaned against a tree across from Danzo, acting like he hadn't just killed over 100 men in the span of a few minutes. Danzo didn't show Naruto any emotion, only removing the piece of clothing that held his injured arm. Naruto was wildly waving his arms when he saw Danzo do that. I knew it! You do get off from young men. You're like, just only instead of liking kids, you like younger men, said Naruto, causing Danzo to remove his bandages from his arms, showing multiple Sharingan inside a whitish arm that was connected to Danzo's shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto, I know that what you showed now wasn't your true strength. After all, the Kyuubi's power was said to be limitless. However, without it, your own skill should only be that of a Chunin. After all, you were a failure, even when you were a special Anbu, Danzo said, causing Naruto to twitch his right eye slightly. With people assuming that I'm using Kyuubi's chakra to up my strength, thought Naruto as he got into his fighting position, ready to do battle. Well, Danzo, keep this entertaining for me. Chapter 29. Naruto moved his body towards Danzo, intent to engage the man who had single-handedly forced him out of. However, as soon as Naruto took his first step, he knew that something was wrong. That or the fact he was on the opposite side of the clearing, with Danzo moving his head around like a lunatic, trying to find him. However, soon one of the Sharingan in his arm spotted him, causing Danzo to whirl around, facing Naruto as he used the tree to his left to balance himself after the overspeed. Danzo took notice of it immediately after seeing Naruto attempt to move once again, only to appear in a different location within a span of a nanosecond, which his Sharingan could not follow, slightly making the man worry, if the slight thinning of his eyes and mouth gave off the hint. Naruto Uzumaki, seems the Kyuubi's power is too much for you after all. It doesn't matter if you are incredibly fast, without control you simply. With that, Danzo disappeared in a shunshin, appearing behind Naruto, who had backpedaled away from the slowly appearing Danzo, well, slow to him. Danzo watched as Naruto moved much slower this time. However, as soon as it looked like Naruto got his speed under control, he disappeared once more, appearing on the east side of the clearing. Danzo pulled out a few shuriken from his coat that had previously held his injured arm, and had infused the shuriken with wind chakra as he sent the blades towards Naruto, who had gotten his arm stuck in between a tree he accidentally put too much weight on. Naruto watched as the wind chakra that had come from Danzo make a larger spinning circle surrounding the shuriken as they sailed towards him. Deciding to move ASAP, Naruto yanked the tree out from the ground and infused earth chakra into it, before placing it in front of himself. Danzo watched with a narrowed set of eyes as his wind shuriken cut deeply into the half-assed earth/tree defense. However, Danzo had to give a slight smirk when he saw Naruto finally wedge the tree off, showing a cut upon his left elbow. Seems that even with the you are nothing but a disappointment, it now seems that your battle with pain was nothing but a fluke, Danzo said as he watched Naruto dash towards him, slowly getting slower before he was only about a high in speed. Naruto widened his eyes as he felt his body become heavy. Really heavy. As he reached Danzo, Naruto moved his right hand into a punch. However, with Danzo's multiple implanted Sharingan eyes along with the one in his right eye socket, he was able to predict Naruto's movement and act accordingly, but there was still a little strain in Danzo's movement as he dodged or blocked Naruto's strikes. Throwing his left knee up, Danzo felt his knee hitting Naruto's stomach, and felt his knee crack from the impact between his knee and Naruto's stomach. Danzo grit his teeth as he shunshined away, only to have his head sliced cleanly off by a clone hidden in the bushes. There was silence throughout the entire clearing, causing Naruto to become more away, until he felt a set of memories enter his head. Turning his head around back to where his clone was, Naruto watched as the lower body of Danzo appeared in a form of illusion. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked towards Danzo's multiple eyes that had run through his entire pale white arm. Noticing a single eye shut within his arm, Naruto narrowed his eyes further, before grunting out what Danzo was doing. So, is Anaji-ha? The ability to make illusion reality for a few seconds, a watered-down Rinnegan technique if you will. Danzo narrowed his eyes, including the ones that ran along his arm. So it seems that you know of the technique Izanaji. How? It was an Uchiha's secret technique. Danzo asked as he watched Naruto from the other side of the clearing. Naruto simply gave out a grunt, before asking his own question. How did you know of it? Danzo simply smirked as he heard that remark, before once again wiping the emotions off his face nearly instantly. So true. Danzo hadn't had the time to react as he was sliced into two parts, which slowly slid from each other and fell onto the ground. Before the corpse of Danzo disappeared and reappeared right behind him, acting as if he hadn't just been dismembered a few moments ago. Danzo looked towards Naruto for a few more moments, before pulling out two more shuriken, one in each hand as he charged up wine chakra within the two spinning shuriken that now floated above Danzo's palms. Naruto watched as the two speeding wind shurikens flew towards him. Seeing them in slow motion, Naruto moved his legs, only to widen his eyes when he felt himself move. Only enough to get his arms out of the way, causing one of the massive wind shuriken to slice a good chunk of his waist. "Gah!" shouted Naruto, as he fell down onto the floor, holding his side as blood pulled out from him. Danzo, seeing that Naruto was bleeding out, walked up to the screaming body of Naruto Uzumaki. Holding his hand out, the one without the multiple Sharingan infesting it, soon seal markings painted themselves on the edge of his fingertips. Now the Kyuubi's power will be put into real use. Not a waste that you used it for, spoke Danzo as he lowered his glowing hand down towards Naruto. Idiot, thwip. Danzo stumbled backwards, only to see something attached to his hand. Blue web. Naruto stood up grinning, webline coming out of his wrists. Well, who knew the Warhawk of was an idiot? Naruto said as he ran his lighting chakra through his webbing, shocking Danzo's entire body, also indirectly blowing out all the Sharingan within his eyes and head. Danzo dropped to the ground, attempting to move his webbed hand up to his once again missing eye, only to feel it being pulled up. Snap! Danzo coughed out blood through his mouth as an earth-shattering punch hit him in the stomach, before having his webbed hand and the connecting web wrapped around his neck. Naruto looked at Danzo as he wrapped a silk web around the man's throat. He had gotten the idea of using chakra webbing during his training trip, but he had no real use for it. Apart from surprise attacks, kicking the back of Danzo's legs, Naruto forced the man down on his stomach before placing a single foot on the man's spine. Danzo, Danzo, Danzo. Even with that many Sharingan you were so blind to my actions. How you didn't remember that I could dodge nearly anything, even when having a restriction seal placed upon me, and then the injury. I heal a lot faster than anyone alive, so I must say. You were disappointed, spoke Naruto as he held the webline that connected him to Danzo, before pulling it up and snapping the man's neck. Naruto looked towards the bushes as they were pushed aside, showing the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Naruto looked at Tsunade with a serious face for a few minutes, before a grin ran along his face. Operation Groundhawk achieved Bachan, also, as you can see. I definitely got better, said Naruto as he let go of the webline and walked towards Tsunade. Tsunade herself gave off a small smile, tears pooling down her face as she hugged him, which he returned. Baka. Don't request any more covert missions, okay? Now when we finish hugging, I will announce your mission to the public, along with giving you a few weeks to rest. Naruto smiled slightly as he hugged Tsunade tighter against himself. Sure Bachan, whatever you say. Chapter 30. Did you hear? Naruto Uzumaki was under a super-secret mission and had to be cast out to achieve his mission. Who would believe that? It's like if Itachi Uchiha killed all his clan for a mission similar to Naruto's. But that can't possibly be right anyway, spoke a civilian loudly while sitting in a small cafe. The other three people there nodded their heads and agreed. Naruto Uzumaki. The loudmouth dead last was their hero. Who would believe that? A man placed his jaw in his right palm as he looked outside towards the street that passed the cafe. It's really something, isn't it? The story of Naruto Uzumaki, treated as a demon by use, but is the ultimate savior in our time of need. He truly deserved more from us when he was a kid. The man spoke, gaining multiple supportive nods from the others. Unknown to them, the rest of the staff and customers were listening into the conversation, adding their own input to their groups as they listened to how people felt about Naruto Uzumaki. Well, after the whole speech from Tsunade stating his mission details and how it was required of him to be banished and placed as a missing nin, he truly did more than what was required of him, including turning back time and fixing their village, Oh, the weeks of manual labor they avoided. The man, who had his jaw resting on top of his palm, let out a small, but happy, sigh as he looked up at the sky. Wonder where he is now, with Naruto. Naruto was calmly sitting on top of his father's Hokage head, collecting nature chakra for the simple joy of it. Within a span of a few hours, he had been known as both the demon brat, the hero, the savior, and the next Kami no Shinobi for taking down 4 members of Akatsuki within a few minutes, and for killing Danzo the War Hawk and his private army. But the best title he gained? Father. Naruto opened his eyes, showing cerulean blue eyes as he looked out over the village, his home, and let out a smile as he watched people get alone with their day. Suddenly, Naruto felt a pulse of chakra at the front gates, which meant there was something going down there. Standing up, Naruto leant forward a bit, before jumping straight off his father's statue's head, sending himself towards the front gate. Kotetsu and Izumo were glaring at the 3 shinobi in front of them. Just a few minutes ago did these 3 shinobi appear, and they had instantly started a drama when they demanded that him and Izumo, should get the Hokage as they were in a hurry. Although Kotetsu was focusing, he could see that Izumo wasn't, as he was staring at the blonde-haired woman with big breasts, and he was talking Tsunade-sized breasts. One of the other women there, with spiky red hair, started to pull her blade out from behind her, causing both Kotetsu and Izumo to grab a kunai out from their pockets, causing the other woman with blonde hair to pull out a tanto and man to pull out his own katanas out as well. You do realize I'm holding a blade to your back, right? Spoke a voice behind the 3 members with swords. When Kotetsu saw Naruto standing behind the 3 shinobi, he let out a sigh, before joining Izumo in staring at the blonde woman's large breasts with a mix of drool and blood spewing from their faces as they watched the massive lobs rise and fall with each breath the woman did. The 3 shinobi with bladed weapons widened their eyes as they felt a blade press against their back, before the redhead one spun around and sliced halfway into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto watched as the 3 turned towards him, causing Izumo and Kotetsu to cry slightly as the big-breasted woman turned away from them. The one on the left had blue eyes and straight, blonde hair framing her face cut in an asymmetrical bob style with the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She also had fair pale skin to go with her blonde hair. She also wore a very low-cut outfit which displays her massive cleavage, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, high boots, and what appears to be a modified flak jacket that covers her stomach only. She also has a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower back. The one in the middle had long spiky red hair and amber eyes, and was dark-skinned. She wore a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges complete with the Kumogakure flak jacket, 2 simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles and a forehead protector which she wore like a bandana while she also had a sword scabbard on her back. The only man in the group was a dark-skinned Kumonin with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage hand guards, Kumogakure shin guards, and a black forehead protector along with a Kumogakure flak jacket. The most noticeable thing about him was the sword scabbard on his back, and the lollipop in his mouth. Naruto looked down towards his shoulder that still had a blade running through it, and then looked back at the shocked redhead. You have 3 seconds exactly to tell me why you need the Hokage. 2 of the 3 shinobi got shocked from his wording, however, their busted blonde captain spoke before either of the other 2 could. Going into a bow, began her explanation. Sorry for the rude entry. We are here on behalf of the Yondaime Reikage. I am team captain. The redhead is and the one with white hair is. Naruto nodded slightly at her explanation, before grabbing the blade of the sword that was still within his arm and yanked it out, causing blood to spray from the wound. For 2 seconds before it healed before everyone's eyes, Naruto then narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked into Samui's blue eyes with his own. Why exactly do you need to talk to the Hokage? Samui didn't even flinch. She just had sweat running down behind her neck, causing both and to widen their eyes in shock at seeing scared, even with her impassive face on. We need information about Sasuke Uchiha. We plan to take him out. Naruto narrowed his eyes further. Why? Samui looked back at her comrades, only to see them shaking slightly at Naruto's narrowed look. Turning her head around, swallowed a bit of saliva that was running down her throat. He attacked our village, but he didn't manage to capture the 8 tails, due to having 2 others in our position. He had caused large amounts of damage through our village. Naruto kept his eyes narrowed for a few more moments, before giving a sigh and slamming his hand onto the ground. Poof! When the smoke had cleared, the 5 shinobi there, Naruto not included, widened their eyes. When the smoke finally went away, there sat Tsunade in her chair reading a scroll, not noticing a thing in the world. Stupid Naruto, making me worried about his mission to kill Danzo. Little bastard even figured out Granddad's super healing technique, so bullshit. Tsunade spoke as she continued reading her scroll. Ehem, grunted Naruto as he watched Tsunade put down the scroll, thinking her desk was right in front of her, only to watch as the scroll hit the ground covered in bits of grass. Blinking a bit, Tsunade moved her head around before spotting Naruto standing there with a massive grin on his face. Looking where his eyes were pointed, she found 3 nins standing there in shock. Twitch. Hey Bachan, these guys think that because Sasuke attacked their village, we have to give them every bit of information we have on him and Uchiha in general. Funny, right? They attempt to kidnap what? 2 different people from our village, and then on the second try, make us send someone from the clan that they attempted to kidnap to make a breeding stock so that they could get a bloodline. Hilarious if I do say so. Naruto spoke with a sarcastic tone, mocking the 3 shinobi next to him. The redhead growled at him and attempted to attack him, only to get her fist caught by him. Oh look, now they're attacking me because I'm speaking sarcastically. What will they do next? Attempt to send hundreds of women after me to assassinate me? Then take my corpse to study so that they could gain something? Naruto once again spoke, getting to lower her head slightly, soon followed by as they thought about it for a moment, soon followed when she realized it as well. Tsunade got off her seat and stood up. Walking towards the squad of 3, she asked what they wanted, ignoring the fact that Naruto could randomly summon her somehow. Samui simply held out a letter towards her, trying desperately not to look into the eyes of Naruto Uzumaki as she looked at the Hokage. Tsunade opened the scroll for a moment, before she turned the scroll towards Naruto, who also read it. Safe to say, Naruto was cracking up over a tree a few meters away from Tsunade's position. Tsunade let herself giggle a bit as well when she read the message. So what you're saying is that your Kage wants to hold a 5 Kage summit for the Akatsuki after getting attacked. Oh my god! Haha. And yet, we had been begging for, oh my ribs, the entire elemental nations to help deal with it. Akatsuki? And he now wants us to meet him about it. Oh wow. Tsunade spoke as she covered her mouth with a single hand. At each moment she laughed at the situation. Okay, now and her team were worried. The Hokage just laughed at the Reikage. Doesn't she know that he's stronger than her? Or that they had better shinobi? Samui spoke up after a few more minutes of laughter, both from Naruto and Tsunade, who had also joined Naruto at laughing against the tree. If you do not attend, I think the Reikage would be most displeased, so it is better to just go along with it. Spoke Naruto, who had finished his laugh, coughed in his hand, before looking at the trio of shinobi with a serious face. A face he held when he slaughtered both Pain, no, Nagato, if what he remembered from his clone's memories, and the rest of the Akatsuki group that had helped Nagato's paths during the battle he fought recently. Turning his head towards Tsunade, his eyes softened as he gave a small grin. So what's it gonna be, Bachan? I'm not sure you could make the trip. After all, your old bones wouldn't help in the land of iron, Naruto said happily, getting a few twitches from Tsunade, who let out a sigh. Tsunade looked towards the shinobi and nodded. The 3 nodded before speaking once again. Excellent. Now where is your private library? We need Sasuke Uchiha's information, and then we will make copies of it for future. She was cut off when Naruto sent some killing intent towards the group. Naruto looked at the group with a narrowed glare. Bachan said yes to the Kage summit, not information. Now I'm out. The trio looked towards the Hokage, expecting her to tell the blonde-haired man to let them in, only to widen their eyes in shock as she herself pointed towards the forest that ran parallel to the entrance of. However, before they started to walk away, Tiu-san! Ba-chan! Shouted a little girl with red hair as she ran towards both Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto gave a massive smile, immediately losing his glare as he threw his arms wide as he expected a hug. I learned Ba-chan's super technique, watch! Shouted Mito as she got closer with her fist flying towards Naruto's unprotected face. Boom! Mito was jumping up and down to get the super strength technique, with Tsunade congratulating her, while Naruto was wedged inside a tree with a tick mark about his head, which was unseeable as the tree blocked his head and torso from view. While this was going on, the shinobi secretly snuck past the gate guards, intent on getting information on Sasuke Uchiha. Mito! Spoke Naruto, gaining the attention of both Tsunade, Mito, and the 2 Chunin gate guards. Suddenly the tree started to crack as a small, tiny bit of chakra was released from Naruto. Crack! 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 You have 3 seconds. Now Mito was turning pale. She quickly grabbed her Bachan's hand and started to drag her away. Snap! Before I tell your mother and tickle you to obviation! Shouted Naruto as he stood up, only for his current smile to increase in size when he heard an "oh" coming from within the village. Naruto looked out towards the village with a smile painted across his face. He then looked down as he shed a single tear. I promise. I will bring peace to this world. Not to only stop all fights, but to also keep both you and Kushina safe. It fights both heaven and hell to bring that dream into reality. With his piece said, Naruto started to go home. Towards his old training ground. He didn't see the sure no Megami standing behind the tree with a frown on her delicate face. Well, it seems like I have no choice. Naruto Uzumaki. You will be mine. One way or another. Kyuubi seal. Kyuubi watched from her seal as Naruto walked towards his home. Letting out a small smile, she spoke a few words as she watched him walk. Naruto Uzumaki. Seems like Kushina's got a little competition now. I wonder what I should wear when he goes to bed. Outside, Naruto looked up for a moment towards the sky. Before giving a small shiver, someone is going to make the next few days for me hell. Chapter 31 Naruto. Game on Preview Chapter. Sasuke. Naruto. If anyone was watching the event that was transpiring right now, they would see two ninjas propelling towards each other with handheld attacks, each giving off power like no other. Soon the attacks clashed. On one end was a boy with spiky blonde hair, red eyes and whisker marks, wearing an orange and blue tracksuit while also being covered in a thick red aura, and on the other end was a long blue-haired man with two red shining eyes that held 3 tomos within them, a dark star print on the base of the nose, with purplish-colored skin, with 2 massive hand-like objects coming out of the man's shoulder blades, puncturing the blue shirt he currently had on. Boom! The 2 attacks held by the 2 men collided, causing the valley to shake as the 2 were engulfed into a purple sphere, created by the colliding attacks each held. From one of the teens' views, they watched as his attack got closer and closer to winning, before he noticed something. If his attack hit, he would hit his enemy in the heart. Instead of pushing more power, the teen moved his attack slightly, only to feel lighting-covered hand getting shoved through his chest. Beep, beep, beep. Naruto opened his eyes, showing his cerulean blue eyes to the world as he slammed his fist onto the alarm by his bed. Naruto blinked for a few seconds, before widening his eyes and jumping out of his bed and looking around relentlessly. The only thing he saw was his apartment bedroom. Kyuso, crap. I had a hell of a dream. Oh well, it's just a dream. After all, that emo teen wouldn't leave the village, yep. Just a weird-ass dream, mumbled Naruto happily as he went to his bathroom and looked towards his mirror. Now Naruto has many things, obnoxious, ignorant and annoying, but even he could notice a blue box floating above his head within the mirror. Naruto turned his head slightly to look at the box and blinked a few more times as he looked at the message spread across the floating blue box. HP and chakra, not using mana as Naruto uses chakra, we all good, have been restored. Naruto looked at the box for a few minutes, before moving towards the door that led to his bedroom. Thud. Ouch, 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 why the fuck did I do that? I could have bitten my fucking finger. Fuck fucking users. Why the fuck would someone put on fucking me? Shouted Naruto as he held his nose as he walked around the bathroom. Ding! Turning his head around, Naruto widened his eyes as he saw the blue box floating in front of him again. New skill created. Physical Endurance. Physical Endurance, passive, LV1 EXP, 0.38%. The body's durability increases and you take less damage. 3% decrease in damage by physical attacks. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the floating blue box. Moving his hands towards the release seal, Naruto moved all his chakra into his next move. Kai! Naruto exploded in a thick blue shroud as he released his chakra through his system, which was felt by nearly every sensor within the village, including the Hokage. Naruto, with his head down, released a sigh. There is no way A could still be. Moving his head up, Naruto widened his eyes as he spoke the final word in his previous sentence. Here, right in front of Naruto was the floating blue box, still holding the same text as it had before. Ding! New skill created. Release. Genjutsu release. Active/passive. LV1 0.00%. He didn't release, but mimicked the steps for it, thus gaining the ability. The user releases a large amount of chakra through his body while shouting the command function Kai/release 1.00% chance to escape from attacks instantly. Note: through continuous use, this skill may turn completely into a passive skill, which would not require the voice command. This has to be a trick, spoke Naruto as he walked towards the box, watching for any sudden movement from the thing, before moving his hand towards it, before seeing the text change once again. To close all messages, please click the cross on the top right corner. Naruto lifted his eyebrow for a bit, before moving his hand towards the X on the top right of the box. And like magic, the box was gone. Naruto stared blankly at the air in front of him, before screaming at the top of his lungs. What the fuck was that, Databeo? Naruto will get smarter, people, don't worry. I haven't let you down so far. I hope. Crack. Naruto moved his eyes to the front of his apartment, as he saw the door burst open. Naruto, are you okay? Chapter 32. Loki looked around at the destruction he caused with a grin stuck to his face. He was just casually floating as he watched his pets fight a group of devils and the odd Valkyrie and Angel. It was quite amusing to watch them attempt to battle his summons, as if they had an ounce of a chance. Suddenly, Loki widened his eyes as he looked towards his left, watching as a massive tear appeared in the sky of the underworld. However, what came out scared Loki as he couldn't even fathom the power he felt. The two powers he felt. Soon, out of the massive tear popped out a monster that was the size of a few skyscrapers and as wide as a town. The beast appeared as a bloated, white, rabbit-like creature, with the heads of the 9 other beasts growing from various points on its body. This being also had 3 sets of eyes, however the one in the middle of the forehead gave off some alarm to Loki. The eye itself had a red sclera and had multiple black rings running through the eye with a single black dot in the middle. It also had 9 comma-like things spread through the rings of the eye. However, he then saw the second being that had frightened him, and was shocked to see that it was a blonde-haired man, who seemed to be fighting the large monster. The man had spiky blonde hair with 2 horn-like hair appendages sticking up higher than his natural hair. He also seemed to have 2 blue eyes that shone through the night. He wore a long-sleeved black t-shirt with a thin sleeveless red jacket wrapped around it, and long black baggy pants that had bandage wrapped around the left thigh. He also seemed to wear skin-tight black shoes. Loki turned his head around towards his own battle and looked on as everyone there stopped to look towards the beings that were locked in mortal combat. Releasing a sigh, Loki decided to ignore the ants before him, and watch something that he was sure that could truly entertain him. They must be other gods if their power told him anything. With Naruto narrowed his blue eyes as he drove towards the, what seems like, failed transformation Kaguya had undergone during his battle with her. However, it seemed that another side effect of Kaguya's large transformation fuck-up had made Kaguya accidentally open a dimension portal up and take them somewhere else. Naruto used his Senjutsu-enhanced wind chakra to send himself straight towards the Jubi's Rinnegan eye, dodging the massive tailed beast balls that flew towards him as he got closer and closer. Holding his right hand up, Naruto channeled wind, water, earth, fire, lighting and yin-yang chakra into his palm. This gained him a solid black floating ball called a truth-seeking ball, a technique he accidentally recreated before the war he was fighting. Using his chakra to change the ball into a katana, Naruto then charged the darkened blade with Senjutsu, before adding his demon and slight reaper power into the blade, causing it to hum as he drove forward, slicing the Jubi's Rinnegan eye, before dissipating the weapon and dodging a large hand that would have sent him flying towards the east. Using his wind chakra combined with Senjutsu, Naruto drove to the back of Jubi's, Kaguya's, head and delivered an earth-shattering blow, sending the massive creature into the ground, creating a crater that made the surrounding area shake with an astounding force. Naruto then flew down towards the beast's back, gathering Watcher Chakra as he called out his next attack. Water style, Susanoo. Soon, a massive water replicate of Susanoo appeared around Naruto, towering the Jubi's original size seen by both Loki and his opponents. The now water Susanoo copy threw his hand towards the Jubi's back, causing a large amount of water to splash off the water giant's hand and onto the beast itself. However, a few moments afterwards, the water along the Jubi's back soon began to glow black. If anyone had a closer look, they would see hundreds of seals within each molecule of water, all activating a sealing. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked towards them through his water-style Susanoo. Narrowing his eyes further, Naruto called out his final attack. Shinigami style, Shiki Fujin. Loki watched as the massive beast got absorbed at a decently fast pace towards the water-covered warrior, who now had his shirt and jacket blown away, as black markings appeared on the man's stomach. Naruto looked ahead of him as he moved his right hand to hold his stomach. He could feel his own chakra absorbing the rabbit princess and Shinjutri's chakra within him, while also forcing the two beings to be locked away. Naruto soon widened his eyes as he held his mouth, covering most of the blood that started to spill out through his mouth. Soon, the water Susanoo entity disappeared, causing Naruto to land in the crater he had just created. While Naruto was lying on the floor, he had a perfect view of the gigantic tear in the sky. He then widened his eyes as he watched the tear slowly close itself. "Shit!" shouted Naruto from within his mind as he tried to get up. He felt his body scream in pain as he attempted to move himself up, only to manage to flip himself onto his stomach. "No!" screamed Naruto internally as he started to crawl towards the slowly closing dimension tear. He could feel his muscles burning as if on fire. His blood felt like acid as it pumped throughout his body as he moved. Soon the tear within the sky was only a quarter of the size that it was originally, and Naruto hadn't moved half a meter while attempting to crawl towards closer to the tear in the sky, desperately hoping that he could stand up and jump high enough to enter the tear and return home to Kushina and Mito. Kushina, Mito, Shikiri, Kyubi. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he stopped moving and absorbed some senjutsu chakra from the area he was in. Feeling the energy within his body, he felt his body become lighter like a bird. Pulling some wind chakra, Naruto combined the two. However, it took him a lot longer than he originally thought it would, as he was used to using his own senjutsu chakra. Naruto watched as the tears got smaller and smaller. Naruto closed his eyes, images of Kushina, Shikiri, and Mito running through his head as he got his chakra ready. "Now!" shouted Naruto as he blasted his body into the sky with his senjutsu-enhanced wind chakra. Controlling his body, Naruto reached his hand out. He could see the barrier a few hundred meters away from him. He knew he was going to make it. He could feel his family in his arms as he sailed towards the dimension tear. "I am going to make it. I am going to make it!" screamed Naruto mentally as he flew, only to watch as something hit the dimension tear, causing it to disappear a lot faster. Naruto widened his eyes as he felt his chakra depleting. He then felt his new prisoner suddenly take in a large amount of his chakra. A few meters ahead of Naruto was the dimension tear. Naruto threw his hand further, desperate to at least get that through, which would take the rest of him in with it. His hand was only centimeters away before he fell, missing the dimension tear by a few centimeters. Naruto twisted his body around as he watched the dimension tear go further and further from his outstretched hand. No, even further his hand went. No. A tear started to build up in Naruto's right eye as the dimension tear got smaller and smaller. Mito. Kushina. Shikiri. No, no, please. Please. God. Don't. Naruto's tear slowly flew off his face and up towards the sky as the wind picked up the single tear as he was falling. Please. Don't take my family. The dimension tear closed, disappearing entirely. Thud. A crater appeared where Naruto landed. The body within the crater looked straight up towards the sky. Mito. Kushina. Shikiri. I'm so sorry. Naruto mumbled as more tears appeared within the corners of his eyes. Naruto then broke down into sobs within the crater. Naruto Uzumaki, the Kami no Shinobi, cried for the first time in years. He lost it all. He lost his daughter, his wives, Kushina, Shikiri, Yukari. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. Look after our family. His unborn son, Mito. If you could somehow hear me. Look after your Kaa-san, yes, all of them, even the pervy redhead. Not Kushina-chan, the other one. And look after Boruto. I got a feeling he's gonna be like me as a kid. And with Kushina there, he will definitely be worse than me, and he's going to piss a lot of people off with pranks. Naruto started to laugh slightly as his voice trembled throughout his speech, before saying his final words out loud. I love you all. Never forget that. Naruto then closed his eyes, before snapping them open, showing red slit eyes. He was going to kill whoever sped up the closing of the barrier, so God help them. Because he sure as hell won't. Chapter 33. You have 3 seconds. Now Mito was turning pale. She quickly grabbed her Bachan's hand and started to drag her away. Snap. Before I tell your mother and tickle you to obviation, shouted Naruto as he stood up, only for his current smile to increase in size when he heard an "oh" coming from within the village. Naruto looked out towards the village with a smile painted across his face. He then looked down as he shed a single tear. I promise. I will bring peace to this world. Not to only stop all fights, but to also keep both you and Kushina safe. They'll fight both heaven and hell to bring that dream into reality. With his piece said, Naruto started to go home, towards his old training ground. He didn't see the sure no Megami standing behind the tree with a frown on her delicate face. Well, it seems like I have no choice. Naruto Uzumaki. You will be mine. One way or another. Kyuubi seal. Kyuubi watched from her seal as Naruto walked towards his home. Letting out a small smile, she spoke a few words as she watched him walk. Naruto Uzumaki. Seems like Kushina's got a little competition now. I wonder what I should wear when he goes to bed. Outside, Naruto looked up for a moment towards the sky, before giving a small shiver. Someone is going to make the next few days for me hell. Now, team walked through the crowded streets of. After sneaking past the guards and Hokage, along with the blonde-haired bastard, they had quickly blended in with the crowd. Or would have, if Samly's breasts didn't catch everyone's attention as she walked. The small group of 3 entered the closest pub, thinking they should have entered a hookers club so that they could get more information. He got 2 massive bruises, courtesy of double hammer fists to the head. Samly simply shot a lightning spear towards his nuts, causing them to spasm and hurt. Walking up towards the bar table, sat down and ordered sake, well and did, while getting a glass of water. Getting their drinks, I looked right into the bartender's eyes. What do you know about Sasuke Uchiha? The bartender raised an eyebrow at the group, as if he was judging them. Why would you like to know about him? Why not the guy who just reversed time and saved all of us? Asked the man, causing the team to tilt their heads to the side. Samui looked at the man for a few moments before having her curiosity piqued. What do you mean about a guy who reversed time and saved you all? Samui asked, causing the entire bar to become silent and look towards them in shock. The bartender looked at them as if they were stupid and dropped them like a child. Multiple times, you know. Naruto Uzumaki, blonde spiky-haired kid? Has 2 massive horns like hair pieces sticking up, whisker marks? Dude is a fucking god. He single-handedly defeated what used to be the leader of Akatsuki, and 3 other members at the same time. Hell, the reason we, the civilians, know about this is because we all saw it happen. Spoke to the bartender, as he filled Karui's sake cup up again. Onwa looked around the bar and saw that everyone was narrowing their eyes at them. They knew something was apparently wrong with this conversation. Speaking before asked about what he meant about the reverse time thing. The man gave them a pitying gaze before giving a small smile. Would you believe me that 3 hours ago this entire village was destroyed? Asked the man, gaining 3 no's from the group of 3. This earned them a smile from the man. Well, you would be wrong as it was. I remember it so clearly. The reason for that was me still being alive when it happened. So while I was near the edge of the village, this group of orange-haired, pierced people attacked the village. They pretty much killed a good quarter within 20 minutes of the attack they launched. Before long one of them started to float up into the sky. Then the man spoke a few words, but I couldn't hear him as he was that high. Anyway, next thing I notice is the entire village being pushed away from him in a perfect circle. It was horrifying to watch. The man said, releasing a sigh as he remembered the incident. But then, Naruto Uzumaki shows up. Apparently he was on a super-secret mission that required him to be banished and placed as a nukenin within the bingo book. Anyway, he was gone for 3 years and suddenly reappeared right after Pain. That's what Tsunade said his name was. You know, the one I just told you about that destroyed the entire village and floated, and Naruto defeated every orange-haired, pierced motherfucker almost instantly. He then fought 3 other people who were on the orange-haired people's side and kicked their asses and sent them to hell. It was amazing watching the fight. Then when Naruto won, he created a seal, whatever that is, and used it to reverse time in a certain area. The cool thing is that he could select what he wanted to reverse and what not to reverse. Otherwise, if he didn't, the orange-haired people would have been revived from it. He's a pretty smart guy. We were lucky that he didn't kill us, especially after we called him a demon when he was a kid. Finished the man as he looked past them when the bell to the club rang. The man gave out a grin as large as a ruler. He then looked at the group of 3 with a nice smile. Look, here is the man himself. Spoke to the bartender, Samui, and froze when the man said that. Well, look who's here. I'm so surprised right now. Before anyone on the team could react, they each fell to the floor knocked out. Naruto looked at the 3 shinobi on the floor with an evil smile. He knew what he was going to do next. He couldn't wait for his clones finish their tasks. Poof, poof, poof. 3 clones popped into existence, each sporting the same evil grin the original had upon his face. Giving a nod, Naruto watched as the clones grabbed the knocked-out bodies and left. Turning his head, Naruto gave a small wave to the bartender. Hey Gary, how's it going? The now dubbed Gary nodded his head while having a hand shaking slightly off the bar table. It's been okay, you? Naruto grinned slightly as he gave a thumbs up. Oh, I'm going to be a lot happier later on when my clones pop. Well, I gotta run later, Gary, said Naruto as he walked out the bar, his hand waving back and forth as a see ya. Gary shook his head while letting a small smile take over his face. Blonde brat. With Naruto walking out of the bar, Naruto decided to finally go find Mito, only to feel someone press themselves up against his back. Oh, Naruto-kun, I have to thank you so much for the Warhawk spirit. It was quite fun sending it to hell. Spoke a soft, seductive voice behind Naruto's ear, causing him to have a small shiver run through his spine. Turning his head slightly, Naruto widened his eyes as he looked on as both Kushina and Shikiri stood behind him, each giving off a slight seductive smile. Naruto gulped slightly. He was going to die. Kushina was going to strangle him for knowing another woman, and he was so fucked. Naruto-kun. Kushina spoke, causing Naruto to look towards the sky with pleading eyes. Would you like to go out on a date with both me and Shikiri-chan? Naruto looked at Kushina for a few moments. He then narrowed his eyes at Kushina. Who are you and what have you done to Kushina? She would have killed me for the fact I knew another woman. Now that caused both Kushina and Shikiri to blink at Naruto for a few minutes, before Shikiri started to laugh like a hyena and Kushina started to clench her fist. Soon Kushina was surrounded in a red aura, which then soon split up her long red hair into 9 tendrils. What did you just say? Asked Kushina in an overly nice voice, causing Naruto to backpedal into a wall. And nothing, dearest, spoke Naruto, pleading to every god he knew, including the one who was laughing while leaning on a light post a few meters to his left. Suddenly Kushina's evil red aura disappeared and Kushina was back to her normal self. Good. Now you are taking both me and Shikiri out for dinner later on. The reason for that? Well, since I kinda owe Shikiri my life. She had asked if she could share something with me. And that something was you. Spoke Kushina, starting off nervously and finishing off quickly as she covered her blushing face with her hands. Naruto blinked once, twice, 3 times and finally got a lost look in his eyes as he figured out what Kushina said. He then felt 2 massive breasts push against his back. Well, Naruto, how does it feel to hit the jackpot? Chapter 34. Shit. Kami. If you can hear me. What the fuck do I do on a fucking date? Shouted Naruto as he looked towards the sky as he sat on top of his father's stone face. It had been no more than 3 hours since he left Kushina and Shikiri to get ready for their date, and he had no clue what to do. It wasn't like he had a Tsunade to teach him all this crap. Naruto looked down at the village below him and sighed. Can't something interesting happen? Just this once. Naruto suddenly jolted his head up, before widening his eyes and laughing extremely loud. Oh Kami! Oh Kami! Haha. Thanks for that, muttered Naruto as he looked out towards the direction of Kumo, where 3 of his shadow clones just dispelled. Clone 1. The Naruto clone was seen hiding in the corner of a gay bar, watching as woke up, only to find himself spread eagle and suspended from the ground, while also naked. Within moments the bar was filled with screams. Poof. Clone 2. Another Naruto clone watched as Kairi woke up from her nap, only to find her skin all wrinkly and old. She then noticed where she was. A senior resort. Poof. Clone 3. Samui opened her blue eyes and quickly narrowed them as she glanced against the plain room she was in. Seeing as how nothing was there but a single door on the opposite side of the room, attempted to stand up, before she looked down and saw that her breasts increased to triple Tsunade's size. Samui looked at her breasts for a moment, before crying about how much her back hurt. The Naruto clone poofed out of existence when he saw Samui's breasts jiggle when she attempted to stand. Original. We now find Naruto holding his gut as he watches what the personal hell was for the 3 shinobi. However, he didn't understand why was having a nightmare about her breasts being bigger. Naruto then sat up and looked at the village once again, before giving off a sigh. Well, I could ask Gigi. I haven't seen the old man in a while. With that, the Kami no shinobi disappeared with the wind. Park. Hiruzen smiled slightly as he watched children run past him, each eager to play with their friends. It brought him joy as he watched the children of the village enjoy their childhood, unlike his own. Geez, I know you're old Gigi, but I would have expected you to be training since you got all this spare time on your hands. Hiruzen's smile grew as he heard a certain voice behind him, pushing himself off the wooden seat he was on. He turned to face Naruto Uzumaki, standing in a position that had the light shining off him, giving off the illusion of him being a god, if the golden light surrounding him said so. Walking forward, Hiruzen moved his arms wide, mimicking Naruto as he too copied Hiruzen's movements. Soon, the unofficial grandson hugged his Gigi for the first time in 3 or so years. Eventually, the hug ended, releasing the two as they gave large grins at each other. Hiruzen smiled at Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, my boy, it's been too long. How are you? Asked Hiruzen, only to get Naruto to grin slightly at him. I'm doing good, Gigi. But can you help me out with something? Asked Naruto, getting a raised eyebrow from Hiruzen. Okay. What do you need? Asked Hiruzen, watching as Naruto nervously glanced around the park with his hand scratching the back of his head. I need it. Dating advice. I'm going on a date with Kushina and Shikiri, and Naruto stopped when he looked at Hiruzen's face, which held nothing but shock. Kukushina? Asked Hiruzen, making sure he heard the right name. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Yeah. Kushina Uzumaki. My girlfriend. And mother to my daughter, said Naruto slowly, watching as Hiruzen's face went pure white. Naruto. You do know that Kushin is your mother, right? Asked Hiruzen, expecting Naruto to become shocked, only to watch as Naruto raised his eyebrow. What are you? Oh? Wow, I can't believe Bachan hadn't told you about Kushina. Well, since I'm here already, I might as well tell you. After that sentence, Naruto explained everything about Kushina, and how she was a reincarnation of the original Kushina. Hiruzen looked shocked throughout the entire explanation, before deciding that he couldn't be bothered with it anymore. So, do you need dating advice? Well, first things first. You need to look good, so I suggest that you get some good clothes. Second, you should find a good place to hold your date. It could be at the movies, dinner, a karaoke bar, or something fun. That's generally it, so just make sure that the two are having fun, and it will be a successful night, okay? Said Hiruzen as he started to walk away, giving a slight wave to Naruto as he disappeared into the street next to the park. Naruto scratched his head slightly as he looked towards a certain shop. Well, that could work. Chapter 35. Hiruzen looked shocked throughout the entire explanation, before deciding that he couldn't be bothered with it anymore. So, do you need dating advice? Well, first things first. You need to look good, so I suggest that you get some good clothes. Second, you should find a good place to hold your date. It could be at the movies, dinner, a karaoke bar, or something fun. That's generally it, so just make sure that the two are having fun, and it will be a successful night, okay? Said Hiruzen as he started to walk away, giving a slight wave to Naruto as he disappeared into the street next to the park. Naruto scratched his head slightly as he looked towards a certain shop. Well, that could work. Now, tap. 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 Ah, where is he? Shouted Kushina as she paced back and forth in the living room of hers and Naruto's house, all while the Shino Megami sat down on the sofa and simply drank some water, while also examining her nails. He'll be here soon, Kushina, who would turn down the chance to date 2 women. 3 if I know a certain someone will pop up. Spoke the goddess, missing the shocked look on Kushina's face when there was possibly another woman after Naruto as well. Who? Kushina asked, staring intently towards the goddess, who simply raised her eyes towards Kushina and slightly raised a single eyebrow. Wouldn't you want to know? Kushina grit her teeth when she heard that remark. Of course I do. That's why I asked? Kushina shouted, only to get a slight chuckle from the goddess as she returned to looking at her nails, causing Kushina to have a depressed cloud float over her head. Knock, knock, knock. Within a span of a second, the depressed cloud disappeared and was replaced by a chibi Kushina jumping up and down in excitement. Shikiri stood up off the couch, walking past Kushina while taking a quick second to look at her dress. She saw how her sleek silver dress pressed tight against her curves and breasts, and how the slit of the dress showed how long and luscious her legs were. With a small grin, her lip color turned from an average pink into a ruby red color. Seeing as how Shikiri was checking herself out, Kushina decided to do so herself. Walking up next to Shikiri, Kushina watched as her tight red dress showed off her luscious ass and breasts, and how the dress, melded with her skin. Rising a single hand up, Kushina grabbed the hem of her dress and slightly pulled it down, allowing her nipples to be seen in all their natural rosy red color form, before she lifted her dress over her breasts once more. I know that women take a bit longer than men to get ready, but come on. Spoke a voice outside of the house. The goddess grinned when she heard Naruto's voice. It was fun to get him riled up, well, when he's not in his demon form. Turning her head towards Kushina, she tilted her head towards the door, getting a nod from Kushina. Both Shikiri and Kushina walked towards the door, both stretching out a hand to open the doorknob, only for them both to turn and glare at each other, as they wanted to be the one to open the door and greet Naruto. When both women grabbed the door handle, Kushina tried to instantly open the door and slam it into Shikiri's face, while Shikiri attempted to shove Kushina off the door handle and onto the other side of the room, completely making that person impossible to see if they stood at the front door. Just as the woman prepared their line of attack, the door opened and there stood Naruto, holding the doorknob with a twitch in his right eye. I know that you girls like to take your time and make yourselves beautiful, which I kind of doubt as I have 2 goddesses in front of me. Cue the blush from both Kushina and Shikiri. But still, I have been standing at the door for like 30 minutes, spoke Naruto as he pouted slightly, before he noticed what both the goddess of death and Kushina wore. Splat. Thud. 15 meters away, Naruto's body lay still. He had broken the nosebleed record by a good 10 meters in that single moment. When both Kushina and Shikiri saw Naruto fly back with a nosebleed, the two of them burst out into a fit of laughter, unable to hold their amusement at the situation. Within the span of a few minutes, Naruto had gotten back up and had wrapped his own 2 arms around his 2 dates' waists, as he walked them towards the village, ignoring all the jaw drops of the villagers as he walked by, with both Kushina and Shikiri giggling at the sight. Walking forwards, Naruto looked up and saw the sign of his destination, Ichiraku Barbecue. Naruto grinned slightly as he remembered the once small corner ramen shop became a massive restaurant, thanks to his hefty amount of money he had given to old man Ichiraku after the mission Groundhog. Turning his head to both ladies, he gave a small smile before pulling them in closer, causing the 2 women to blush slightly at their closeness with Naruto. Walking into the restaurant, Naruto looked to the front and saw I am an old man Ichiraku. Good memories went through his head at that moment. Hey Naru, holy shit, how the fuck did you get those pieces of ass? Shouted a voice in the corner of the room. Turning his head, along with both Kushina and Shikiri, Naruto came upon a sight he thought he wouldn't see. There sat the original Rookie 12, well, minus both him and Sasuke, making it the Rookie 10. Naruto gave a small smile as he looked towards his old group of friends, before saying the first words he ever spoke to any of the Rookie 10, not counting Kiba. Yo, did you say something? Chapter 36. Yo, did you say something? Asked Naruto with a slight grin upon his face as he faced his old friends. Throughout the entire restaurant, people started to drop their jaws slowly as they looked towards the commotion. Seeing two goddesses surround a single man made all the men there, at the Ichiraka restaurant, seethe with jealousy while the woman drooled at the sight of the Kami no Shinobi. The rookie 10 simply stared at Naruto with their jaws hanging. Not only was Naruto appearing in front of them after 3 years, but he was doing it with two beautiful women. Sakura, seeing as how she believed Naruto was as stupid as he was back in the Chunin exams, thought that she would help the two women. Standing up from her seat, she walked slowly towards Naruto, hair covering her eyes as she did so. Turning his head slightly towards his former teammate, Naruto watched as she threw a fist at him. Baka! Just because you're the so-called Kami no Shinobi doesn't mean that you can hire skanks to look popular, screamed Sakura as she watched her fist sail straight towards Naruto's head. Crunch! Sakura held back a scream as her hand came into contact with Naruto's head. It felt like she was a genin punching a falling mountain with no chakra. Turning her head to look at the likely grief on Naruto's face, Sakura widened her eyes when she saw that he was glaring at her, along with the two skanks he brought with him. Repeat what you just said about these two women. Sakura raised a single pink eyebrow as she healed her, now broken, right hand. Speaking in a slow tone, Sakura replied what she said, extra slow so that Naruto could keep up. Just because you're the so-called Kami no Shinobi doesn't mean that you can hire skank. Slap. The rookie 10 widened their eyes as they saw Sakura sail to the ground. A large hand-shaped mark spread across her face as she fell to the floor gaping. Naruto looked towards Sakura with narrowed red eyes. He felt the eyes of nearly everyone within the restaurant on him, including Shikiri and Kushina. Keeping his eyes on Sakura, Naruto spoke in a deadly tone. Never. And I mean never. Talk bad about Kushina or Shikiri. You understood that, Sakura. Both Shikiri and Kushina widened their eyes as they heard what Naruto said. And that made both of them feel warmth spread through their bodies as they looked towards Naruto, who had let up on his glaring and held a hand towards Sakura. Giving out a slight sigh, Naruto held his hand out towards Sakura, who had taken his offer to be pulled up. Once up, Sakura went back to her seat next to Ino and Tenten and looked down towards her teriyaki chicken, ignoring the rest of the rookies. Turning his head slightly, Naruto gave the two girls a grin before walking towards the front, ready to order. Seeing Naruto walk towards the front, Kushina tilted her head in confusion as she hadn't told Naruto what she wanted at all. The cheapskate. He was going to get both her and Shikiri the cheapest thing there. Getting ready to walk towards Naruto and clobber him over the head, Kushina felt Shikiri place a cold hand upon her shoulder, stopping her in place. You do know that he is trying to remember what's your most favorite dish, right? After all, you did have his child, it's the least he could do, said Shikiri, only to get a slight sweat drop slide down her head as she watched as Kushina bounced up and down in joy, indirectly making her breasts bounce up and down, causing most of the men to pass out from nosebleeds. Ah no. How? How do you KKN no and nananera Naruto Keikuin? Asked a quiet voice behind the redhead goddess and the silver-haired goddess. Turning her head slightly, Kushina gave out a grin and thumbs up. I know Naruto-kun since 3 years or so ago, and I recently just re-met him a few weeks ago. Although if I had known some certain piece of info, Q evil glanced at the goddess of death, who was examining her nails once more, I would have spent a lot more time with him. Kushina finished, only seeing Hinata narrow her eyes slightly at her. I forced him to battle me a few hundred or so times, then tried to seduce him, then tried to hypnotize him, by using a special ability of mine that allows me to change my lip color, and because of that, each color has a different ability. Then I tried to chain his soul to mine via a special method, then I battled him some more, before finally making Little Red here accept me into also dating Naruto. Silence. Pure silence rang through the restaurant as everyone stared at the Shin no Megami. Not that anyone but Naruto and Kushina knew, with creeped-out eyes. The goddess simply raised an eyebrow. What? The silence raged on, before a chuckling ran through the restaurant. Turning their heads, there stood Naruto, now laughing hysterically while holding 2 chicken ramens in his hands and a special ramen bowl on top of his head. Naruto shook his head as he walked towards his dates and old friends, still chuckling slightly as he got closer to them. Ha! Oh man, the funniest part about Shikiri-chan's story is that I use it as a book reference. After all, who would think of half the stuff I write down in my books? Spoke Naruto, causing many more jaw drops as they remembered a few books at their homes, each having similar lines to that of what the woman spoke of. Finishing his chuckling, Naruto held out the chicken ramen towards Shikiri, who took the bowl with a slight smile. He then reached up with his now open hand and gave Kushina the special before grabbing his own bowl. Looking around, Naruto saw that most of the tables were taken. Time to show off. Looking like he was in a mid-panic, Naruto spoke in an overly worried tone as he spoke of the grief he and his two dates were facing. Oh no! It seems like there are no more spots left to sit. Whatever shall I do with my two dates now? Oh, I got it! Naruto then closed his eyes and held one hand out in front of him. People stared in awe as a table appeared from nowhere, along with fancy chairs. Soon Naruto reopened his eyes and gave a mock gasp. Oh, what is TUSN? What? Was the general reaction of the restaurant as they watched little Mito jump onto Naruto's face and wrap her tiny body around his head, causing Naruto to start to pry the little redhead off his face, ignoring both his dates laughing their head off next to him. Mito-chan, didn't I tell you that I was taking your mother and +1 on a date? Spoke Naruto as he finally got the red bundle of joy off his twitching face, only causing Mito to burst into laughter. Back at the Rookie 10 table, everyone's jaw had dropped and was staying dropped. They watched as Naruto held a small redhead girl by the scruff of her blue dress as she laughed at him along with his two dates. Sakura just stared as she tried to form a single sentence, only to mumble out a single word. You. San. This was parroted by the rest of the rookies except for a single big-breasted one, who instead had a look of fury lit upon her face. No. Hinata stood up from her seat. No. Hinata walked towards Naruto, the little redhead girl and his two dates. No. Slap. Naruto watched as his forearm blocked a slap aiming for Mito, who looked at him confused. No. Chapter 37. You. San. This was parroted by the rest of the rookies except for a single big-breasted one, who instead had a look of fury lit upon her face. No. Hinata stood up from her seat. No. Hinata walked towards Naruto, the little redhead girl and his two dates. No. Slap. Naruto watched as his forearm blocked a slap aiming for Mito, who looked at him confused. No. Now. Naruto stared into Hinata's eyes as her hand hadn't left his forearm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, making his slit pupil intensify as it stared into her pure white pupil-free eyes, causing her to widen them as his eyes slowly started to change from cerulean blue to ruby red. The entire restaurant was quiet as they watched what could possibly be a bloodbath, and no one was dumb enough to say that Naruto was going to get bloody. Naruto's ruby red eyes glowed a more intense red than before. What were you going to do just then? Naruto asked, causing Hinata to move her hand back in a hurry, before poking her fingers together in a shy fashion. Nnnnnar Naruto Keikun. 1. Hinata didn't get far, as little Mito, still in her father's arms, pointed at Hinata. Hey Tsunade, why is that weird girl acting like this? Mito asked, tilting her head slightly so that she could stare at her father's face, once again holding his cerulean blue and unslit eyes. I don't know, Mito-chan. At this, Naruto turned his head towards Hinata once more, narrowing his eyes and changing them back to their red slit form. But I intend to find out, finished Naruto, causing Hinata to widen her eyes as she looked at Naruto pleadingly. Naruto Keikun. Hinata spoke, twiddling her fingers as her head was lowered, her bangs hiding her eyes from view, while everyone in the restaurant heard nothing but silence as they waited for Hinata's reasoning. The only thing Hinata heard were two words that repeated in an echo-like fashion. Tsunade, Tsunade, Tsunade. No! Hinata screamed as she went forward, hell-bent on attacking Mito once more. Widening his eyes, Naruto quickly threw Mito through the air, summoning a Kaigabunshin to catch her mid-air as he quickly grabbed Hinata's fingers, pointed in a basic Hyuga fashion. Hinata! Stop! Naruto hadn't finished by the time he felt himself get shot out of the bar from a burst of air. Flipping mid-air, Naruto looked back towards the restaurant, and saw that Hinata was now attacking Kushina for some reason. Smashing his clenched hand into the floor, causing a small crater, Naruto charged his chakra up and disappeared in the wind. Hinata watched as her taijutsu was being blocked by the red-haired skank, the likely mother of the little bitch of a girl. You whore! Hinata screamed, throwing more of her taijutsu strikes towards Kushina's chest, only to have them blocked by Kushina's own hands that now had their chakra points sealed from each block attempt. Kushina narrowed her eyes as Hinata called her a whore. Quickly, she dropped to the floor, using extreme agility that not too many people have, and swiped Hinata's feet from underneath her, causing the bluette to drop towards her left, right where Kushina's rising knee now was. Crack! The sound of Hinata's delicate jaw being broken rang through the clearing, causing many of the onlookers to wince from the sound. Seeing that his friend just got hurt, Kiba attempted to stand and attack the redhead woman named Kushina, before feeling his teammate Shino gripping his shirt and keeping him in place. Sending a narrowed look towards Shino, Shino simply replied she attacked both Kushina-san, and attempted to strike Naruto-san's daughter in the span of a minute. She started it. This caused Kiba to look down at the table in front of him, thinking back to when he met Naruto in the Flying Fortress, and how he had been ranked a traitor for a simple mission. After that thought, Kiba sat back down, a disappointed look appearing in his eyes as he looked towards Hinata, who now held her broken jaw with both hands that were glowing green. Kushina stared at the back of the blue-haired girl, anger flaring within her eyes as she stalked forward towards the woman. However, not believing that the girl could fight anymore, Kushina let her guard down. A bad mistake, as she found out a few seconds later when Hinata quickly propelled herself towards Kushina, fingers back into the Hyuga clan taijutsu. Hack Rokujrienshu. Kushina widened her eyes as the Hyuga clan heir started her attack, with no time for Kushina to either dodge or block. Hinata rammed her hand forward, shouting out loud as she went forward to Kushina, intent on unleashing her clan's secret technique on the woman who likely birthed Naruto's daughter. However, before Hinata could even land a single hit, she felt her wrist get caught and snapped as she was thrown away. The perpetrator? Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Tsunade stood next to Kushina with her arms crossed, raising her breasts, causing the now awake men to once again fall back with nosebleeds. Tsunade narrowed her brown eyes as the Hyuga heiress as he landed outside the restaurant, already healing her broken wrist as she looked towards the Hokage. Hinata Hyuga. You are under arrest for assaulting a civilian for no reason. Anbu, detain her. Finished Tsunade. No, don't worry about the arresting part, Tsunade-bachan. Let Hinata go. Instead, put a restraining order on her so that she cannot interact with my family. Naruto spoke, coming out of the corner of the room with his arms crossed. And within those arms was Mito, who was enjoying the fact that her Tsunade was carrying her around. Tsunade huffed slightly, a small smile present on her soft face. Fine, Anbu, cancel the last order. Seeing nothing happen, the Hokage knew they heard what she said, as they hadn't jumped out on her original command before Naruto spoke. However, due to Naruto looking towards his two dates and Tsunade, he hadn't seen Hinata lunging at him. She also didn't see the seal that shot out of the ground and wrapped around her body, causing her to drop towards the ground in a thud. Soon the seal that wrapped around Hinata's delicate frame changed, with the seals that wrapped around her body sinking into her skin, while a single seal on the back of her jacket changed from detain to restrict, before it sank through her jacket and shirt. Soon, Hinata could move again, causing Kushina and Shikiri to get an eye twitch as they saw her stand up again and charge towards them. Before, she seemed like she ran into a brick wall and stopped as she bounced off from the invisible wall and onto the floor. For the next few minutes, people watched as Hinata tried multiple times to attack Kushina, only to be sent back by the invisible wall until she simply couldn't stand back up. Tsunade watched with sad eyes as the Hyuga heiress laid on the floor. She knew why she was doing this, but to even think that the girl would do this was saddening to her. Why? Spoke Hinata, her soft delicate voice heard by all, causing Naruto to raise a single eyebrow in wonder. Why, Naruto-kun? I always loved you. Spoke Hinata once more, with sadness mixed in with her soft and delicate voice. Hearing that, Naruto widened his eyes slightly. Hinata loved him. Since when? As if she was able to read his mind, Hinata spoke once more. Ever since you saved me as a child. I always wanted to be your friend. Then as you grew up and got stronger, I feel in love with you. But I couldn't say it to you. But, I thought you at least got a hint. A hint that I loved you. How could you love a redhead and silver-haired skank and have a bitch of a daughter? Finished Hinata, her soft voice becoming vicious at the end, causing Naruto to remove his slowly saddening face and replace it with anger. Naruto stared down at the Hyuga girl that laid on her stomach, her face still laying against the ground. Hinata Hyuga. Never, and I mean never, go near my family. Well, to an extent that my restriction barrier seal would work. Got that? Said Naruto as he summoned a Kage Bunshin to grab both Kushina's and Shikiri's hips and disappear with the wind, causing everyone in the restaurant to silently go back to their now cold food. The rookie 10, now 9, sat in silence as they watched the 10th member of their group of rookies lay on the floor with no movement showing. It was truly saddening that the event just transpired. Tsunade sighed slightly before disappearing in a shunshin, back towards the Hokage tower. 4 separate shunshin soon followed from the restaurant's corners. Kiba slouched in his seat as he let out a huff, before he looked toward Shino, who was looking at the table in front of him. That was just wrong. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe, and comment down below. And also check out the other videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.